This may be the largest collection of Glitch in the Matrix stories on the internet right now. I hope you like glitches, simulation theory, time slips, and other fun stuff because, well, you saw what you clicked on. All of these are also allegedly true. I've placed 3 ads on the YouTube version of this, and they each appear after the first 3 stories. After that, it's interruption free. If you're listening on a podcast version, then the ad break is going to be hopefully somewhere before the 20-minute mark, if it'll let me put it that early. Anyway, enjoy and sleep well. All right, so check this out. I think I drove through a wormhole or something. I got up and got ready for work, hopped in the car, ready to start my hour-and-a-half commute. I'm driving my normal route, and about 35 minutes into my drive, I miss my exit due to a weird traffic instance where I just couldn't get over in time. No big deal. I continue on and just let my GPS recalculate. I like using my GPS regardless of knowing the route because it gives good insights into traffic patterns and ETA and things like that. It recalculates to the next exit and even saved me a couple of minutes. I was like, oh, nice. Maybe I just found a secret shortcut to work. So at this point, I blindly follow the GPS as I'm unfamiliar with a lot of the route at this point, and I drive for another 20 or 25 minutes or so. This is when it gets weird. I come up on a road that seems familiar to me for some reason, and I discount the feeling because of the off chance that maybe I had been there before. I then turn onto the road and realize that I'm on a road that connects to the road that my house is on, and I've never gone this way because I've never had a reason to. I think, wow, alright, this is weird. How did I get turned around like that? At this point, I know I'm going to be late, so I call my boss and I let him know that I made a mistake. I decide that I might as well stop in my house to let the dogs out real quick to go pee. This is the weirdest part. As I approach my house, I look in the driveway and my heart sinks. My car is in the driveway. Same license plate and everything. That's when I look down at the steering wheel and I realize I'm driving my wife's car. I pull into the driveway and I walk into my house. My wife was confused to see me because she knew I left for work not too long ago. I was surprised to see that she was awake because she works night shift at the hospital. I asked her if she, by chance, saw me take her keys out of her purse to drive her car that day. She reaches into her purse and pulls out her keys. I reach my hand back into my pocket and I pull out my keys. How was I driving her car with my keys? And by the way, our cars are very different, but the fobs are kind of similar. I again discount this as, just a weird mix-up and hop back into my car to go to work this time. I text an update to my boss and let him know the situation. I get on the road and this time I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss my exit. As I'm approaching the same exit that I missed last time, I see emergency vehicles lining the road and my exit is closed. There was a car crash on the exit involving a semi-truck. The car that was in the accident was the same make and model as my car. I found this to be very spooky, to say the least. Again, I'm now forced to drive a different route to work, and at this point, I'm all flustered. I call my boss again and update him, and he says, "No worries, you should still be able to make it in time for the meeting." I look down at my clock, and it's as if I was on time. But how? I immediately called my wife just to confirm that I was home a while ago, but she says that I wasn't and that she can't find her keys anywhere. I'm starting to freak out. I checked my phone's previous calls and texts to my boss, and there was nothing. Like I never called him or texted him at all. Do I need to go to the doctor? This person includes several updates. Let's say, update 1. My wife found her keys. They were in my work pants that I wore the day before. Update 2. I asked my boss for a mental health day because the experience has been, honestly, very unsettling for me. I spoke with my boss about the experience that I had, and he said that I can take the day off to figure some stuff out. He's a very cool boss. And this is what I found out. It might generate more questions than answers, but here it goes. I tried to find any news regarding the accident that I saw. I've been looking up the exit and the interstate to see if I can pinpoint who was in the accident because, well, let's just say it didn't look survivable. But I find nothing. I can't find anything on the accident, and it's been eating me up. I mapped out my route and traced the exit that I thought I took. The only plausible exit that I took doesn't seem to connect or turn around back to my home in any way. It does, however, provide an alternate route to my work. I haven't been able to go back to the exit where the accident happened. I want to investigate it to see if I can see any sign of wreckage. You know, like fluid stains on the road, bits of car with matching color. You get it. I'll update when I get back there. I have somewhat of an eidetic memory, I guess. I mean, usually I can recall very specific information about an event, like when someone is wearing a specific color, or maybe what was on their coffee mug, things like that. Things that other people usually just disregard as unimportant. That's why this part is really, really frustrating me, because for the first time in my life, I can't remember any details about the interaction with my wife. My wife is my rock, and she's been incredibly supportive throughout this whole experience. I try to remember specific details about our interaction, but I can't seem to pick out any details like I usually would. She works night shift as a NICU nurse, and it was her day off, so her schedule is all over the place, and I thought for sure that she would be sleeping when I got home, but she was awake. The key fobs are another mystery, but for safe measure, I went out into the driveway and ran a test to make sure that the car would not start if I had the wrong keys. Because I've heard of such things being possible with certain cars, but no luck. It didn't start. I switched cars and tested vice versa. Nothing. The only plausible explanation here is that I maybe grabbed her keys from her purse after getting home unexpectedly, and then just drove my car to work. But this doesn't explain her keys being in my work pants from the previous day, and she found them before I returned home. I appreciate everyone's support and ideas through this weird experience, and I'll continue to update if I connect any of these dots. So far, I'm rationalizing it as some kind of false memory, or perhaps a lucid daydream, or maybe some sort of paracosm of disassociation, which doesn't necessarily make me feel any better. To the people that are saying this experience is fake, the thing is, it might be, but it felt very real to me, and I'm just trying to be rational about it. I don't know if I'm alive. This happened today, but I can't shake the weird feeling. So, after a music festival, the next day, me, my boyfriend, and some of his friends went swimming. It's a pretty small lake with a deck. We were throwing each other in and throwing a ball around and overall having a nice time. I had gotten tired, but I decided to swim to get the ball when it landed further in the water. The time I was swimming to the ball, I was thinking myself, just keep your head up, don't drown. Because honestly, I was really tired and I have a fear of drowning. I got the ball and started to swim back. Suddenly, a weird feeling came over me, and I haven't been able to shake it off since. I feel like I died in that moment, or at least I lost consciousness. Everything just seems, I don't know, weird. And I remember that when I jumped in, one of the guys said, "Oh, she's already swimming to it." But my boyfriend told me that they were all telling me not to jump in and to not swim. And I just can't get rid of that feeling that I'm now living a life that's like, that lamp looks weird story. Someone left a comment saying, if the branching universes theory is correct, then in the other branch timeline, you simply didn't make it. They went on to share a personal story of their own and ended the comment with, "You're here, I'm here. Let's do the best with the chance that we have." What the hell happened? So, I work at Walmart and I'm a personal shopper and I shop for people's online orders. I was doing an order and someone wanted 2 packs of yogurt containers. I got to the one that they wanted, but there was only 1 pack. I made sure to look very hard for another one, but there wasn't any more. So I grabbed the one, I did what I was supposed to do, and went on to the next item, which was another container of yogurt. And as I grabbed the item, I see what was a completely empty spot that had the prior yogurt was now completely filled with the first yogurt I was looking for. No customers were around and no employees were restocking, and I am still very confused. Baby daddy showed up twice. Last Saturday morning, I went to meet up with my son's dad so he could spend a couple of days with him, as per our usual schedule. We meet up at a convenient halfway point in a large box store's parking lot. It was early for a weekend, so I don't even think the store was open yet, and the lot was empty as far as I can remember. This particular day, we were parked in a long, empty row against a curb facing outward towards the curb, so there were no cars in front of us or beside us and a wide driving aisle behind, between us and any other cars in the lot. I often arrive before his dad does, and the usual routine for my son and I while we wait is to keep listening to his audiobook while he fiddles around with the sunroof. As we were doing that, I saw his dad pull up to my left and park next to me on my side. He opened his door and got out to walk around our car. So I turned to my son, who has his head and his dog's head sticking out of the sunroof, of course, and I start saying my I love yous. Alright, real quick side note. I specifically noticed that the rear passenger window of his dad's car, which my son has covered in stickers, was rolled down, which is unusual with only him in the car. I always look for the stickers as a quick identifier when keeping an eye out for his car, as it's a reasonably popular make and model, and I don't think I've ever seen him do that before. I also saw that my son's dad was wearing sunglasses along with the tank top that we got years ago at a music festival. A tank is slightly unusual for him. I mean, he prefers t-shirts, but I noticed this tank in particular because it was old enough that I was there when he got it. His hair is getting long, and he had it kind of halfway pulled back, which he started doing recently. I saw all of this. I know I did. So, my son ducks his head back in, replies gamely to my goodbyes and hugs me, but then he gives me a funny look and says, "Why are we doing this already?" I laugh and point out my window to show him that Daddy had just pulled up while he was playing with the sunroof. Except, when I turn around to show him, his dad's not there. There's still no other cars parked beside us, or at all, or anywhere near us. My heart gave a kind of funny little leap when I saw this, because I know what I saw. But I tried to just shake it off because, well, what else could I have done? I laughed at myself and I told my son that his mom is being a goofball and just imagining things. I wasn't sleep deprived or anything, but I thought maybe I had spaced out for a minute. I don't know. We try to rationalize things, don't we? Less than 5 minutes later, my son's dad pulls into the same spot that I had, imagined that he was in before. He had his sunglasses and the festival tank top on. His hair was halfway pulled back, and the rear passenger window was rolled down so the stickers weren't visible. I was officially weirded out, but I still laughed it off when my ex asked me what was wrong because I just didn't know what to do with the information that I had. I haven't even talked to anyone about this since then because it still freaks me out. Thinking about it in retrospect, I can't even remotely explain why, if I had daydreamed the first arrival, why I would have picked out those specific and unusual details. I know this isn't a huge glitch or anything. I didn't die in a car crash and come back to life, but it was so real and so random and specific that it's throwing me for a loop. Also, for the record, I have excellent fire and carbon monoxide detectors installed after we had a fire a couple of years ago, and we check them regularly. And I'm fairly confident, I guess about as sure as I can be, that it isn't a mental health thing, because just a few weeks ago I had a battery of tests, MRI, MRA, CT, angiogram, full blood panel, you name it. I had that done to try and pinpoint the reason for my medically insignificant on its own, just really annoying, occasional pulsatile tinnitus. While they couldn't figure out why it was happening, they also didn't find any scary tumors or aneurysms or any other baddies up there. Oh, and one other thing, for what it's worth. The first time that I saw him arrive, our puppy, who was held by my son who was standing up in the sunroof, got really excited. He wiggled out of my son's arms and ran to my lap, just like he always does when he sees my son's dad arrive. I didn't even think about that until just now, but he did, and he was in my lap waiting until he arrived for real. I don't know. Seems like maybe he saw something too, but I guess I could be reaching. I'm a little dumbfounded, and I'll probably never know, but it was an unsettling experience for sure. This user includes an update that says, I did speak to my son's dad this evening about what happened last weekend. Unsettled for 2 reasons. First, In answer to my question, he says that no, he didn't arrive and then pull around the lot for any reason and then come back. So that's ruled out. The more disconcerting thing, though, was his reaction when I first brought it up. He doesn't remember us talking about it at all last weekend. Like, at all. I started off by saying, "So, remember how I was tripping last weekend and thought you showed up, but then you didn't?" And he kind of laughed, and he just stared at me blankly for a second. He said he doesn't remember. I said, "Yeah, remember when you showed up and I told you I said goodbye to the kiddo twice because blah, blah, blah?" And he's like, kind of smiling along with what I'm saying, but I can tell he's lost. So I had to tell him the whole story again, start to finish, and it still didn't ring a bell for him. I mean, it's possible that he forgot, yes. He's not a noticeably forgetful person, though, but I don't know, man. Maybe he was distracted. I'd say it's much less possible that he's trying to pull one over on me to creep me out. It's not really his kind of humor. But I guess anything's possible. And the other possible things are getting real weird. One good thing is that he seems to believe me that something did happen. He's open-minded, but I can also tell that he was thinking maybe I got confused or whatever. But I know he's not flat out calling BS. I also asked my son if he remembered, but I didn't want to creep him out by going into too much detail. So, all I said was, "Remember how we said goodbye twice?" And he was like, "Uh-huh." Unfortunately, he's also young enough and distracted enough that I'm not totally convinced he was following along authentically. Or just like, "Uh-huh, yeah, mommy, let me go back to drawing this picture of Minecraft dudes pounding other Minecraft dudes." So, yeah, that's where I'm at right now. You have any thoughts? Any suggestions? And unfortunately, I have no dash cam. My body wash disappeared while on a trip, only to find it in my bathroom when I got home. I went on a trip this weekend. I brought my shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and loofah. I know this because I used them while away. The loofah was wet and smelled like my body wash. I hung it up in the shower to dry. I remember carrying my body wash back to my room, which was in an Airbnb, but I couldn't find it the next morning. I was so tired that evening, I could have accidentally missed it and mistakenly thought that I had carried it back when I had accidentally left it in the bathroom. So I thought someone took it and I messed up by just leaving it in there. It's replaceable, so not a huge deal. I remember using the loofah with my body wash in the Airbnb. I remember struggling to carry my body wash with the shampoo and conditioner and the loofah to the bathroom, so I had to make 2 trips. I remember unpacking each and every one of these items, and I remember packing these items up before I left. When I returned home from my trip, my body wash was in my bathroom. The only explanation is that I had 2 and maybe didn't realize it, and someone did take it. But I know that I didn't have 2. It was new, and it was the first time I'd ever gotten that scent and that brand of body wash. So, I have no explanation for this. I clearly used it, as the loofah, which was also new, was wet and smelled like the body wash in question. I had to shave, so I definitely used it, and I smelled great afterwards. I would never use my shampoo, and I would have used my face wash, which is unscented instead. This all just feels very odd. Inverted Big Dipper. One night at a party, I was outside taking a couple of drags off my cig and looked up at the sky, and the Big Dipper was inverted. Not like upside down, but I mean literally flipped and inverted. In the rules of this subreddit, it says that impairment can make it hard to distinguish a real glitch or not, but I was only 2 orchards deep. I'm over 6 foot and 250 pounds, and my girlfriend and I look at the night sky literally every night. It actually kind of freaked me out a bit, so I ran inside to grab my girlfriend, who was sober because she was the DD that night, to show her. And when I pointed it out to her, she laughed and said, That's never happened before," and just brushed it off like nothing happened. Does this happen? Or is this an actual glitch in the Matrix? Gravity change. Years ago, I was working on my laptop on my computer table. I noticed my laptop slowly sliding towards me. I then realized that my whole computer table is sliding towards me as if I was on a tilting ship. At one point, the gravity totally shifted behind me and threw me on the wall. My sideward fall made a significant hole in my wall, when suddenly the gravity shifted again towards the other end of the room. I fell again from wall to wall and cracked that side of the wall too. This all happened very fast, and I just realized that this might be a really huge earthquake and the ground floor of our house had just collapsed. My room's on the 2nd floor. So as soon as I was able to stand upright again, I ran through the door. I was very worried about my younger brother who was watching TV on the ground floor. But as soon as I opened the door, there was my younger brother, confused as frosted mini-wheats because he heard some commotion upstairs and he thought I was hurt. Realizing that there was no earthquake at all, I was floored. This maybe happened 10 years ago or so, but to this day I'm still wondering what the heck really happened. P.S. I wasn't stoned or anything, and I had myself checked up because I thought I had vertigo, but honestly, nothing. Has anyone ever experienced walls changing colors? Hey guys, something weird happened this weekend and I want to know if anyone has any similar stories. I couldn't find anything while searching the sub. My boyfriend's family have this house on the countryside where me and my boyfriend like to go spend the weekends, like once every 2 or 3 months. Ever since the first time I went to this house, my boyfriend's room had its walls painted light green. Although the shade of green is pretty light, it's dark enough so you can distinguish it from other colors, especially white. Last month, I went to this house again, and the walls in his room were now fully white. I instantly noticed that it was looking different, and I said to my boyfriend that the room looked way better that way, with the white walls. My boyfriend looked at me like I was crazy and said, "What are you talking about? They've always been this color." I'm already used to him not paying attention to anything. He does have severe ADHD, so it's not weird that he's never noticed before. So I said that his room was green before. He denied it again, and then I showed him on my phone a picture of him inside the room with green walls. We laughed about his lack of attention to the world around him, and that was that. We spent the whole weekend there, and during that time, we slept in this room, now with white walls. Now, Last weekend, his parents held an event there, and I got there earlier to help with the preparations. As soon as I entered his room, the walls were painted light green again. I asked him if his father asked someone to paint the walls again, and, one more time, he said his walls have always been that color. I said, "No, man, last time I was there the walls were painted white." But maybe his dad painted them white and then painted them green again. He assured me that those walls were not painted again in a long time because you could still see the stains that have always been there. Which is true, I could see the old stains and all the marks too. I then mentioned that we already had this exact same conversation last time I was there, but with the white walls, and he remembered that right away. I said maybe his dad changed the light bulbs, but he was 100% sure that no one did such thing. Although my boyfriend's memory is not that reliable, I do believe that no one painted the walls again or changed the light bulbs. I mean, even if someone did, last month I could still see the room white with only the sunlight that came from the window, and there were indeed very old stains on the walls, and things like marks where the beds used to touch the walls, and little spots from insects that we killed. My boyfriend didn't care that much about this occurrence. He said it was weird, but quickly moved on. I saw many stories here about objects going missing, but I've never come across anything like this. Has anyone here ever experienced a similar event? Having the same dream as someone else, but different perspectives. So, this actually happened close to a year ago now. It weighed on my mind a lot then, but I didn't know what to do about it. Something reminded me of it today, so I thought that I would share since the initial fear has worn off. Last August, my fiance and I were both working weird restaurant schedules, so we didn't keep in contact with our families the best. Especially me. My parents lived an hour away, and we'd had a falling out some time before, but we were working on it. I don't usually have dreams that I remember, especially ones that create genuine, long-lasting emotions, but one night, I did have this vivid dream. My fiance had been diagnosed with something terminal, in my dream, by the way, which was very shocking since he's incredibly healthy. We come to terms with it, and we're told that he has extremely limited time, so we plan a staycation. It's supposed to be just me and him riding out his last days. I know that exact of a timeline isn't really realistic, but in the dream it was like we had a timer. Anyway, some other things happen that aren't relevant to the story. He passes and I'm just beside myself with grief. I call my father, sobbing, and that's the last thing that I remember in my dream. I wake up, frantically grabbing for my fiancé, waking him up, and I say, "Are you okay? Are you sure you're okay? Does everything feel fine?" Other than a surprise interrogation at 4 a.m., everything was fine. I watched him like a hawk for days. Like I said, it's been almost a year, so the worry has faded. Cool, nothing crazy there, just a weird dream. About a couple days later, things are returning to normal. I'm calming down, and he's at work, so I decide to go see my parents for a bit. We're talking, hours go by. We start talking about weird dreams that we've had somehow, and my dad tells me a few nights prior he woke up out of a dead sleep, covered in sweat from a dream of me frantically calling him, sobbing, saying that there was something wrong with my fiance. Sure, it's probably nothing, and my fiance's health proved to be fine. But my dad and I hadn't talked in a month, and never about my spouse's health either. And to have different sides of the same dream on the same night. I just don't know what to think of that. What's the strangest coincidence you've ever experienced? I've had two weird ones, and they both involve women related to my stepdad. First, when my ex and I got out of the military, we moved back to Tucson, where we had bought a house during our second to last duty assignment. We decided to spend a weekend at a resort in San Diego for my 28th birthday. While out by the pool, I heard someone call my name, but I ignored it because I didn't know anyone in the area, so I figured they were calling someone else with my name. But she called again, and I turned around, and it was my stepsister, who I hadn't seen in years. She had lived in LA with her mom since we were kids. She came to the same resort on the same weekend as me, with no communication between us. She was with friends who drove from LA to San Diego for some wine tasting thing. The second coincidence was a few years later. I had found my dad through a 23andMe test. It matched me with a first cousin that I didn't know, so I asked her if she might be my bio dad's niece. From there, I got in contact with him, and he did 23andMe to confirm. About a year later, he invited me on a vacation with him and his other daughter. They live in Seattle, but he got a VRBO in the ski resort/lake town that I grew up in Idaho. While we were there, I let my step-relatives know that I was in town, and my stepdad's sister invited us out for drinks. When we showed up, my bio dad and step-aunt recognized each other right away. He'd been out there with some old army friends a few years before, and my aunt was a friend of a friend. They hadn't stayed in contact or anything. They had no idea that I was connected, and us going out to the bar was literally the second time they met. My mom hasn't even seen my bio dad since she got pregnant with me and didn't have any idea where he lived. And he didn't know that I even existed until I was 30, years after he first met my stepdad's sister. Do you all have any strange connections like this? Do you think it supports simulation theory? The rock gods returned my missing shoe. So, this happened a couple years ago, but I wanted to share. When I was in college, I used to go hiking and trekking a lot with my friends. We used to do it within the campus itself. I mean, our campus was massive. It was an ancient institution that was spread across hundreds of acres of forest land, rocks, ponds. You get it. It's quite beautiful, but colossal. Once, on a hiking trip, some 30 or so kilometers away from my dorm, I lost one of my hiking shoes. I was quite upset, as I didn't want to ask my parents for money to buy a new pair, and I loved this one. I wasn't sure where it went, but I was sure that it had fallen off a cliff when we were rock climbing. It's quite a risky activity without any safety gear, but it was a beloved ritual on every full moon night when there was enough light. I had removed it briefly to sit cross-legged and tell ghost stories with my friends. I somehow returned with some difficulty without the shoe. A couple of weeks after that incident, I was walking back from class and into the communal mess, looking down and thinking of the shoe that I'd lost. I looked up, and as though magic, the lone shoe was in front of me, literally in the middle of the road that led to the mess. It was no worse for wear, and I had no idea who put it there. I rushed back to my room, thinking it was the piece that I had, but lo and behold, the other one was under my bed where I'd kept it. I still don't know how it appeared in front of me like that precisely when I was thinking about it, weeks after I'd lost it so far away from where I lived. Dog came back inside window, but I don't know how. This happened yesterday, and I'm sure there's an explanation, but I have no clue how, but I'm so happy this happened. My sister lives across the street and has a 14-year-old dog who has to be picked up and carried up steps and to get into the bed. He was at my house hanging out, so I let him outside yesterday morning through the front door to go pee. I was hoping that it'd be a quick pee, but he started walking up the driveway, sniffing around, so I stepped back inside. I closed the door and continued cooking breakfast when I had to run across the street to my sister's to grab a container. Once I walked outside, I was like, oh crap, I left him outside. I didn't see him while walking over to her house, so when I got to her door, I asked if he came to her house or if he was in her backyard, but she said he wasn't there. It's normal for him to wander off, but I know people don't play about their dogs and started to panic like, oh my god, did I just lose her dog? I start looking around outside, calling his name. He always comes when his name is called, so I was panicking even more once I realized there was no sign of him outside. I went back into the house, searching, and went upstairs in a desperate attempt looking for him. But knowing good and well, he can't go up steps. You guys, not only was this dude upstairs, but he was laying on the bed, sleeping. Snoring. Best sleep of his life. Now, mind you, the bed is at least 2 feet off the ground, and this little dude can't even get on the couch, barely even a dog bed on the floor, let alone a bed that high off the ground. I was so relieved to find him, but I have no idea how, but I'm so thankful that I didn't lose him. His mom would have never forgave me. Weird thing with time. Okay, so I've never posted here before, but I found this up a while ago after I continually experienced something I can only explain as a glitch. And I'm still experiencing it to this day. It's a fairly minor thing as far as glitches are concerned, but still strange enough to give me pause. For the last year or so, I'll look at the time, and this can be on anything, like the stove, my phone, my Fitbit. I'll make a note of it. I'll often check the time again in what seems like a few minutes later. I do this because often I'll check the time initially, make note that I've got to leave or start doing something in 5 or 10 minutes, and then check again. Numerous times per week, when I do this, a large amount of time has passed. As an example, I'll check the time and it'll read 12:05. I'll check it again, seemingly minutes later, and it'll read 12:50. You might be thinking, well, easy. She's just losing track of time. But it's happened during activities that I know don't take as much time as the clock is stating. I'll walk my dogs around the block. I know it takes 20 minutes, I'll check the clock and it'll say 1:20 before I go. I check it 10 minutes into my walk and it'll say 1:50. I'm not just checking time obsessively either. Oftentimes I'll make note of the time when checking a text message on my phone, and it even happens then too. I'll get a text message at 11:30. I'll go to answer it at what should be 10 minutes later, but the time will say 12 o'clock. I don't know. I hope I'm explaining this in a way that's understandable. It's really been bugging me lately. At first, I was able to brush it off. I would think I must have misread the time when I first looked, but when it started happening so frequently, I started to wonder what the hell was going on. Guy on bike disappeared. I'm waiting at a small, insignificant train stop, just a single rail and a tiny rooftop. Behind the stop, there's a metal fence and a factory, probably something to do with metal processing. As I stand there, I notice a man riding a bike behind the fence. He looks like a worker, probably heading to work on his bike. He rides past me, and out of curiosity and boredom, I turn around to watch him. I had to take a step back and turn a bit more to get a better view because of the way the fence is designed. The metal beams are curved in a way that you can see clearly to one side, but not the other. I don't know how to explain it perfectly in English, but it was only about 2 to 3 seconds from when I first noticed him to when I turned around and looked to where I expected him to be. But he wasn't there. He was nowhere in sight, which seemed impossible given the layout, the buildings and the open space and the fence. There was nowhere for him to hide nearby. He wasn't going fast at all when I saw him first. It really just feels like he vanished. What the heck? The mimic in my house. Just wanted to share after seeing so many stories on TikTok. So, this is just one of my encounters through my short life so far. I've had many encounters before this and after this. Here's a little background info. 2 years ago, me and my family moved across states and moved into my current home. We usually have a lot of people in our house, and my family is usually outside on the porch. Some family was supposed to be flying back to the state we moved from that day. I was getting home from school last year and was walking through the door. My mom was walking past into her room and I called out to her. She didn't answer me, so I just brushed it off because she has pretty selective hearing. My dad was outside smoking, so I went outside and gave him a kiss and a hug to let him know that I got home. I thought he was joking with me and laughed, saying that she probably forgot something and was just coming back to get it. I pulled up my phone to look at her location to prove that she was there, and it said that she was 45 minutes away at the airport. My dad looked at me weird and said, "Told you so." But the thing with my mom is that she's kind of short. My sisters and I are all a couple of inches taller than she is. She also dyes her hair like an orange color, and one of my sisters has black hair, and the other one has dirty blonde. Nobody in our family really looks like her. Now, what's really the kicker in this story is that a week ago, we were talking about our ghost experiences in a group of me, my dad, and my mom. I retold my story, and my dad got this look on his face. He does that face when he doesn't want to say something scary. I pressed him on it, and it turns out that something similar happened to him. My dad's from Morocco, and his mom visits from time to time in the States. One time, when she was supposed to be in Morocco, he saw her walking up the steps to go upstairs. He was home alone. Like, me and my sisters were at school and work, and my mom was at my aunt's house. He chills on the couch a lot, and from sitting where he usually sits, you can see the top portion of the stairs in our house. He, being the man that he is, walked up the steps after he saw that she disappeared upstairs. He gets upstairs and sees her walk into the room that she would use when she lives with us. My dad walked into the room and, obviously, no one was in there. So, apparently, we have an entity that likes mimicking others. Oh, and I saw my mother completely solid. It looked like my mom, even down to what she was wearing that very morning. Mom seemed to teleport out of the room in the blink of an eye. I really don't know how to explain this one. Weird stuff has been happening for the past few months. I put it down to the fact that I have existential OCD, and my OCD was playing tricks on me with mental images and the time, etc. But this one cannot be explained. I woke up this morning to my mom nagging me to get out of bed as we had stuff to do. Fair enough. I start getting up as she's across the bed from me, fiddling with the drawers. We talk a bit, and then she turns, I assume, to start heading out of the room. But keep in mind, she's very far away, as I have a very big room. I don't remember all of the ins and outs this morning as I had just woken up, but I legit itched my eyes for not even a second, and she was gone. I tried recreating it myself, and the only way to get out of that door in that time would be to full-on sprint, which she obviously didn't do, and even that's a push as I close my eyes for legit no more than a second. I asked her, and she said it's my brain again just playing with me, and nothing happened, but it clearly did. And this is one that I definitely cannot explain. I did, of course, just wake up, which doesn't help, but I feel like my perception is amazing. And when I think I see something, I would say I'm almost always right. And this just didn't make any sense. Weird experience after sleep paralysis. So, I quit smoking weed this year. It was pretty easy to kick, but there were some side effects, mainly sleep-oriented. I started to have sleep paralysis every couple of weeks and very vivid dreams. I read that it wasn't uncommon. I've had sleep paralysis a few times when I was a kid, but the very last time was kind of strange compared to the other times. It started with a strange nightmare. The main thing that I took away from it was that the reality in the nightmare was somehow sentient. Anyway, I open my eyes and there's a triangular hole in the ceiling. I think to myself, what the heck? But before I can finish that thought, I have the realization that it's sleep paralysis. And when I realize that, I notice a very tall shadow entity beside me. It bends down, and I close my eyes and weakly start to whisper, "Please go away, please go away," over and over again. After about 10 seconds, I open my eyes and everything is back to normal, except one thing. going across the ceiling is a small patch in this weird, iridescent grid pattern. It was almost kind of holographic in nature, kind of purple and teal colored, and it lasted for a good long time. I'd never had that happen before after sleep paralysis, and it stuck with me ever since. I really felt like a slight hint that we do live in a holographic universe. Wafer cookie glitch. Not the craziest story, but I had a few wafer cookies left in their package that I didn't want to get stale, so I put the whole package in a Ziploc sandwich bag. I took them to bed with me 2 nights ago, and I ate them before bed. When I got to the last one, my dog tried to take it from me, and I looked at my husband and said, I would have been so mad if he got my last cookie. At which point, I crumpled up the bag and wrapper just to be sure that there weren't any cookies left, and then I set it on top of my headboard so my dog wouldn't eat the wrapper. Fast forward to yesterday. When I get home from work, I must have accidentally left the bedroom door open. I usually shut it because my dog likes to eat blankets. Anyway, on the bed is the wrapper from the cookies that the dog must have grabbed off the headboard, and when I picked it up to throw it away, there was still a cookie inside it. Now, I know for a fact that I would have noticed that cookie when I crumpled the whole thing up. And also, my dog is a savage and will tear through any wrapper to get to any food. So not only do I have no idea where one more cookie came from, I also have no idea how my dog pulled the wrapper down without finding and eating the cookie. My car had a black hole. This happened in September of 2022. That day, I had gone fossil hunting and found a cool fossilized shark's tooth which was white in color. Later that afternoon, I had the tooth on my lap in the car waiting to show my girlfriend. And by dumb luck, when I moved, the tooth fell out of my lap, and I watched it slip in between my seat and the center console. Frustrated, I pulled my seat forward and went around back as it was easier to see underneath the seat from the back seat. To my surprise, there was nothing to be found. My car was already clean, but I decided to take the floor mats out, and still nothing. Also, there was a small gap in the upholstery floor where wiring was, but that was covered up by the floor mat and only accessible from weird angles. Yet, when I lifted it up to check, still nothing was there. I spent a good 10 minutes checking under the seat and pulling everything out of the car to no avail. I even checked the ground outside my car in case I had just imagined watching the tooth slip into the gap between the seat. Sadly, I never found the tooth, and the only proof that I have of its existence was a picture that I took right after finding it. My wife and I saw our 5-year-old daughter, but older. This happened a few months ago. In early January, my wife and I were in the kitchen, prepping lunch and chatting. Our 5-year-old daughter was in the living room watching TV. No one else in the house. We live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and the layout of the house allows us to see a bit of the corridor and hallway outside the kitchen door. My wife was cutting up food and I was sitting behind her. As we talked, she started to turn around to face me but stopped midway, staring at the kitchen door. She froze up completely, and I remember asking, "What is it?" She let out a loud gasp, and then I instinctively looked toward the door as well. I saw a brief glimpse of what seemed like a person turning the corner towards the living room. It happened very fast, but I was sure I saw someone. I panicked. My immediate first thought was, someone has just broken in, and my daughter's alone in the living room. The only thing I thought of doing was grabbing a knife, and I yelled at my wife to call the police. I rushed into the corridor and into the living room. In the living room, there was nothing. My kid was just sitting on the couch, watching Bluey. She looked at me and she asked, "What's up?" with a confused expression. Now, mind you, I have a knife in my hand and I probably looked a little crazy. I tried to play it off and I asked if she saw anyone come in the room, and she hadn't and was clueless about what I was talking about. I searched the living room and the rest of the house. No sign of a break-in, windows closed, and we live on the 3rd floor. If someone had tried to escape that way, they would have fallen really, really bad. I checked everywhere. Wardrobes, behind curtains, the front door. Nothing. No signs of entry, and the front door was totally closed, and we didn't hear anyone come in or anything of the sort. This all happened within maybe 10 minutes. I went back to the kitchen where my wife was crying. She had frozen up and didn't call the cops. I calmed her down. She got scared pretty bad, and she couldn't even speak properly. When she calmed down, she explained to me what she saw. I, personally, only caught a very quick glimpse of the thing turning around the corner. However, my wife says that she got a good look at it. She says that she saw what looked like a tall woman dressed in a floral dress and high heels walking across the corridor. Neither of us had heard any sound, though. She said the woman stopped when she felt like she was seen, looked at my wife right in the eyes, and my wife swears the figure looked like our daughter, but older. This happened in the span of seconds, when she first froze up in shock. When my wife gasped, the woman hurried and turned the corner into the living room, and I only saw this last part. If I hadn't caught a glimpse of it myself, I would be asking my wife to go into therapy or something. But I know something was there. We never figured out what we saw, but it was definitely the strangest moment of my life, and I know it happened. I just wanted to share with you here. I got a phone call from my girlfriend from an alternate reality. Yesterday, at 5 p.m., I was playing the new OG map game mode on Fortnite while sitting on a Discord call with my friends. Suddenly, I received a missed phone call from a number with no caller ID. Usually, I don't answer calls from unfamiliar numbers, but I was expecting a call from a job that I had just applied for. Thinking it might be them, I decided to answer. Upon answering the second call from the same no caller ID number, I asked, "Hello?" The loud gunshots and sound effects from Fortnite made it hard to hear at first, so I removed my headset to better listen. The female voice on the other end sounded like my girlfriend, and her tone seemed offended when I asked who it was. To confirm it was her, I inquired about the caller ID, and the response matched how my girlfriend would react if she was genuinely confused. She asked to come over, suggesting a Lyft instead of Uber because of a $5 discount that I had for the Lyft ride, and also we share the same Lyft and Uber accounts. Despite being surprised by the accurate details, something felt off, especially since she didn't know the driver was even close by. Slightly suspicious, I bought the Lyft but then hesitated when she asked for the money instead so she can buy it herself. This led me to consider a potential AI scam, so I canceled the ride, especially since she had mentioned not wanting to come home with me earlier that day. Upon me dialing my actual girlfriend, she denied making any calls, leaving me puzzled. The bizarre encounter left me contemplating the idea of alternate realities intersecting due to her very accurate responses, as no other explanation seemed plausible. Perhaps in a different universe, or just an AI scam trying to get money from me. It was too coincidental though, and someone would have to be stalking me to know those things. I do think it's possible that higher versions of ourselves exist with everything that we desire, waiting to be manifested through the energy that we create around us. Please share your thoughts or similar experiences if you've encountered anything like this. A strange person walked into the house and said hello. Years ago, when I was around 18 and lived with my parents, I was sitting in the living room chatting with my mom and sister. My dad had gone out to play pool a few hours earlier. We heard the back door open, which wasn't visible from the living room, and we continued to chat as we assumed it was my dad coming home. As soon as we heard the footfalls of the person inside the house walking toward the living room, we all paused and stared at each other, confused. My dad was a tall, heavy man and had very distinct footsteps, and these were different. They didn't have the same weight or pattern. My first thought was, did Dad invite someone over? Even though that's not something he ever did. As the footsteps got closer, we heard a man's voice call, "I'm home." And I looked to my mom and sister, who both seemed as concerned as I was. The voice sounded nothing like my dad's or like anyone's that we recognized. I don't think he could sound like that if he tried. I can't describe it other than that it was a completely different voice. It was someone else's voice. My mom stood up, shaken, just as my dad rounded the corner into the living room. We just stared at him in shock. "Dad? Was someone else in the house?" I asked. And he gave me a puzzled look and asked what I was talking about. My mom then asked, whose voice was that in the house that we just heard? And we asked if he was speaking in some kind of different voice, and he, baffled, said no. There was no one else in the house, and he was speaking in his normal voice. It's unsettled my mom, my sister, and I ever since. It's hard to convey over text, but it was an entirely different person's voice. If it was only me who was there, I would have doubted myself, but we all had the exact same experience. It was like the universe got confused and assigned the wrong person, but corrected it at the last second. We still talk about the time that Dad came home, but it wasn't Dad. Biggest glitch I've ever experienced. I've been dying to find a good place to share this story, as it will forever be the weirdest thing to happen to me. My dad and I like to go geocaching. If you're not familiar, geocaches are small containers hidden in public areas, usually with a logbook and sometimes small trinkets inside. You upload the GPS coordinates to a website with some information about the cache, and then people will look for them, sign the logbook, and maybe trade out trinkets. There's an app now that adds some functionality with the ability to add photos, notes, hints, that kind of thing. We go to look for a specific cache one day, and we look everywhere, but we can't find it. It's frustrating, but it happens. We go back a week or two later, still can't find it. It's been marked as found semi-recently. Otherwise, we would just assume it had gone missing, which does happen sometimes. We finally give up and go elsewhere to find a couple of other caches. A couple weeks later, we're out caching and decided to go back to try one more time. I checked the app and see it was found since the last time we tried. We look around for a long time. We even use a hint that was left by the most recent finder, and we finally find it. I pull out my pen to mark the log, and when I unfurl it, the world stops for a moment because I see my dad's and my names written at the very end of the log in my handwriting. I call my dad over and we're looking at it together. We're both confused and very freaked out. I take a look again at the app and I realize that the last find was from our account, and the hint that we followed to find it this time was the one that we had left. It's been years, and we still talk about it some. It's one of those things where no matter how many people I tell this story to, I don't know, I kind of assume people just don't believe me because it's just so weird and it's such an obvious merging of timelines. So, it's nice to talk to my dad about it because I know he 100% believes me. I think we looked at the dates and our first find was on the date that we had last looked for it prior to the second find. But we both definitely would not have forgotten finding it because it had been driving us crazy, wondering where in the heck it was. Honestly, I'm not sure why we didn't just chalk it up to a cache that had gone missing. We both just couldn't stop thinking about it for some reason. I also don't know how I didn't notice the username from the recent find and hint that was our username until after we found the cache. It was just so weird overall, but it definitely makes for a great story. I met a teen that I work with when he should have been around 5 years old, and he knew me. So, a bit of a backstory. I'm a boarding school counselor. I work with teens around the age of 16 and have been working at it for 3 years now. Around 10 years back, I was about 20. I lived in the same city, not too far from the boarding school. One day, as I was working in retail, this kind of emo-looking teen walks in and instantly recognizes me. He called out my name, said something along the lines of, "Oh my God, Liz, I didn't know you work here." Now, I'm a person who has really good facial recognition, even though I'm terrible with names, but I had no idea who this kid was, so I just told him he must have gotten it wrong. He initially laughed like I was playing a joke on him and said something like, "Yeah, right, it's me, Johnny. Do you have amnesia or something?" In a way that kind of felt like he was really familiar with me. But when he realized that I was being serious, he got so disappointed and looked actually hurt. Like there was no way I couldn't know him, but didn't insist, and I just got what he came for, and then he left. It really stuck with me for years because I felt so bad that I didn't recognize this kid that seemed really happy to see me and even knew my name. I was also sure I'd see him again since most people coming to the shop there are locals, and wanted to ask him where he thought he knew me from when I saw him next, but I never did. It just struck me as really odd. A few weeks back, one of the kids had to leave boarding school since his family decided to move abroad. And since this is a very high-demand boarding school, some days later, a new kid joined our group instead of him. Lo and behold, it's Johnny. Same kind of emo look, same name, same way of talking. I know it sounds like something years could distort, but I have no doubt it's the same kid. I remembered his name and looks since I wondered about it every once in a while since then. This, however, shouldn't be possible since he would be around 10 years ago. We also grew really close really fast since we have a very similar background. I'm honestly just waiting for the day he comes back to school and says he saw me working in the store nearby. I'll let you all know if he does. Friend glitch. I messaged a former friend on LinkedIn to reconnect with her today, and she messaged back asking who I was. I explained that we used to chat at Dalplex during our mutual work break times. I was one of the IT guys there, and she was a student worker there. She told me that she went to Dalhousie University and worked at Dalplex in 1994, not in 2014. She stopped short of calling me a stalker, especially when I asked her about her then boyfriend, who she had broken up with publicly and dramatically, to the point that she got sent home from work that day. Now, she's been married to him for 15 years. I'm sitting in my office, not sure what to make of this. I'm 99% sure this is the same person that I worked alongside with for nearly 3 years, from 2012 to 2015. We would sit and chat during break times where she would vent about her boyfriend, and I would sit and listen when she was the only person at Dalplex to talk to me that didn't have to do with IT issues. Nothing dramatic, just that I knew this person from working with them and their boyfriend at the time. It just strikes me as being odd that they would respond this way. I checked her LinkedIn, and it listed her graduating from Dalhousie University in 1995. I think I might be losing my mind. I don't know what to say. I'm kind of having a mild freak out, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to even think. 2 days ago, I wrote a letter to somebody, so I grabbed a notebook from my nightstand. I know it was this notebook in particular because on the very first page there was a journal entry from when I had briefly attempted to write in journals. I remember reading the journal entry and then turning to the next page and writing what I needed to. When I finished, I skimmed through the rest of the notebook and I found a few pages of comic strips that I had drawn from previous years, and I had almost forgotten about. I ripped the page out that I needed. I still have it and have already checked the back of it, and continued on. Today, I decided to tidy up my room and I saw the notebook. First page still has the same journal entry, except now the pages with the comic strips have disappeared. I know I didn't rip them out for any reason. I've looked through every single page of this notebook, front to back, and they're nowhere to be found. I've even checked other notebooks that I have stashed away in my closet just in case, and they're not there either. It's like they've just vanished. I feel like I'm actually losing my mind. I know that I saw them in that specific notebook just a few days ago, but now they've just disappeared. Hey, one thing about journaling is I think it actually works. I spent 10 minutes journaling for the first time ever, maybe a year ago, and I learned a lot about myself in just that 10 minutes. It's kind of an unlock. Try it if you don't already do it. An antique store took my phone. A year or so, I visited an antique store in my neighborhood that I frequented relatively often. I use the word antique loosely, as this particular store was ran by a family that owned the building they were in and had a habit of purchasing people's estates sight unseen, so you can imagine how packed this place is. This store is near impossible to navigate, as they have piles and piles of disorganized merchandise that's similarly set up to the antique shop episode of Nathan For You. This store was also known to service a large portion of my city's local theaters for things like costumes and props. I can't stress enough that this place is filled to the brim with products that have been sitting for well over 20 years. I'm with my husband, looking through a bin of old maps on one side of their basement. I do a quick look around the general area that I'm standing near, as this basement has incredibly low ceilings that my husband is too tall to maneuver comfortably through, and a maze of shelves of miscellaneous metalware, accented by a back wall that's lined with Easter Bunny costumes that were just truly terrifying. Ultimately, that discouraged me from looking any further into the basement. We leave the basement, and I'm looking around at random things on the upper level, and I go to pull my phone out to take a picture of something, but my phone isn't in my pocket. I begin to retrace my steps as I realize this is probably the worst place to lose my phone. I return to the basement with the creepy costumes and I retrace my steps there. The area I was in was maybe 20 square feet, but this basement expands throughout what is essentially a quarter of a city block under the building. I ask my husband to call me, but my phone's on vibrate, and whatever little sound is being produced is silenced by the insane amount of costumes and fabric down there. I expand my search in the basement with my husband continuing to call me, stepping over old milk jugs, rotary telephones. Think of any obsolete technology and it was down there, and I was stepping over it. I eventually found my phone sitting on a high shelf towards the back of the room, which was an area that I hadn't initially visited and was difficult to get to, even on a shelf where the items on top weren't exactly visible. I don't know how it got there, but it certainly wasn't by me or by my husband that put it there, as we were both together the entire time. I left with the willies, and I haven't been back since. mysterious stalker. I want to start by saying that I consider myself a very observant person. I mean, I'm horrible with names, but I will remember a face. This is what makes me confident enough to share this story. My wife and I went to Louisiana for her best friend's wedding. It was a long trip from where we lived in the upper Midwest, but it was worth it. Her friend's family made us feel so welcome, like we were honestly a part of their family. We did the normal wedding stuff, rehearsals and stuff like that, but we also got to hang out just in general. After the rehearsal, the wedding party and both the bride and groom's families went out to eat at this Mexican restaurant. This was a massive party though, so my social battery was dying pretty quickly. I told my wife that I needed to go to the bathroom, which I genuinely did, but it was also an excuse to get a quick recharge. Now, this is where it gets unsettling. I did my business, started washing my hands, and that's when this man walked in. I'll never forget how he looked. He was a heavy-set Caucasian dude. He had a close-cropped beard and wore an extremely loud and almost ridiculous cowboy outfit. He came in smiling at me and washing his hands. We exchanged greetings like usual, and then he complimented my shirt. It was a Spider-Man No Way Home shirt. I thanked him, and then he said he loves superheroes too, and that he had the full collection of Christopher Reeve's Superman films at his house. I thought it was a normal thing to boast about, but then it hit me that out of all the superhero movies that he could have chosen, he picked my favorite Superman, Christopher Reeves. I don't know. I brushed it off as a coincidence and we said goodbye. We both walked out with him behind me. And as I was walking back to my seat, I suddenly heard the same dude, clear as day, say my name out loud. I spun around since he was right behind me, but he was gone. I looked around and he was nowhere to be seen. It genuinely freaked me out because I never even mentioned my name to him, and it was almost impossible for him to leave the restaurant that quickly. I told my wife and she chalked it up to coincidence. The rest of the wedding planning went well, but then the reception came around. I was having an absolute blast. Not drinking a thing, mind you. I was underage at the time. When I spotted this dude, was bald everywhere except for his eyebrows, just staring at me. I stared back at him, and considering my last experience, I started making my way towards him. I made it to where he was, but then he was gone. I looked everywhere around the party, accounted for every face, and nobody matched. I had chills for a while before trying to shake it off and enjoy the party. Well, let's fast forward 3 months later, and my wife and I moved down to the south of the Carolinas. We were looking for a place since we were staying with my parents, so we checked out a town that some friends were living at. This town is about 3 hours from my parents, and while out to eat with them, I went to the bathroom again. As soon as I was done in the stall, I turned the corner of the stall to the sink and I almost ran into somebody. I looked up, and it was the same man from Louisiana. He wasn't wearing a cowboy outfit, nor did he say anything. He just smiled at me, and it wasn't a genuine smile. He only smiled in his mouth. The rest of his face was not smiling. I stood there, shocked, and I looked at this other dude in the bathroom. That's when I realized the other stall was open. He didn't need to wait for my stall. The guy could have just walked into the other stall, but he still stood there, smiling at me. I went back to my seat and I told my wife, in which she got chills just from hearing it. Our seats were in front of the bathroom, so I watched intently to see if he would come out so that I could show him to her. But he never did. I rushed back into the bathroom to see if he was still in there, but every stall was empty. I'm still freaked out by this. I mean, it almost seems impossible for someone to follow us that much, literally across states. If anything develops, I'll be sure to include an update. I don't know who's following me, or if they have good intentions, or not. I shopped in a place that doesn't exist. My mom had this Pandora bracelet that she adored. My dad, my sister, her mom, and some friends all got her charms for it, and she would also get some for herself. She never took that bracelet off. Around a year ago, I was looking for a shop that sells those charms for the bracelet around where I lived, so I could also get one for her birthday. I was new to the neighborhood since I just finished my BA degree and moved out of the dorms to my own apartment. So, I was really happy to find a jewelry shop that sold them a few streets away from my new place. I distinctly remember the jeweler there. She was this kind lady, looked to be around my mom's age, dressed in a bit of an old-fashioned way. Anyway, I got her a charm saying "Best Mom," and she really loved it. Fast forward to this year, my mom passed away this January. It was unexpected and painful, but that's a topic for another post. The only thing I asked my dad and sister to let me keep was her bracelet, and they agreed happily. Around a month ago, one of the charms broke. Now, if you know about Pandora bracelets, you know that usually shops that sell their charms also have a means to fix them. So, I figured I'd go back to that shop to get it fixed. I went to the exact same address, which I'm sure of because I had a screenshot of the location in Google Maps. But there was no shop. In fact, there were only residential buildings, and I clearly remember a year ago it was a commercial building that had maybe 4 or 5 shops. That in itself was weird, but I figured maybe somehow in a year they changed the place or took down the commercial building. But no. I asked my landlady about it, and she's been living in this neighborhood for around 20 years, and she's never heard about such a place. I also asked some friends that live close to me, and no one has any idea what I'm talking about. Google has no answers, but that Best Mom charm is still there, and I really don't know what to make of it. Either the gnomes are messing with my house, or the simulation is breaking down. This may not be the most shocking story ever, but things keep going missing for a while and inexplicably showing up where we know we've looked for them before. I had a stick of deodorant that I always keep on my desk in my bedroom. I had extras in the bathroom because I always order them online 4 at a time, but when it went missing out of nowhere, I looked all around the desk, on the floor, and in the drawers of my desk several times, thinking maybe I just put it there by mistake. I even asked my girlfriend, who by the way is amazing at knowing where things are and finding things, if she knew where it was, and she looked all over for it too, including the desk drawers, and couldn't find it, and she gave up. About a week later, I go into my top desk drawer looking for something else entirely, and there it is, sitting right at the forefront of the drawer. Like, you couldn't possibly have missed it before if it had been there when we were looking for it. I'm now handing the phone over to my girlfriend to tell a story of a similar occurrence that happened to her. I got into an accident back in December, which wasn't my fault, and I couldn't get the work done until the end of January. So, January comes and I take my car key off of my keychain and drop off my vehicle. I get it back like 2 weeks later and forgot to put the key back on the keychain. Fast forward another week or so, I come home from picking up the kids and I put the key on the kitchen table. I get up the next morning and it's gone. I ask my boyfriend and the kids if they moved it, but no one had. I thought that maybe the youngest took them because he loves playing with keys, but still couldn't find it. So, I resort to using my spare. For a month and a half, there was no sign of that key. And then, one day, I'm standing outside and my car goes beep beep, like I had hit the fob, but that key that had the buttons on it has been missing this whole time. Then, the mailman walks up and asks, "Whose van is that?" And I tell him it's mine, and he hands me my key and tells me that it was on the next street over. The only time that I'm on that street is when I'm driving, so I don't know how it could have ended up there. OP is back now. These are just a couple of examples of many, as these are the most recent and most mysterious, and most of the occurrences happened to her, not me. But I'm convinced at this point that the simulation is really breaking down. What do you guys think? Who did I see? Last night, my husband and I went outside to have a cigarette before bed. We both keep our cigarettes in our vehicles since we don't smoke in the house. I walked to my car to grab my cigarettes and was going to grab one for my husband. When I looked up, I saw him walking towards his truck. So I figured, never mind, I'll just grab one for me, since he's probably grabbing one for himself out of his truck. For reference, we have a large driveway. I usually park closest to the house, and he parks sort of on the side, so his truck is about 20 feet away from my car. As soon as I looked down to put the extra cigarette back in my pack, my husband, who is now somehow right behind me, asks me for one of mine, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I asked him how he got behind me so quick, since I literally just saw him at his truck. He told me he didn't go to his truck. He went to the mailbox, even holding mail in his hand, but the mailbox is in the opposite direction. I was positive that he was messing with me and kept asking if he was joking. He said no. He walked to the mailbox and back, checked the cameras. I did check the cameras, but I was still convinced that he was somehow messing with me. He never went to his truck. He went to the mailbox and then walked straight to me. Nobody was near the truck at all. But I swear, if it wasn't my husband at his truck, who did I see? I saw my sister at a parade while my actual sister was right next to me. This freaks me out, and at the time of writing this is my only real glitch in the Matrix experience. For context, This happened in 2010/2011 when I was 18 and my sister was maybe 13 or 14. Our city's baseball team had won the World Series that year, and my family went down to the celebratory parade. We arrived downtown about 15 minutes before the parade began, and we found a decent spot to stand, right up front. Me, being an avid people watcher, began scanning the sea of people standing on the other side of the street. That's when I noticed a girl my sister's age standing almost directly across from my sister, and I became fixated on her. She was turned talking to her family, but when she turned back to face the street, I couldn't believe my eyes. She looked identical to my little sister, who was standing right next to me. And I don't mean just like your typical doppelganger. My sister is a skinny, white, blonde girl, so we've seen other girls who look like her over the years, but this was different. They were like mirror images of each other. She even had on the same glasses and t-shirt and same color jeans too. The only difference was that this other girl's hair was pushed back, and my sister always had her hair hanging in her face at that age. I was speechless for a minute, but then I got the attention of my parents and I said, "That girl over there looks exactly like Brenna." They looked, and I could see that they were also a bit taken aback by just how much they looked alike, and they agreed with me and pointed her out to my sister. As soon as my sister noticed her, the other girl across the street noticed her at the same time, and I just watched them both stare at each other for a solid minute. At this point, we were all silent and just looking at this girl, looking at my sister. The other girl's parents noticed us staring, then noticed my sister, and even though they didn't acknowledge us, I could tell they were thinking the same things that we were. I could tell they noticed the resemblance and were pretty weirded out. I had my digital camera with me, and I discreetly zoomed in on her and even took a picture because I knew people wouldn't believe us when I told them. The zoomed in picture was even freakier. It looked like I had just taken a photo of my actual sister. The parade started not long after, so we turned our attention to that for the moment. And when I looked back across the street just a few minutes later, the girl and her family were gone. We never saw them again. The other weird part of the story, which is the reason why I'm sharing it, is that I made a Facebook photo album that evening with all the pictures that I took from the parade, including the picture of my sister's doppelganger, with a caption that said something like, "You may think this is Brenna, but it's not. Freaky, right?" I recall receiving many comments from people who were stunned at the resemblance. A few years later, I was telling a friend about it and went to the Facebook album to show them, but the photo was gone. All of the other photos from that day were still there, except for the one of that girl. I guess Facebook could have removed it for some reason, but it didn't make sense why just that photo would have been removed. Anyway, I still vividly remember how weirded out and uneasy my sister and I were after that experience. Somebody left a comment asking if the OP still has that device and if she could share the photo, but unfortunately, OP says she's lost the camera and the memory card ages ago. This one remains a mystery. Duplicating blanket. This is a rather odd and detailed story that happened recently. When I was a teenager, over a decade ago, my girlfriend at the time gifted me an M&M blanket for my birthday. I used the blanket as one normally would for a time, and after splitting up with the girl eventually, the blanket came to live in the back seat of my first car. My dog would sleep on the blanket in the back seat during rides. A few years later, my dog got really ill and had to be put down, so we took him to the vet in the blanket and we kept him wrapped in it after passing. I was given the blanket back by the vet tech, and I have kept it in the back seat to this day due to the simple sentimental value. My time of the glitch. I had long moved out of the family house, and the blanket remained on the back seat of my now third car. When visiting my parents, my mother told me she had found something of mine when decluttering the loft/attic. She then gave me the dusty M&M blanket and brought up that it was the one my ex got for me and the one that we took Maxie to the vet in. She found it by accident when decluttering and thought that she should give it to me. I told her it couldn't be, as it was still in my back seat. She laughed and didn't quite believe me, so I showed her. We both had no idea what to say or how this could even come to be. The blankets are identical, even down to the faded tag. My parents never bought an M&M blanket, and nobody ever gifted me a second one. To this day, it still weirds me out. I still have the original blanket, and the other one is at my parents'. I'm convinced that this is some conjurer level magic. Really obscure movie or a glitch? This has been driving me nuts for a week, and I wanted to share, hoping I could find the answer or some kind of explanation. My wife and I both experienced this, so please help us out. It's a very odd story, so bear with me. My wife and I were traveling for a family reunion last weekend. We both had to work, so we woke up around 4:30 to make the 3-hour drive. After a normal workday, a family gathering, and a few drinks with my older brother, we walked back to the hotel. It was almost 1 a.m. Now keep in mind, we'd been awake for over 20 hours and were slightly delusional. As we winded down for bed, I was flipping through the channels and ended on HBO. My wife was doing her skincare routine, so I wasn't really paying attention to the movie or show that was playing. I was browsing Reddit for about 15 to maybe 20 minutes on my phone until she joined me in bed. She asked what I was watching, and I told her I had no idea. I hadn't been paying any attention. The details of the scene are shaky and super weird. The scene was 2 mid to late 20s white guys that I didn't recognize, who were seemingly looking for a lost trinket of some kind in what looked to be in a New York City apartment setting. They were talking to a hamster who said something to the effect of, "You should check with my friends in the mouse hole in the other room, but I should warn you, it's turned into a CVS pharmacy." The guy then goes into the other room, puts his hand in the mouse hole as if his hand was a tiny human, and asks the hamster CVS workers if anyone's seen the missing trinket, as if this was just normal behavior. The hamsters mentioned that another hamster came in looking for his lost sunglasses and that they gave them to him. The guy asks to describe the glasses, and the hamster described the trinket. The last thing in the scene I remember was the hamster saying something like, "Yeah, no, he came in and asked if anyone had seen his sunglasses. I brought over the only thing in the lost and found and asked if it was his, and he said, 'Yep, those are my sunglasses,' and then he left." We both looked at each other like, "What the F?" and then went to sleep. The next morning, we talked about what we had seen the night before and confirmed that we both watched the same thing. I can't find anything anywhere that even resembles this scene, and I sound crazy when I ask if anyone has seen anything like this. The fact that it was a shared experience rules out that I was dreaming or suffering carbon monoxide poisoning. But what do you think? Did we slip into an alternate reality? Or did we just have the same hallucination? This was solved pretty quickly. It wasn't a shared hallucination. It wasn't an alternate reality. What it was is Julio Torres' new series called Phantasmus. Somebody in the comments lent their knowledge to the situation. This one is solved. I found candy in my drawer from a store that closed 5 years ago. When I was 6 or 7, I used to go to this local candy store all the time. They sold these candy sticks that they packaged in thin paper with orange and white striped bags. Eventually, I moved out of that area, and the store closed its doors for good just 5 years ago. Tonight, I woke up, and as always, I went to my desk. I opened my drawer to get some pencils, but as I opened it, I was so bewildered. In my drawer that I've had every day of my life for years, there was an orange and white striped paper bag with those exact same candy sticks inside. I asked my dad and my brother whether they put anything in my drawer, but they denied it. Nobody came around the house in the past month either. There's no way that anybody could have put these in my drawer. It's like they just appeared out of thin air. And I use that drawer every single day, and I know that I didn't put anything in there either. There's no way that something could have slipped in my drawer without me noticing. But you know what especially creeps me out is the fact that the store that sold them closed 5 years ago. I don't even get how anyone could have obtained these in the first place. If anyone has any explanation for this, please let me know, because I'm still really confused. Reappearing vase. This happened to me 3 days ago. I'm still in shock and disbelief, and to be honest, I'm a little scared. I've lived in my current home for just 1 year as of this week. When I moved in, I had a small vase with fake thistle and heather in it. I'd owned the vase for many years previous to this, and it had survived 3 house moves so far. The vase has lived in various places in the new house since we've moved in. Either on my fireplace, on my side table, or in the hallway. It moved out of the hallway permanently as the windowsill it was on had a leak over winter and there was nowhere else for it to go in the hall. My 3-year-old smashed said vase around 6 months ago when she knocked it off the fireplace, and myself and my 2 eldest daughters laughed at the Hubba Bubba chewing gum wrappers that they had stashed in there so many years previously. I actually remember saying out loud, I've had this vase since our first address. I'm so sad. Circle round to this week. My 3-year-old was playing a peekaboo game on the porch with me and the older girls. To hide from her behind the door, we had to squish up against the wall. My oldest daughter parked her bottom on the small window ledge in the hallway. It's about 16 centimeters wide and about 15 centimeters deep, if that. Nothing was there. I came out of the lounge less than half an hour later to go upstairs, and there, sitting on the windowsill, was the vase, intact and on the edge of the sill. Instantly, I recoiled and shouted, "Oh my God, what is that doing there?" I was dumbfounded and scared by the actual unknownness of it reappearing. All 4 kids came to the stairway/hallway thinking I'd seen a spider or something. But upon seeing the vase, my oldest said, "How? Mom, we literally sat there half an hour ago and that was a smashed vase. We even got to see everything that we had been putting in there." I have no idea how it ended up back here. I do have small psychic tendencies, like thoughts that manifest days later, knowing when people are going to pass, stuff like that. But this has just thrown my head. To stop the kids from worrying, I said, "Right, let's just Google the meaning of the flowers, as it has to be a sign." Sure enough, if you Google the flowers, they actually are said to bring protection. This isn't the only glitch that I've ever experienced in this house either. Here's another quick one. I was cooking a cottage pie and opened the lid on the Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. It spun, hit me and the stovetop, but never hit the ground. My kitchen has a 2x2 meter floor space, and there are no gaps in the kickboards or under the washer or oven that's big enough for this bottle to fall through. I've never found the lid to the bottle. I scoured the floor on my hands and knees, but to no avail. I still have no logical explanation for either incident. I didn't realize it was a glitch. Only recently have I found myself really seeking information about glitches in the Matrix. With the things I'm reading, I'm just realizing now how much it's apparent in my own life. I wrote everything off as it happened as just a thing or a one-off or even a lucky mistake sometimes. Like instances where additional AirPods just pop up around my house, lost objects, found duplicates, infrastructure suddenly being somewhere that it wasn't before. One thing that I wanted to mention though is this one memory/glitch that has stuck with me. I had this downstairs neighbor who was very distinct in appearance and, let's just say, striking in her looks, so it was an obvious identification in these 2 instances. Well, I looked out my window on my way to take out the trash, and I saw her crossing the street to go to check the mail. But when I was approaching the trash, she was walking back from the trash. And these are in 2 different locations of our apartment complex, and there's no way that within that 15 seconds she could have crossed back over and been coming from a different location. I brushed it off back then as, wow, she must have really been in a hurry to throw something out after checking the mail. What could have made her go that fast? But, looking back, it's not even possible for her to do that. Not in the slightest. So, after researching experiences with glitches, it dawned on me that this was one of them. Bustling cafe deserted and closed in seconds. This happened a few weeks ago in LA. I was walking with my friend to my car to drop something off. On the way, we passed a busy upscale cafe with multiple people sitting outdoors at tables with their food and their drinks. There was a small line inside waiting to order. It was so busy, I made a mental note to make sure to check it out sometime. This coffee shop was only half a block from my car and on the same street. I get to my car, I put our things in there, and we immediately walked back towards the cafe. But this time, the cafe was empty and closed. The outdoor tables and chairs were no longer there. Inside was dark and empty. I saw one person inside wiping the counter, but that was it. It was so shocking that I had to stop and stare at the cafe. I mean, less than 60 seconds ago, it was open and full of people. My friend noticed me freeze up and asked me what was going on, and I explained to them what I saw. They just shrugged and said they didn't really notice the cafe at all as we walked past it the first time. Thinking about it today still makes me shudder a bit. I don't know, it kind of feels like I seamlessly shifted into a new reality. My stuff is disappearing into the floor. My room is very clean, and with not much very space for an object to go between or underneath anything. It has carpet, so it can't slide underneath anything if I drop it. I was eating a bowl of cereal at my desk, and when I was done, I put my bowl and spoon at the back of my desk next to my monitor. A few minutes later, I accidentally kicked my desk, and the bowl and the spoon fell off the back onto the floor, and I heard them clank against each other when they landed, with the bowl facing down and sounding like the spoon was underneath it. A second later, I go to pick them up and put them in the kitchen, but the spoon is gone. It's not underneath anything, and it's not blending into the carpet or anything like that. It's been a full day, and I've moved furniture to find it, and it's just not here. It's a very unique spoon too, and it doesn't look like any other one that I have, so I've always just used it for cereal. But now it's gone. I've had this same thing happen before with a water bottle and a $20 bill that I put in my pocket and changed my shirt, and then it was gone. It wasn't on the floor or in the shirt, and it's been months since then, and I still never found it. This happened in the bathroom too, with nothing for it to go under whatsoever. The water bottle fell off my bedside table away from me, so I couldn't see where it landed, but I did hear it hit the ground. And when I got up to grab it, there was nothing there at all. It's also just gone after months of searching. Duplicated jacket. My sister and I fought over this one jacket when we were teenagers. I have no idea who owned it first, but it went back and forth between us over the years, and we're in our early 30s now, and it became incredibly worn, thin, and faded. Still wearable, I mean, but definitely just for bumming around the house in. About 3 years ago, my sister had had possession of it for a long time, and I hadn't seen or thought about it for at least a couple of years when I popped around to see a mutual friend of ours. As I was leaving their house, they handed me the jacket to give back to my sister, saying that she'd left it there. I was surprised that it was still floating around and touched by the nostalgia of having it in my possession again. Obviously, the next time I saw my sister, I wore it as a bit of a joke, like, "Hey, like my jacket?" But this is where it got weird. She went into her wardrobe and pulled out the exact same jacket. Worn, thin, and faded in exactly the same ways. We were both amazed and honestly a little freaked out. It's completely unexplainable. I've had several glitch in the Matrix moments, but this one is my favorite because the jackets and our shared experience sort of serve as this hard evidence. Somebody in the comments said the jacket just got tired of you two fighting, so it duplicated itself. Unexplainable white glowing orb underneath bed covers. Last night, my boyfriend and I were listening to a podcast in my bed via screencast. My phone was off while connected, and thus neither my phone nor the TV was emitting any light. We were just laying in the dark, listening, when I went to search for my phone under the covers and couldn't find it. My boyfriend and I lifted up the covers to look for it when I thought my boyfriend has turned his phone flashlight to help me see in the dark. It was concentrated light that was directed straight under the covers. It wasn't like it was light coming from outside and somehow making its way under my thick comforter. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds until I moved the cover over a bit to dig deeper for my phone. I actually said thank you to him for turning on the flashlight, and I asked him to shine the light again, and he responded with confusion. I again repeated that the phone flashlight was helpful, and he pointed out that his phone was on the nightstand. I looked, and sure enough, his keys were on his phone next to his wallet, and I didn't even hear his keys jingle, so I know he hadn't moved his phone back within the 2 seconds that the confusion began. He's a very skeptical person, and he thought that I was messing with him. We eventually found my phone, and it was in a spot under the covers and away from the bed that my flashlight and screen couldn't possibly be accidentally turned on when searching. The covers were completely covering the part of the bed where my phone was found. The screen was dark when I found it, so it couldn't have been the screen activating the TV somehow, and again, it was just so concentrated that it seemed like it just existed right under the covers, not like it was anything coming from my room or the street. We live in Boston, and it's really humid here since it's summer, and as one with lots of experience with bed static, it wasn't anything like that either. It was a steady, constant glow that seemed like the source was coming from behind my shoulder and lighting up the area directly in front of me. Even though my boyfriend and I were completely under the covers at this point while we searched. I have zero idea what this could have been, and my boyfriend, the skeptic, has zero ideas either. Some Google searches showed ball lightning as a possibility, but there was no distinct smell after the light appeared. I'm truly stumped and really a bit spooked, so if anybody has any thoughts, I'd really appreciate hearing them. Matrix Cat. Basically, just like the movie. This was 10 years ago in a tiny house that my husband and I were renting. We had a tiny hallway with 2 doorways facing each other. The left doorway led to our bedroom, and to the right was our kitchen entrance, and directly ahead, in the middle, was the bathroom. I remember laying on the carpet in the living room, looking into the hallway to make sure that we put the baby gate up between the living room and the hallway so that our toddler wouldn't crawl into the kitchen. I watched as our one and only cat walked from our bedroom into the kitchen. I kept laying there because I was talking through the door at my husband, who was in the bathroom directly in front of me. About 5 seconds later, our cat walked again from our bedroom to our kitchen, directly across my path, which would have been physically impossible because our cat should have still been in the kitchen and there was no other way out. It was a super old house and the windows didn't really open, so I guess theoretically if we did leave a bedroom window open and the kitchen window open, she could have run a giant fast circuit outside of our house back into our bedroom window, but all the windows except for one were painted shut. I've never experienced anything like that again, so who knows? Maybe cats are just like that. Spoiler alert, cats really are just like that. Walking towards work and getting farther away somehow. This is a bit of a part 2 to a previous story, but let me catch you up. I wrote a post about how I went to work and somehow was going farther and farther away, and my GPS showed missing location. Some people suggested that I go back and try to find the place. Well, here's an update on my findings. I went looking for that place. I've walked all over that area of town and nothing. I couldn't even find that a place like that ever existed. I asked local gardeners about this place and walked around for hours. I asked local shop workers. No one has even come across a place like the one that I was at. Since the town in question is my wife's hometown and not mine, I just thought, okay, I got lost. It was weird, but I went on living. But it's been in the back of my mind that something is just off. I came back to right here because I noticed weird little things and also larger things even. I started to suspect that I shifted dimensions and never got back to my original dimension. The majority of things that I noticed are dismissible, especially because either I forgot or I've had loads of mini glitches happen in the meantime. As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. My timeline is completely off. I came back to London after being away for 5 years. My family says I've been away for 4 years. My original post was 3 years ago, but it said that I uploaded it 1 year ago. Which is also not possible because I worked at least a year at the school that I was at when I first wrote the post. My wife is certain that we lived at her hometown for 2 years, but I remember it being 3 years. I didn't really give that too much thought. Maybe I'm one of those guys that just messes up dates, right? I mean, makes sense. But when I got back to London, where I grew up, is when I noticed something was really different. I went out to do errands, walked up towards the main high road, and I noticed a few shops. I thought, okay, fair enough, new shops. It happens when you've been away. But it wasn't that. It was looking at the little different things. I started to look for some shops and couldn't find them. In my head, I thought I'm gonna have to learn my local area all over again. I know it's been some time and places come and go, which is fine, but I can't find the actual location of key places, like post offices. Like there are 2 missing post offices, like the entire building is gone. The building that I looked for wasn't ever there. I went to Google to look up the history, and I even asked some locals if there was ever a post office building there. What rattled me the most, and this is what made me feel so, unsettled, was the security guard at the library. He told me that there was one there, but it was 10 years ago. Other things that I noticed was that the metal band I was in doesn't have an album anymore. The guys I spoke with from the band also have a different timeline than I do. Some of my stuff is different, like certainly. Brand design not existing, for example. There were a pair of Vans shoes that I used to own 3 pairs of, but now I can't find them. In fact, I looked online to buy them again, and they say that they never existed. I searched all over my family's storage for them, and they weren't anywhere. Oddly enough, though, I did find my mom's clothes where the shoes were supposed to be. I got to my family home to set up my bed and looked at the sofa with some confusion, and I asked if there was upholstery redone on the sofa bed. My mom just laughed like I was pulling her leg, but I know that we used to have pineapples on that sofa, and now there's no pineapples. And this is a sofa that my family's had since I was 15 years old. When I asked about them, my mom looked at me like I was pulling her leg again, because the sofa is white now. And what's more unsettling is, as my mom says, it's always been white. The local Greasy Spoon Cafe that I ate at apparently wasn't remembered, as if it never existed, and has been a Thai restaurant for ages. Later that same day, I went to grab my guitar and just mess around, and I noticed that one of my broken guitars I had fixed on the neck had a line over from the glue. Well, there's no sign of that guitar ever being broken. One of my pedals was a Tube Screamer, which, if you know what that is, it's this bright green foot pedal. Now, it's orange. Even my old room at my parents' house is bigger than I remember. I thought it was going crazy, so I measured it, and it was an extra 1 meter in size than I remember. All this, until now, sounds like I've just been away and maybe misremembering stuff, but frankly, I'm even considering that I'm a little confused too. Or maybe I just never paid that much attention. There's other stuff too that I noticed, like certain foods tasting different, and gates in different places. Well, either way, I know someone's gonna be skeptical, and I'm really just writing this so that I can process it, and it's really weird for me too. Reappearing sliders. This was a few years ago now, when I was living with my best friend at university. We were in her room and wanted to go to the shops, so she starts looking for her sliders. We're looking around the room and we can't find them anywhere. They're not in the bathroom or under the bed, so we decide to look in my room. We go in there and look around, and nothing. So she decides just to put on her trainers, and we make our way back to her room. As soon as we open the door, we stop dead in our tracks, because right in the middle of the floor were her sliders, neatly placed together. They weren't against the wall or under the bed or anywhere else that we could have missed. It was as if they'd been placed there in the 2 minutes that we were away in my room. If I hadn't been there to see it myself, I honestly wouldn't believe it. I mean, we're both messy, and she had ADHD blindness, where something could be staring you in the face and you don't see it. But we both saw these sliders clear as day, and it's not like our rooms were that big either. They were tiny dorm rooms. We still talk about it, and we're still just as freaked out. My pans vanished and then reappeared. This just happened. I've been in my apartment today trying to reorganize all of my crafting stuff. I'm a multimedia crafter and I do a little bit of everything. I just moved into this apartment 7 months ago and I'd ordered a couch a couple of days ago and it'll be here next week. So, in an effort to reorganize and make room, I decided to put some of my stuff in a storage unit. I was looking for my pizza pans. I had a bunch of them that I bought from Dollar Tree, but I couldn't find them. I was positive that I put them in a box that was over in the corner that contained my record albums that I painted. I went to the box 3 times. Then I picked up the albums and flipped through all of them. I went up to my storage unit and looked in there, and they weren't there. This has been going on all day. Finally, in frustration, I came back downstairs. I stood in the middle of my living room and I spoke out loud, demanding God, the universe, and whatever spirits were around me to return the pizza pans immediately because I was getting tired and frustrated. I went into the bedroom and I looked in the closet, knowing full well that they weren't there, and surprise, surprise, they weren't. I came back to the living room, went back to the corner with the box full of albums in them because I swear that's where I had put my pizza pans, and as I went to open the box again, I start to hear metal clanging around. I opened the box, and sitting in front of the albums and even on top of the albums were my pizza pans. It's not the first time this has happened to me, and I really do wish that I could understand the nature of our reality. I've got an interesting past life story up next. Listen to this. My ex-girlfriend was my mother in a past life. I'm in shock. I just learned that my ex-girlfriend, we were together for 5 years and even engaged, was my mother in a past life. I felt it intensely in my heart, in my entire being, and started to cry. Not too long ago, I posted here about recovering from immense grief from my mother's death in my most recent past life regression, and how it shook my system. No wonder that it hit me like a train wreck. Me, a 27-year-old female, and my ex-fiancée, a 28-year-old female, broke up in 2022. It was extremely painful for both of us. After 5 years of intense love, fighting, disagreements, ups and downs, and immense compassion and care for each other, my inner child has truly never felt more safe with anyone other than her. And now I think I know why. I was also wondering how I couldn't seem to let her go. 2 years have gone, and when she left me, I felt despair, grief, deeply wounded, and I did not get better with time. I've never been so scared to be alone in my whole life. It was like my whole safety net collapsed and I felt naked and stranded. I became severely depressed after our breakup. I cried, sobbed, screamed, I even wrote music about her. It literally felt as if she had died, or it might as well have died when she left me. The grief was so intense, I couldn't handle it. My nervous system broke down. I simply existed as a shell of a human being, not understanding why, despite doing therapy, talking to my friends and family, that I never felt safe anymore. It wasn't until I started meditating in August of 2023, started my spiritual awakening, did some ketamine to get out of my depression, and started trauma healing and now healing past lives, that the grief is finally leaving my body. I finally healed, and I can almost not believe this. Somebody left a comment that says, I can imagine how breaking up with someone who was your mother in the past could be so dysregulating and for such a long time. OP responds with, it was. People commented all the time about how our relationship was so intense and somewhat codependent because we did everything together and we were everything to each other. After we broke up and then met up a couple of months later, she hugged me and said, hugging you feels like coming home, and that no one talks to me the way that you talk to me. Even though we find someone else, I will not stop loving you. No one can replace what we had. It was a different type of love. A red truck. I experience glitches from time to time. Last week, driving on the freeway, I was behind a red pickup truck in the middle of a 3-lane. They were going slower than the flow of traffic, so I passed on the left and then merged back into the middle lane a couple of car lengths ahead. I checked my mirrors, and the driver of the truck did a hand gesture like, come on. I figured some people just don't like being passed. About a mile later, that flow of traffic slowed down a bit. Traffic was passing in the left lane. I checked my mirrors, and the red truck was tailgating me. No big deal. I had to slow down because of traffic. A minute or so later, I checked my rearview mirror, and the red truck was still tailgating. They swerved to the empty right lane to pass me on the right. We were in a stretch of freeway with no exits, and this was the same length of freeway that I drive multiple times per week and have for years. Jersey barriers on the left with no shoulder, and a shoulder next to a residential wall on the right. I looked over, expecting to see the red truck maybe about to get flipped off. These things happen. But nothing. No cars in the right lane. There's a couple of cars in the left lane and a few cars in front of me, but there's no red truck behind me. I looked in all of my mirrors and then glanced around my blind spots. I looked through the mirrors to check the shoulder, like maybe they just pulled over or something. But the shoulder was empty of any vehicles. This red truck was just gone. It completely disappeared. And that really weirded me out. I don't know. What do you think happened? Hey, it's been a while since I've done like a true paranormal story, and I just wanted to sneak one in now. Don't be mad at me. A spirit spoke through me. I haven't told many people about this experience, but it seems like this would be a good place to share. This happened about 20 years ago when I was 14. My friend's mother was very into the paranormal world, and one night we, which was myself, my friend, her mom, and a few other friends, decided that we wanted to use their Ouija board. We turned off all the lights in the house, but lit a couple of candles on either side of the board, which we had sitting on their coffee table. We all sat in a circle while her mom told us a few rules about the board. Suddenly, my friend goes, "Let's do a seance." Her mom tells us to all join hands, and no matter what happens, do not break the circle. Her mom starts asking if there was anyone there with us, if any spirits would like to communicate with us, and things like that. A few minutes go by, and we hear a huge crashing sound come from my mom's room, followed by what sounds like people walking around in the bedroom. We all look at Laura, which is my friend's mom, and she yells out, "Hello?" Then another loud crash, and we hear someone say, "Shh." And then all of a sudden, my right side goes completely ice cold. Tears start streaming down my face. I have no idea why I'm crying, but I look at my friend's mom and say, "Everything will be all right, Laura." I lean in and I blow out the candle that was sitting in front of me. Laura gasps, starts crying, and then backs up from the table. My friend runs to turn on the light. She looks at me and she says, "Why did you say her name like that?" When I say Laura, I usually pronounce it as Laura, but when I was talking to her in the moment, I said Laura. I told my friend I wasn't sure why I had done any of that just now, but that it didn't feel like I was in control for any of it. Almost like someone else was steering. She then tells me that I said her mom's name exactly like her mom's ex, Dale, used to say her name. Her mom told us that Dale was extremely abusive and even tried to kill her towards the end of their relationship. Dale passed in a motorcycle accident 5 years prior. We were all so freaked out. At that point, my friend wanted to check on her bedroom where we heard the crashing sounds and the footsteps. When we opened her bedroom door, her mattress, box spring, and frame were thrown around the room, and her nightstand was knocked over. I still get chills when I think about that night. It's such a strange experience, and it definitely made me a believer. Teleporting Jeep. My husband and I were driving down an old 2-lane highway on our way to lunch today when I noticed a bright blue Jeep Wrangler driving in the opposite lane. It stuck out to me because it had a large array of rubber ducks lining the dashboard. I made a mental note of the quirkiness and went on with the drive. We got to the restaurant, and as we walked inside, my husband stops to comment on a car in the parking lot as we pass and says, "Look at all the ducks they have in there." And it was the same blue Jeep that I had seen on the way, but it had previously been driving along the highway from the direction away from the restaurant. There is absolutely no route from where they were headed that would have allowed that driver to beat us to the restaurant, park, and then exit the vehicle. The look on my face was really confusing to my husband, who missed the first sighting and had no idea why I was so shocked. Clouds turned off. It was leap day yesterday, and I felt unusually tired all day. I was taking my dog out to the garden in the evening, a little bit hurried because I needed to read to my kids for bedtime and then do something for work. When I walked out, I looked up at the dusky, dark, but not yet fully dark, and sort of cloudy sky, and I noticed toward the south, on the western side, a brighter group of spots in the sky. I thought they looked like 4 or 5 clouds that were lighter colored than everything else, but they weren't uniformly shaped, not like perfect circles or anything, so they didn't really look like spotlights to me. I really thought they were just clouds, and as I was looking at them, wondering why that might be, why a few clouds would still be glowing when the rest of the sky was getting dark, and how this group of clouds would be this shade of lightish blue, they disappeared. Like somebody just switched them off. I took a screenshot of my phone's date and time a minute or so after this happened just to record it for myself, and I later looked up the time of sunset. It had been 35 minutes before this incident. I don't know if maybe it could have been lights from shining somewhere in our city that someone suddenly turned off, and even if that was the case, I don't know, maybe it was lights from the airport, though it's hard to pinpoint the source of projected light. It seemed like a difficult angle to achieve from the airport, but I mean, not totally impossible. But after years of living quite close to the airport, I've never seen anything like that before, and I've looked up at the sky a lot. These clouds weren't moving around like searchlights usually would be if there were a special event. They were all in the same area of the sky, and there was no event at the local arena. These lighter spots were big enough that they only looked to me like clouds, not beams or stars or anything else. They weren't moving. Then they just disappeared, all at once. Could someone in the city have their own stationary spotlights that they happened to switch off just as I was looking at them? I guess so. Seems possible. Is that even legal, though? In the vicinity of an airport, no less? Not that a law would prevent someone from doing it anyway, but I'm open to an explanation, and the more I think about it, the more I feel like I just don't know where to find one. I wish I could have had more time to process what I was seeing, but until they disappeared, I really thought I was just looking at clouds. And so I was looking in the appreciative, open, casual way that I always do. Nobody on Reddit, Nextdoor, or the rest of the internet seems to have seen this, except for me. Appearing marble. When I was in high school, my friend Paul, after gym one day, gave me this marble. Nothing special, just a light blue marble with like clouds in it. I went home and I put it in my armoire, shut the door, and I let it be. It was maybe 2 or 3 days later, I had gotten out of school and went into the armoire to grab something and noticed that I now had 2 marbles. One being the light blue with clouds, and the second one was dark blue and also had clouds. The very first thing that I did was call up my buddy, Paul. I asked if he had a second marble that I didn't know about that went with mine, and he said yes. I asked him to go find it, and I could almost hear him discover the fact that it wasn't there. I then told him that I had the marble with me right next to the one that he gave me. Now, Paul and I lived very far from each other, and neither of us drove as we were both freshmen. He also hadn't come over during those 3 days. We mainly hung out at school or just at his place. Come to think of it, throughout high school he'd only probably been over to my house like 4 times, so he definitely didn't just bring it over. This has racked my brain for years, and I just wanted to share it. Empty box became full overnight. I keep a box of cotton swabs in the top drawer of my desk. I use them for blemishes, makeup corrections, and to clean my piercings, so I use them very frequently. I open the drawer daily because I keep other products in there too that I use on a daily basis. I intended for the past few days to go to the store because I was running out. There's no possibility of false memory in this situation because I was the one reaching into the near empty box, limiting myself how much I was using to make it stretch and keeping track of the mere few that I had left, so I knew when I really had to go to the store. Yesterday, the box was to the point where I made a pact with myself to go to the store. The box was empty and I just had to get more. This morning, I wake up, I open the drawer as I always do, and there's an almost full box of cotton swabs waiting for me. I say almost full because it was an open box and there was obviously some already missing, but overall, basically a full box, and the same exact brand that I used before. I texted my roommate, "Thank you," because I had at first assumed she looked into my drawer and gave me hers since she uses them a lot less than I do. She texted me back asking what I was talking about. She didn't give me any swabs. She didn't even know that I needed some. So now, I have a full box of cotton swabs that quite literally appeared out of thin air. I have no idea if I even want to use them now. I've had experiences in the past with glitches like this, but so much time has passed, I began to think that I was just remembering wrong, but the one thing that happened this morning reminds me that reality is strange in itself. The lawnmower cord. A couple of months ago, I bought my partner a new cordless mower to replace the old one. The main reason for the purchase was because the cord was cracked in several places, and the cracks were covered by insulation tape in 5 or 6 spots, and in some spots, the wires were visible. I distinctly remember retaping a couple of spots over the years. I've been with my partner for 12 years, and this was her lawnmower, and she had taped the spots herself. She's the gardener of the house, and whenever she mowed the lawn, I would warn her not to step on the broken spots on the cord for fear of electrocution, as she did me on the very few times that I mowed. This carried on for years until I bought the new one. I didn't tell her that I bought one, but when it arrived, I told her it was because it was lighter for her, but mostly it was because of the cord issues. She thanked me, and we started spring with a new mower. A couple of weeks later, I'm rooting through the garage, and I noticed what I presumed to be a new bright yellow cord on the old mower. The old one was gray, ratty, and taped in spots. When my partner came home from work, I asked her why she had got it replaced. She looked at me blankly and said it hadn't been replaced. The yellow cord had always been on the mower. I reminded her of the reason I told her for getting a new one. She said she wasn't sure what I meant about the cord, but chose not to say anything. So I went through everything that I have written with her. I remember all the lighthearted warnings regarding the cord. I remember retaping several spots all over a 12-year period. But she has no idea what I'm talking about. The lawnmower is the only one she's ever had, and nothing was ever wrong with the cord. And it's never been replaced, and we've never had any electrocution jokes regarding the cord. I simply cannot explain it. My lip gloss teleported. Okay, I'm sort of freaking out right now. I was just out with some friends at a bar, and we were not drunk yet, mind you. And basically, anytime I use the bathroom anywhere, it's sort of a ritual. I come back and A, I put lotion on my hands, and B, I use my lip gloss. I had already done this twice tonight. Then, somehow, on the third time, my lip gloss went missing. I looked everywhere. Even had my friends and the people around me looking for it too. It didn't make sense that it would just disappear because it's a round metal tin that's like 2 inches in diameter. I eventually gave up and decided that either someone found it and took it, or that it was just lost into the ether. Well, fast forward an hour as we're about to leave. I got into my car, and on the floor of the passenger side seat was my lip gloss. I'm sorry, but I used this lip gloss at least twice while I was inside, and there's no way that it was in my car, which I hadn't been in since we got there. This is blowing my mind right now. Painting I lost was back on the mantelpiece after being missing for some time. My boyfriend painted me a sunflower on a mini canvas that came with a mini easel. I keep it on the mantelpiece in the living room, and my 2 cats have a tendency to knock it off, along with all the other trinkets that are up there. A few weeks ago, I got home from work and the painting was missing. I assumed that the cats knocked it off again, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Eventually, I gave up looking and assumed that it would just turn up underneath something when I was looking for the never-ending things they knock off. My boyfriend lives about an hour away from me, and whenever I go and stay at his house, my friend feeds the cats for me because I live alone. Yesterday, while I was getting ready to go and see him, I dropped my eyeliner and it rolled under the couch. While I was looking, I also collected some things that the cats had knocked over under there and had another look for the sunflower painting, but I still couldn't find it. When I got home this evening, I sat down on the couch and then noticed the sunflower painting was back on the easel on the mantelpiece. I immediately called my friend and asked her where she found the painting, but she didn't know what I was talking about. She said she knows that it was missing. I mean, we've talked about it several times because I felt bad that it had gone missing when he spent time painting it for me. But she didn't find it, and she doesn't remember if it was there or not yesterday, as she had just fed the cats, used the bathroom, and then left. Is this a glitch? Or is something weirder happening? Matrix rewinded man walking on the sidewalk. I was commuting to work the other day when I was in relatively heavy traffic. It was around 8 a.m. I glanced over at someone walking on the sidewalk, traveling in the same direction as me, but on the other side of the road. I was coming up to a red light, so I put eyes on the road before registering what I saw. Imagine a video of a man walking, but you rewind the video at the same speed. The man looked like somebody took the click remote to him and was rewinding him. When I looked back, he was walking forward like normal. Now, keep in mind, this was brief, and I know all kinds of things can cause, let's just call them optical illusions, but it sure looked weird though. Unexplainable, reappearing sunglasses. My husband has a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses that went missing at some point last year. We weren't sure if he misplaced them or just lost them in the street. Since it was summertime, he wanted to wear his sunglasses, so multiple times we'd searched the house. We'd look in drawers, the wardrobe, even in the car. We searched anywhere that you could think to look, and these sunglasses were nowhere to be seen. Since we couldn't find them, my husband said that he thought he may have left them at his parents' house by accident when he last visited them, and that he would check for them the next time he went there. A few weeks passed, and there was still no sign of the sunglasses. We had an event coming up in the afternoon, but on the morning of that day, I'd done a load of laundry. I was standing in our bedroom, putting away the laundry while my husband was getting dressed, and I looked at him and I said, "You know, it's a shame you haven't gotten your sunglasses here." With that, I opened the drawer to put some clothes away, and sitting there, on top of the clothes that were already in the drawer, were his sunglasses. The same ones that we'd been searching for months prior. I picked them up and said, "Oh my God," as I looked at my husband. The both of us were just in utter shock and disbelief. Over the months that we'd been searching for them, those drawers had been opened at least once a day while getting dressed or putting away laundry. The drawer had been emptied when we checked for them prior, and the clothes put back in after being washed, and the same drawer had been opened only 10 minutes before this too, but there were no sunglasses in there. Yet, when I opened the drawer on this day after making that remark, there they were. This still absolutely boggles my mind to this day, and there's nothing that can explain how they appeared there after being missing for months. Do you think this is an actual glitch? Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I don't know. It makes me question everything about life and the way we view it. Glitch on Monday night/Tuesday? Anyone? I'll start this off by prefacing that I've ruled out pretty much any other explanation for this. Sometime between going to sleep Monday night and returning from work Tuesday evening, two of my possessions got up and just blipped out of existence. I had a bag on my windowsill and a vape in my bed. I saw the bag on Monday night before going to sleep. Same thing for the vape. I even saw the vape Tuesday morning when I woke up. It was next to a lighter on my bed. Cut to Tuesday evening when I get home from work. The bag is gone, and so is the vape. Completely missing, I tore my entire room apart looking for them. They're nowhere to be found. Nobody else had access to my apartment during that time, and I definitely did not remove them from my room. I would remember if I had, since I did a deep clean on Monday night of my living room and wouldn't have taken those things out of my room for any reason. So, how did they go missing? Completely disappeared without a trace. And, you know, the more interesting part to this is that my boyfriend hasn't seen his backpack since Monday. He's looked everywhere for it, but that too has blipped out of existence. He remembers going home with it, taking his laptop out of it, and it's been gone since then. Just vanished. I was wondering if anybody else had this issue between Monday, April 1 and Tuesday, April 2. At this point, I truly think that I'm losing my mind. Grocery glitch. The other day, I got home from grocery shopping for a few items that we were out of, one being cooking oil and bacon. I started to put away the food and noticed a pan on the stove with what looked like oil. After a quick taste test, I realized that it was bacon fat, and we had been out of bacon for a while. I thought it was really odd, and I eventually got distracted by the dogs, the cats, the kids, and a power nap. Later in the day, I asked my kid when he cooked the bacon. He told me that he did it while I napped. Okay, I looked in the fridge and half the new package of bacon was gone. A true and complete glitch. Besides, who sleeps through the amazing aroma of bacon being cooked? My kids think I'm showing signs of that old age memory thing, but I eventually decided to give up trying to convince them of what I saw. Somewhere out there, my parallel child got to enjoy a bacon snack thanks to this glitch. My first glitch. This happened this morning. I was working on my computer, actively printing from my printer that sits on a table to my left, right under a window that faces the street. My dogs started barking, so I naturally looked out the window and I saw a black SUV in the middle of the road. I don't know how long it had been there, but it pulled off just seconds after I noticed it. About 2 to 5 minutes later, my printer had an issue, so I turned to face it and I noticed that there was a black SUV in the middle of the road that again pulled off just seconds after I saw it. I immediately thought of the most obvious explanations. Maybe someone at a neighboring house just left the house, forgot something, and then came back for it and left again. I happened to have my security cameras app open and looked at the screen just as the car pulled off for the second time so that I had a timestamp for it. Knowing the second time that it pulled off gave me an idea of how far back to watch to see it pull off for the first time. I went back 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I didn't see any black SUV. I saw the mailman come and go, which is when my dogs barked. I saw another car drive down the road, and then I saw the black SUV pull out of a deep driveway, so I couldn't see it parked in the driveway from where I was sitting, one time and one time only. If I have psychic abilities, I sure wish they could be used for something more beneficial than having visions of a car leaving my neighbor's house. Time slip road trip. One time, I left the range with my dad in his truck and my son driving us in my car. He got on the interstate right in front of us, but he got stuck behind a semi-truck as we merged. My son was able to go around in the second lane, but my dad just stayed cruising, no hurry. I thought how we were going to beat him to the neighborhood as I watched as he disappeared in the side mirror. It's a 30-minute drive home, and we live near each other, and there's only one route. My son was commenting on how my dad wasn't going to be home for another 15 minutes because he was driving so slow. I have his location, so I checked it as we pull on to the main neighborhood road. And it says he's already home, in the back of the neighborhood. I text him and I ask him how long he's been home because we passed him and we never saw him again. He calls me stunned because he had been home long enough to bring in all of his things and let the dogs out that he just let back in. He didn't know how he beat us either. He said he was behind the semi for most of the way, and he thought that we'd be home already. We still don't know what happened. This is the only time that I've been legit spooked by a weird happening. My first glitch. Yesterday, I think I experienced my first honest-to-goodness glitch in the Matrix, and it's been messing with my head ever since. According to the flowchart, I should post my story or counter or experience or whatever I'm calling it, so here it is. I've been a lurker for a while now, but I've never had anything to contribute until now. Typically, I come to work at 0700, and most of the others come in about an hour later. I keep an eye on the lobby until the window is open. The shades are drawn until 0800, and I do so via the camera system. When you enter the building, there's an outer lobby and then a second inner lobby after going through the glass doors between the two lobbies. The window is bulletproof glass, and the door is secure, so you must have your fob to enter or be buzzed in. The only reason I keep an eye on the lobby is to let other employees in. My work bestie, we'll call them L, comes in a little after 0800 each day. I checked the cameras and watched L enter the lobby from the outer lobby. I watched her walk through the glass doors, and she was wearing her yellow or green puffyish coat, carrying her canvas bag and purple paisley lunch bag on her right arm. She used her right hand to swipe her fob and enter the building through the secure door. I heard it open. Of note, she has the same routine each day. She comes into the area where they have their desks and I have my office. She turns on a particular light, punches in at the computer located at the window, and then she sets her things on her chair at her own desk. I was hanging out by my office door, chomping at the bit to tell her something, and she didn't come through for quite some time. I thought to myself, maybe she went to see E first thing instead. He was looking for her after all. I sat back down at my desk to continue working, and I watch her via the camera. She comes in the outer lobby, comes through the doors from the outer lobby into the inner lobby. Everything is the same except for her coat. She now has on a reddish/pinkish coat, but her path and movements and bag and lunch bag, it's all the same. I know something didn't happen where the cameras started playing old footage from a prior morning. All of my other views, I have 10 views at once throughout the building, were also running normally. I also haven't looked back at the footage to see if I saw her twice. I have a hunch that I'll only see her the once this time around. It was so trippy because I know that I watched her walk in that first time in the yellow/green coat. I kept coming back to it throughout the day and thinking on it, so I thought that I would share my first glitch here with you. Scissors mocked me. Around maybe 4 months ago, we lost our office scissors. We used them frequently, and them being gone was really strange because we always put them back in the designated drawer, which is kind of an autistic tick from me. Anyway, yesterday, we bought a brand new pair of scissors because we got tired of using the kitchen scissors for everything. Well, guess who just appeared in the drawer after we unpacked the new scissors and put them in the drawer? I can't put my head around the fact that we searched for the original scissors in every possible drawer and emptied them several times. It's just strange. P.S. I really enjoy reading all the stories here, but I never would have thought that I could write one of my own. Curious case of time glitch disappearing PETA. I stopped and got some takeout curry chicken, rice, and a pita posing as naan. Brought it home and I was excited to dig in. I had ripped the pita in half. I put one half directly in front of me on the counter, and the other half I put back in the bag that it came in. I was almost all set to move into my living room, but had to grab a paper towel just off to my left. I reached over and ripped off a couple of pieces, turned around, and the half pita that I just ripped off was gone. I was confused, but I calmly started to look in the immediate area, thinking maybe it fell or slid just out of view. A bit more frustrated now, I started pulling out drawers and opening cabinet doors. Nothing. I took a few steps back, I pulled in a few deep breaths, and carefully scanned the entire area. But nope. Gone. About 15 minutes in, my friend in my living room asks if I'm okay. I asked him to do me a big favor and come see if he sees my half a pita. He looks over my counters, my sink, cupboards, drawers, fridge, and then asks why the hell he's looking for half a pita. I explained that it was literally right in front of me, but when I turned around, it was gone. Now, here's where it gets really weird. We have a few exchanges and things start to slow down. He reaches over and grabs the bag that contains the other half of the pita. He pulls out and sees that there's only half in there, folds it, and puts it back in the bag. As he placed the bag back on the counter, in the blink of an eye, the missing pita was sitting back on the counter, less than an inch away from my waist, leaning up against the counter. It wasn't there. Blink in what felt like slow motion. As my eyes opened from the blink, it's there again. We both stood there, stunned, to say the least. Now, he's the kind of guy whose brain would break if he thought it through, so he abruptly switched back into the demeanor that he was in before I called him into the kitchen. But me? Not so much. To top it all off, the very next day, a YouTube channel that I follow put out an unusual video that's not in line with what's usually discussed on the channel. Now, the host of the YouTube channel said, "I received so many messages from people all around the world reporting what I can only characterize as a glitch in time or some kind of warp in the timeline, asking if anyone else had shared similar stories." And that really just puts a bow on this whole experience for me. My sister found my sports bra in a place where I had already looked. I was 16 years old. My boyfriend at the time invited me to go with him to his family reunion. It was tradition to play a game of soccer at that family reunion, which I was willing to do. I obviously wanted to wear my sports bra. I'm in my bedroom, getting ready, and I'm wearing a shirt but no bra. My parents were not home. They were out having a lunch date, so my sister and I were home alone, just the two of us. Here's something that you should know about me. I'm very neurotic. I always start getting ready for something at least an hour before I'm scheduled to leave the house. That way, I have all the time in the world to get dressed. When my sister noticed the time and also noticed that I still hadn't left, she asked me about that. I told her that I couldn't find my sports bra. My sister then said, "Isn't that it right there?" And she pointed to my bed. And there it was. My sports bra was right on my pillow. I didn't recall placing it on my bed at all, but I'm telling you that while I was searching, I looked on my bed multiple times just to see if I left it there without remembering. My bed was made, and there was nothing else on my bed, beside my blankets, of course. Therefore, this cannot be explained away with the theory that I just didn't notice. I'm telling you, I looked on top of my bed multiple times, and that sports bra was never there. When my sister entered my room and pointed to my bed, my bra was there right on my pillow. Now, I didn't mention any of this to my sister. I just thanked her, hugged her, and then I left. After I put on my sports bra, of course. Blind fixture vanished and then reappeared. I can't really explain what my wife and I just experienced. It's not terribly exciting, but there's no logical explanation that we can think of. I was upstairs fitting a window blind in my boy's room. It's a 4x2 meter room with very little in it other than his bed. The only door is opposite the window. My wife was downstairs with the boy. I asked her to come up for a second so she could help me position the blind against the window. For some context, we're both pretty frustrated already and want this thing done, as it's taken longer than it should have due to problems with tools and having to saw the blind. It's past the boy's bedtime and we just want it done. So, she comes up, we grab an end of the blind each, and I see one of the brackets is missing from the end of the tube. It was literally just there, and now it isn't. I'm baffled as I hadn't removed it, or seen or heard it drop, and she's annoyed because it's setting the simple task back even further. We scour the room, although there really isn't anywhere that it could be. I upend the bed, I check the curtains, check my one and only pocket, I retrace my steps, but it's gone. Exasperated and confused, we resign ourselves to not being able to get this job done tonight. She returns downstairs and I pack up my drill and just set it outside the door. As I turn around into the room again, there, on the floor, bright white against the charcoal carpet, is the missing 2-inch bracket. There's literally no way that either of us wouldn't have seen that. But there it is. I call my wife and I tell her that I found it and where it was, and she's as confused as me. I genuinely don't understand what happened. Soccer ball. Last night, my kid wouldn't listen and kept kicking his soccer ball in the house to the point where I got frustrated and I grabbed the soccer ball and literally threw it into the garage so that he couldn't mess with it anymore. He was right there. My wife was on the couch and she saw me throw it. The next morning, my son has soccer practice and we cannot find the ball anywhere in the garage, and we looked all over. So, he grabs a different ball and goes to practice. Fast forward to later that afternoon, I go to mow the grass, and as I get around to the backyard, the ball that I threw into the garage is in our back patio, underneath the patio table. I about fell over when I saw it. It was late at night when I threw the ball into the garage, and everyone went to bed shortly after, and nobody went into the garage after I threw the ball. All three of us know that I threw the ball into the garage, and somehow the ball was outside the next day after nobody had been in there at all. I have no explanation for how this happened. Friends and I watched a slow-flying fire fly through the air. I found this sub after reading about that lamp story, and after looking around, I decided to post this. Honestly, I can't explain what we saw, so maybe it qualifies as a glitch. Anyway, last week, a buddy of mine flew into town from out of state for his younger brother's high school graduation. Before he flew down, he reached out to all of us and wanted to plan for us to get together while he was in town. Two of the guys still live in Georgia, but I drove down from Tennessee to see them all as well since we don't get the chance very often. We went out for some Korean barbecue, and afterwards, we're standing in the parking lot just chatting and hanging out more prior to ending the evening. Everything was normal up to this point. I don't recall which one of us saw it first, but eventually, one of us saw something in the sky above and pointed it out to the group. The only way that I can describe what we saw was that it was like a flickering flame, like a burning fire just slowly and awkwardly flying through the sky. At first, we thought it was a firework or something, but it just kept burning and slowly traveling across the sky above us. It was moving entirely too slow to be a firework, moving horizontally. I actually got chills for a minute, thinking that it might be a freaking missile or something with the situation that Russia had going on. One of the guys also freaked out as he thought it was an airplane on fire, but as we watched it, we all ended up agreeing that it looked too close to be moving that slow. We could just about make out the different colors of the fire, like that flickering orange and yellow flame kind of a thing, so it was close enough to see those details. I'm gonna guess maybe 200 or 300 feet up. The speed was slow, very slow in my opinion for something as low as that felt. The speed also varied a bit. It would speed up and slow down oddly. It didn't fly in a straight line, but this like weird, unstable looking way. As in, it would move left and right, in relation to its direction at least, in quick little short bursts. Definitely not a plane. We couldn't make out any other details at all as it slowly moved across the sky. I suggested that it might be a drone on fire, but one of the guys who actually flies drones said that didn't seem right. He said the way it flew didn't look like a drone, and also said he would be surprised if a flaming drone could keep flying for as long as we had been watching this thing. Lastly, he mentioned that lithium cells generally go up pretty violently, and this was definitely not a violent fire. It just seemed like a flying, gentle campfire or something. It never fell from the sky. It never went out. We just watched until it went past the buildings and the tree line. In total, I estimate that we might have watched it for about 3 or 4 minutes or so. Close to the end of the event, one of the guys got out his phone and took a short video. We didn't do it any sooner, as we were all just shocked at what we were seeing at first. After that, we were a bit freaked out, so we called it a night and we split. On the way back to my hotel, I just kept thinking about what we saw. I don't know why, but I just felt uncomfortable for the rest of the night. I kept looking up into the sky for the rest of the night. Just had a really weird experience with losing and then finding my glasses. On Thursday night, I wound up falling asleep on the love seat in our living room while watching TV. I woke up that morning to find my glasses weren't on my face. I looked around all the logical spots where they could have fallen off, or whatever spots that I could have put them if I had woken up for half a second to take them off and had forgotten about. I don't know why I thought that was so funny. Just imagining somebody waking up to take their glasses off and then immediately falling back to sleep. They weren't anywhere obvious, so I pulled back and I got a case of the sillies. I'm sorry. They weren't anywhere obvious, so I pulled the back and seat cushions off the love seat and checked all the nooks and crannies around the pull-out bed inside the chair. I tipped it back to see if they were under it, and I didn't see them anywhere. I checked the side table, its drawers, behind the love seat. I wandered the whole living room for like 3 or 4 times, and my glasses were absolutely gone. At that point, I gave up because I had to head out for work, and I wound up having to grab my spare pair, which have a broken bow and absolutely suck to wear. When I got home, I looked again, pulling the love seat apart and searching everywhere that I had checked that morning, and still, my glasses seemed to have just vanished. On Saturday, when I got home from work, I did all that again and then some, pulling cushions, checking weird places with my phone's flashlight, and combing every square inch of the living room, figuring I must have had some sleepwalking episode and set them somewhere really dumb. But again, no glasses. And by that point, I started to think that a tear in the space-time continuum had opened up in my living room and swallowed my glasses, which were at that moment floating in a fish tank in the home of some fifth-dimensional alien being. Then, yesterday, Sunday, I get home from work again, half pissed off that my glasses were still missing because I was getting sick of wearing the spares. The broken bow was somehow making the nose rest cut into the bridge of my nose, so I was spending every waking moment in actual pain from these things, and I decided to do my 4th search. I started with the love seat, again, checking the right side, the left side, and then bam! There they were. There were my folded up glasses wedged between the cushion and the armrest like a lost TV remote. I mean, I'm not complaining that I finally found them, but God, I'm so confused as to how they were there. I pulled the cushion off that love seat 3 or 4 times, and it's the only cushion that it has, so by all means, I should have found my glasses right off the bat. They should have clattered right to the floor the second that I pulled the cushion out. I don't know, dude. All I can think of is that they were somehow stuck to the edge of the cushion, so my glasses came with it whenever I pulled it out, but that makes 0 sense either because there was nothing for them to stick to or snag onto, especially since the glasses part, aka the smooth side, was facing the cushion. Other than that, I have no answers. Not unless we've got a homeless dude living in our attic who decided to play a prank on me. Or ghosts. Or maybe that rift in the space-time continuum decided to spit them back into our plane of existence. I don't know. It just makes me feel extra motivated to buy a spare pair. I can tell you that much. same person in two places at once. Me and my partner are both Uber Eats drivers. I had a pickup from McDonald's. I was waiting for my order when a man that works at a local salad bar walks in with his two kids. I recognized him instantly and stood about a meter away from him, so I know it's for sure him. I pick up the food 2 minutes later and I leave. A few minutes later, my partner calls saying, "Guess who I just dropped food off to?" I made jokes about whoever, and then he says, "The salad bar guy." He is far south from the McDonald's at his drop-off, so I know this isn't possible. I said to him, "That can't be because I just saw him at McDonald's up north." We then went over his appearance, and we're both positive that we saw the same man. And as we both pick up food from his salad bar quite often, we're pretty familiar with him. We're just both so confused. I found yarn that I don't own on my carpet. So, I'm a crocheter, and also a menace to society, and more pressingly, myself. When I'm crocheting on my bed and I trim loose ends of yarn, I tend to drop them on the carpet for future me to deal with whenever I next vacuum. Mind you, this happened on a day after I'd recently vacuumed, so the floor was clean for once to start with. I was working on a project that utilized 4 shades of red, happily weaving in ends and dropping yarn on the floor, as is my wont, and going to bed without cleaning it up. When I woke up, I surveyed the damage that I'd done the previous night. Amongst all the red yarn that I dropped was a singular strand of a pea-greenish color. Now, I can't stress this enough that I have zero explanation as to how it got there or where it even came from. Not only was my floor completely clean before I'd started working the previous day, and I wasn't working with that color of yarn, but I did not, at the time, own any green yarn. Nor had I ever purchased or used yarn in that particular shade of green in my life. I know, it's a small occurrence, but it's perplexing and logically improbable, so I figured it was worth sharing. Body on top of the truck wasn't there. This happened my first year of high school, and I never really got over it. I used to take the school bus every day back home, and there was one big highway connecting the more central area where the school was with the countryside where me and most of my classmates lived. When there was a traffic accident or some car broke down, the whole highway would become congested because it was a very narrow one to begin with. And there was this afternoon where one truck broke down and paralyzed 3 out of the 4 lanes because it was so huge. Our school bus was only a few meters away, so as we were stuck there waiting for the police to release traffic, I could see the broken truck in very sharp detail. The driver outside calling on his phone, checking the tires, stuff like that. When I looked up on top of the truck, not the cabin, the actual cargo, I saw a body laying down, wearing white socks and covered by a white plastic. I just stared at it for minutes and it never moved. I was honestly so shocked that I didn't even manage to say a word and ask if anyone else was seeing what I was seeing. I was mainly the quiet kid, and I think everyone else was just distracted on their phones or something. As I said, It would take a while for traffic to be released because the highway was just so narrow, so we were there for at least probably half an hour. But when the bus finally departed, I looked again at the top of the truck and there was nothing there anymore. It simply vanished, disappeared. But how could it have? This was a big truck. The driver or someone else could have never climbed it. And even if someone would have, the police would have certainly noticed, right? I don't know. It's very strange. I never quite got what that was. Somebody asked a good comment. They said, "Did you ever find out for sure if someone had died in that accident? And was the accident ever on the news?" OP replies with, "No one died, and it wasn't an accident, just the truck was broken down. I drove by the same spot with my dad later that day, and the truck was still there. No ambulance ever came, no forensics either, which both happens when there's an accident with victims, so this wasn't that." Glitches that anyone can do. I have a habit of doing two things on the computer at once. Typically, this is listening to / watching a podcast on YouTube while I'm playing a game. Normally, if this is the type of thing that had happened maybe once or twice, I would just chuckle and then write it off, but this has happened about 50 times, so there's gotta be something to it. Instance 1. I'd posted a KFC joke on Facebook. I thought it would get more laughs, but it didn't. I forgot about it. Then I loaded up a moonlighting episode on Hulu and went back to Facebook, where I had a notification. A friend of mine, Bill Ander, had just laughed at the post, and almost simultaneously, Sybil Shepherd's character, Maddie, says this exact phrase: "We could have been in charge of all the security for all the Chicken Licken stores in California." Instance 2. I was playing the popular Steam game Planet Crafter and watching the Y-Files. Just as I was extracting the element silicon, AJ, the host of the Y-Files, actually said the word silicon. Instance 3. Playing Savior, a Ren'Py game, while listening to Solve's song, Vanilla Tears. She sings, "Tell me what you're waiting for." At the exact moments that I'm reading the text, "Come on, what are you waiting for? Tell me what's on your mind," from the Ren'Py game. And anyone can download both of these. Instance number 4. I hadn't thought of or even heard about the magazine Maxim in at least 12 years, maybe more. I was playing another Ren'Py game, this one called The Roommate, while I turned on a documentary called The Dark Side of the 2000s. They just started talking about the rise and fall of the magazine Maxim, and the game simultaneously had me interact with Maxim magazine. I actually let out that whistle that people do when they've been spooked. There are many others, but they're all the same. I'm playing a game or visual novel and watching a show, and some sort of completely bizarre coincidence will take place. Clearly, with the show Moonlighting, with that show originally airing back in 1984, time displacement seems to have no bearing on the likelihood of this coincidence. Previous life detected. Hi. I've been listening to your videos for a few weeks. Lately, the algorithm has come across several past life stories that you've read. I got curious and wondered who my previous avatar might have been, So I asked the Matrix to let me know if possible. Well, a couple of hours later, I was Googling something and entered the first two letters into the search bar and no more. I don't remember hitting the enter key. I immediately ended up on a Wikipedia page with a black and white photo. I felt nauseous when I saw the face, even now, to be honest. There's a guy that looks like me if I was a man, or at least close to my appearance. He was executed by the Nazis in 1939. The Wikipedia article doesn't say much about his life, only that he was an active member of the resistance movement after Germany invaded my country. The thing is, if I Google his name, this page doesn't show up in the results, and if I search the name directly on Wikipedia, his profile is at the bottom since there are more famous people with the same name. So there's no way that I accidentally hit the wrong keys and got the first result. I'm a screenwriter, and for the last 6 months, I've been working on a mini-series that's somehow better than everything I've written so far, and the writing comes easier than ever before. How did I name the main character all those months ago? You can guess. Both name and surname. He died on the 17th, and I was born on the 17th. Also, he was exactly one level down from my current life path number. My mom says I used to be a strange kid. I was instantly interested in politics and other adult stuff. I've always been very patriotic for a girl, including my writing, which is mostly spy-themed. And I guess now I know why. All the best, Danny. Random shirt glitches out of existence and then materializes half a year later. I've never posted to Reddit before, but I have checked out stuff here and there, so I hope I'm going about this the right way. Also, not sure if this belongs in r/paranormal or not, but it feels more appropriate here. This sounds like the most random, stupid thing ever, and I've put off posting because of such. However, it was such a bizarre and peculiar incident that I finally caved, and here we are. I realize there will be people who simply write this off or scuff, but this is my story. A few years back, I had a random shirt go missing from my closet, only to one day, much later, close to half a year later, if memory serves me correct, find it nice and neatly folded laying on the floor in front of my closet doors. What makes this weird is I'm an extremely orderly person, almost OCD in nature, and live my life by schedule, routine, and order to the best of my ability. I do everything a certain way. I know what I have and own, and I know where everything is in my home. At the time, I lived in apartments. It's outside of my character to misplace something or lose track of most anything. I'm just one of those types of people. I noticed a cheap Walmart V-neck shirt wasn't hanging in my closet one day while I was looking for it. The brand is Rustic Blue. Size, small, color, burgundy. I don't even know if they still make or sell this specific brand anymore. And this was odd because I remembered specifically washing, dyeing, and hanging it in the closet recently, just like I've always done. But I wrote it off at the time, thinking maybe I left it at my girlfriend's place. Or that maybe I was tripping out and it was in the dirty laundry. No, it was not in the dirty laundry, and no, it was not at my girlfriend's apartment. I even asked her a few times to double check, and we actually looked together for the shirt once. It was a dumb, cheap shirt that no one would ever care about in a million years, but I liked it because of its versatility. I could throw it on before church, running errands in town, or just wear it casually around my home. Plus, it was really soft and comfortable. I really liked that shirt, so when it went missing, I noticed. And I went to great efforts to find it. Apart from the above-mentioned searching dirty laundry basket and girlfriend's place, I scoured through my apartment, looking behind furniture, looking in other rooms, cracks, crevices. I looked literally everywhere, and this shirt just vanished. The apartment complex has a small laundromat for renters to use, and I checked down there, thinking that I might have left it behind, but no, not there either. Then I thought maybe another renter took the shirt from a dryer, but sadly, a small rural town in which I reside has a drug problem and addicts rob and steal all the time. My apartment complex had just a few of these characters, but they never really appeared to do anything too crazy. But I have heard of people getting their laundry stolen. I used to throw in my laundry into either the washers or dryers and simply walk back to my apartment until they were done, come back and fold everything, and then walk back to put the clothes away. There was a chance that it got taken by someone at that laundromat when I wasn't there. That's actually what I came to believe, so I finally gave up looking and just chalked it up to a loss. But for a while, it laid in the back of my mind and bothered me a fair deal. I eventually forgot about the shirt. I got some new ones and moved on. Months went by, and I went about my life as usual. Then, one random day, out of the blue, I found my long-lost shirt. Coming home from work one day, I was getting ready to get showered and cleaned up, venturing to my closet to pick out what I'm going to wear after my shower. And right there, right on the floor, directly in front of and basically up against my closet with double doors, was my burgundy V-neck shirt, folded nice and neat. Before my very eyes was the shirt that evaded me for all this time. I was flabbergasted. I just couldn't believe what I was looking at. There it was, after such a long time, and heck, I had even eventually forgotten about it. It had been so long. All those memories of the shirt going missing and me painstakingly looking for it everywhere came back to me, and I was confused. A few weird things worth mentioning. This shirt was folded in a way that I simply don't fold my shirts. It was folded like how you would see sitting on a store shelf, the two sleeves tucked behind and folded with part of the front of the shirt showing. I fold my shirts with a slight crease down the middle temporarily until I'm able to hang them up. This shirt wasn't folded by me. Secondly, there's absolutely no way this shirt could have been laying there this entire time in front of my closet, where I come and stand every single day without me obviously noticing. Also, I wouldn't have been able to open the closet doors without them catching on the shirt. I was happy to have this cheap shirt back because, like I said, I loved it. It's super comfortable. But this whole situation was extremely odd and felt off. How did the shirt go missing for such a long time and randomly end up resurfacing months later on the floor, folded in a way that I don't fold shirts? Here's a bit of the timeline and some other items of interest. This happened several years ago at my former residence, again, in an apartment complex. I didn't mention previously, but this complex is right beside the biggest cemetery in the town. And no, I don't really believe this to be paranormal in nature, nor does the cemetery have anything to do with this. I'm a super skeptical person and usually dismiss any ghost story or things similar. It's not that I'm not open to supernatural things, I just don't see this being a thing. I can admit that it does feel like there's a small chance that there's a paranormal element in this event, but I highly doubt it. That's one of the reasons I opted to post this in r/glitch in the matrix instead of r/paranormal. I moved to my current residence. It's a small 2-bedroom house in late 2019. December to be exact, because it was right before Christmas. The shirt was found earlier that year, close to around springtime, because I remember finding the shirt before Easter 2019. I can't say for sure when the shirt went missing, but I believe it was just before autumn of 2018, because I was still wearing t-shirts. With autumn and winter, like most people, I wear long sleeve stuff like hoodies and sweaters, so the t-shirts get placed to the side of the closet until spring. I would have still been wearing t-shirts at the time that it disappeared. Easter 2019 fell on April 21st. Backtracking into pre-autumn 2018, September 22 would mean roughly 6 to 7 months with this shirt being absent. It's about half a year. That's about the best I can do as far as the timeline. Again, I never considered sharing this story until recently and rejected the idea only to finally decide to share it. This person includes an edit that debunks some theories. The first theory is my girlfriend had it and just put it back one day. My ex-girlfriend now would never do such a thing, and I considered for a time that she was pranking me. I quickly wrote this off because it's not just in her nature to do, plus, why would she? For 7 months, just let me worry about a stupid, cheap shirt so that she could laugh one day when I found it? It doesn't make any sense. Also, I specifically looked for the shirt at her place with her, and I left no stone unturned, even checking both of our cars. Theory 2. I simply misplaced it. This couldn't have happened, not even close to a possibility. The type of person that I am would have found the shirt early on. Also, there's no way that it was just laying on the floor in front of my closet without my noticing. Just not a thing that could have happened. Here are 2 possible theories that I can't debunk. 1, it's a glitch. I don't know. I hear these stories from time to time about strange things happening. Again, I'm pretty skeptical and close to writing off this theory, but because I simply don't know. The second and more likely theory, at least in my mind, is something I'm going to have to share in an update. I apologize. It's pretty involved and takes a very dark and unexpected turn, unfortunately. I just don't have the time today to continue, but I will post an update sometime this week on what I suspect happened with a decent percentile of likelihood. Thank you for taking the time to check this out, as unhinged as it sounds. Hey, it's me. I waited long enough to record this to actually read the update, and this is what they said. Update. As I ended my story, I mentioned one single, solitary theory that I came up with that I believe has the highest likelihood. This one takes a while to get there, but hang with me, we will. Before I spit out my theory on what I think caused one of my shirts to disappear from my closet and resurface months later in a much peculiar fashion, first, I need to go back to when I first moved into the apartment. I live in a typical small town in rural America. There's not much going on. The country aspect almost seems to merge with the town. Farms, gas stations, a few dollar stores, Walmart, and restaurants are what's on offer. Also, a small movie theater and skating rink, so, not much is happening. There are a few apartment complexes in town, and they're nothing like you would see in big cities. They're small, consisting of around 20 to maybe 30 units. The one that I moved into is literally on the outskirts of town. Not only that, as I mentioned in the previous post, it's situated right beside the biggest cemetery in town, both of which are atop a sizable hill. This cemetery is no joke. For such a small town, by the size of this graveyard, you'd think it belongs in a much larger city. It's super creepy too. Old, giant angel statues, crumbling headstones, and newer ones too. There's also a couple of walk-in mausoleums there. I don't put much belief in ghosts or paranormal stuff, but even I have to admit, this place is creepy. Nonetheless, big cemetery right here, and right up against it was my apartment complex. Rather odd things started happening to me upon moving in. I try to find natural causes and stuff, and often considered some of these occurrences coincidental or easily explainable, for the most part. Sleep paralysis began for me, so that was terrifying. And never have I ever had sleep paralysis a single day in my life until living in those apartments. There is scientific research and studies about this phenomenon, and so that dispelled any supernatural notions that I may have entertained for a time. But these episodes were horrifying. It hasn't happened since I left and relocated, so moving on to the next oddity. Electronics started going off at random times in my apartment, especially kids' toys. My daughter had one toy with a singing mechanic. You hit one of the buttons and a short song plays. This thing would just start playing songs, and it got to the point where it was so common I would make jokes about a ghost playing tricks again. She had a plastic tea kettle that played a little jingle, and that thing started doing it too. It's super weird to be sitting at home and all of a sudden, in another room, a creepy little jingle starts playing. I wrote it off as faulty mechanics. I didn't research because, well, they're kids' toys. Stuff like that just happens. Here's the next oddity. I spoke of a few characters that lived in my complex, and I hate to use the term unsavory, but a more appropriate word just evades me. Just a few people whom I assume were having substance problems. You probably know the type. Never did I witness anything major from this person or that person, but you could tell drugs were somewhere in the picture. One of my neighbors in an adjacent building would be up late hours in the night, outside mowing his yard. At like 2:30 in the morning, like the sun was shining and the birds were chirping, mowing his lawn without a care in the world. He planted flowers and stuff around his place, but he used cemetery soil. He was confronted by another concerned neighbor who spotted him late one night going over to the fence separating the apartment complex with the cemetery with a small shovel and bucket in hand. He went over the fence, began digging up dirt, filling his bucket, and bringing it back to his apartment to use for his flowers. When asked why, he said the soil in the graveyard is just better. More nutrients. He wasn't digging up graves, rather just the landscape around them. I thought that was super weird and creepy. One night, late, I was sitting at home, about to call it a night and hit the bed when I heard a knock on my door. It's almost midnight. Who's at my door? I go to my door and definitely don't open it, but I ask, "Yeah? Who is it?" The person asked, "Is Matt home? I need to talk to him." "No one here by that name," I said. "You must have the wrong place. No Matt lives here." At this point, I got a good look through the peephole, and it was a super sketchy looking dude, looking around all crazy and seemingly on something. He argued with me for a few, claiming that he was certain his friend Matt was in my apartment and that he needed to see him about something. After some back and forth, the guy left. Come to find out, the next day, an elderly neighbor's place was entered by this same guy. Apparently, the older patron left his door unlocked most always, and this sketchy guy just checked random doors, like mine, until he found one that was open. I honestly can't remember what he ended up taking, but he never got caught, to my knowledge. I can't help but think what would have happened had I opened the door that same night when he came knocking. Why am I sharing this stuff, you may be asking? Well, I'm trying to give a lay of the land, a bit of some backdrop, you could say. So, what caused my shirt to disappear and show up half a year later? Again, what I'm about to share is simply my most plausible story. I think that a certain someone gained access to my home one day when I was at work or when I was at my girlfriend's overnight. I think this specific person eventually felt bad and, after a long time, regained access to my home and placed the shirt back. They may not have had time to hang it up properly and just placed it at the foot of my closet. This would explain the way the shirt was folded. Now, who was the perpetrator? Well, I believe it was the landlord's granddaughter. This explains how she would have gained entry to my apartment. She had access to the landlord's office, her grandmother, and she could have easily retrieved a spare key for my apartment. She was around 26 at the time, according to my ex-girlfriend, who knows the landlord well and her family. To protect her identity, I'll call her Summer. She also lived at the apartment complex too, just a couple of units down from me. Now, why do I believe Summer did this? Good question. I've considered this over and over, and I believe she had an unhealthy fascination with me. Maybe a weird fixation might be the better term. The reason I say this is because I caught her red-handed one night trying to break into my minivan. This event happened much later on, after my shirt found its way back to me. I was up late night watching TV when I heard some commotion directly outside my apartment. I look out the window, and there's Summer going around my minivan trying to open a door that might have been unlocked. But to her dismay, I lock my doors. I quietly watch, and she's not giving up. She's looking around to see if anyone's watching, and she proceeds to pull hard on my van doors. Finally, enough was enough, and I march outside and confront her. "Summer, what are you doing? I can see you through my window trying to break into my van." She remains silent. She doesn't say a word and just kind of looks off into space as if nothing is happening. After more questioning and her acting weird and silent, I realize she most likely is on something. She didn't try to run away or explain herself or anything. Summer just sort of froze in this weird catatonic state. I figured it had to be drugs, so I convinced her to go back to her apartment and go to bed. I promised that I wouldn't call the cops and that she just needed to get some sleep. I watch her go into her apartment, and then I walk back into mine. Minutes later, I heard those same sounds, my van being tampered with. Here we go. So I go to the window, and now Summer is walking up my steps and trying to open my door. It's locked. I call my girlfriend, who, again, knows her and her family, and ask her to walk down and help me talk some sense into Summer. As much as I wanted to call the law, I felt like I couldn't. It may cause issues between me and the landlord, plus, I kind of felt bad for this girl. She was clearly in a rough state of mind. After hours of me and my girlfriend talking with Summer, she finally calms down and agrees to stop trying to break into my van and into my home. I didn't mention yet, but my daughter is sound asleep upstairs. You can understand my worry. The next morning, Summer's mom comes down from out of town and picks her up and takes her to stay with her for a couple weeks at the behest of my girlfriend calling her. She explained the crazy night with Summer and all that took place. It was determined that Summer had a mental break or some lapse in her psyche. I had heard that she suffered from both mental issues and drug problems. After that incident, some time had went by, and I began to consider the fact that maybe it was Summer who had taken my shirt and then brought it back eventually. I couldn't be sure, but after that episode with her that one night, I wouldn't put it past her. So, I decided to ask her. Summer would come and stay at her apartment a while and go stay with her mom from time to time. This was her routine. At the time, I decided to gently confront her. She'd been to rehab and clean for a few months, but she wasn't down here. She was up at her mom's. She had a baby and was staying with her mom so that her mother could help with the baby. But I just had to know. I had to know that my shirt didn't just glitch out of existence one day and then reappear a while later. I had to ask her. I called my girlfriend and told her my theory, but was abruptly stopped. "Didn't you hear?" she asked. "Did I hear what?" I responded. She said, "I assumed the landlord told you." I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Summer passed away last week. She died of an overdose. And then silence. Time seemed to stand still. My shirt theory no longer mattered. This young person, this young mother, had passed away. I was incredibly sad and taken aback. I thought she was doing well. I thought she was clean and sobering up. Apparently, Summer had left her mom's one day and never came back. She was reported missing and found a day later, overdosed in her car on the side of the road. It's an extremely sad event, and to this day, I still think about Summer every now and again. I think about how tragic it was that such a young person is no longer around. I think about her little daughter who will never get to know her mom. I think about the potential that was there and how drugs ripped it away. Sadly, this is the case for a lot of people nowadays, young and older. It's just tragic. In the end, I don't know what happened with my shirt. I suspect that I do know what happened, but I can never be certain now. The shirt means nothing when it comes to someone's life being lost. That's the true mystery here. How a young person can vanish so quickly and leave behind a daughter and family who have to deal with the loss. Anyway, that's my story. I'm sorry that it ended like this, but I promised an update with my theory, and there it is. I died last night, but I'm still here. This actually happened last week. It just took me some time to come to terms with it. I got a phone call from my next door neighbor late in the evening asking if I can help him move a mattress into his upstairs. His mom is ill and has a big heavy sleep number bed. I of course ran over to help because they're great neighbors. I get over there and his friend, who's also a priest, was there to help. I helped them figure out how to separate the mattress from the bed so that we could fit it upstairs. We get it all moved up and back in place when my neighbor asks if I can help them move an armoire upstairs too. I think nothing of it, and we pull it out of his travel trailer and we start bringing it up the front stairs of his house. This is where I died. The front stairs are 11 steps. I was on the lower end of the armoire, about 6 steps up, when my neighbor and his friend lose a handle on the armoire and it comes crashing down on me, and I fall backwards towards the pavement. I then wake up in my dining room to my phone ringing and my wife asking me if I'm going to answer the phone. I answer the phone, and it's my neighbor asking me if I can help him move a bed upstairs for his mom. I go over there and meet his priest friend again, as if this is the first time I've met him. I say I can help with the bed, but I can't help with the armoire. My neighbor was like, "How'd you know about the armoire?" I then proceeded to tell them that I'm pretty sure I just died. I spent the next hour talking with the priest. He had so many questions. My neighbor didn't believe it until I described the upstairs bedroom in perfect detail down to the metal mattress frame on the floor and the intricate headboard leaning against the wall, and I'd never been upstairs in their house before. The priest asked me what I saw after I died. I told him that I never actually experienced the death, but before it happened, I had woken up at my dining room table. We lost about 4 hours of time in 30 seconds. I'm not sure if this is considered a glitch, a time slip, or just some delusion, but this is something that happened to me and my family that we can't explain. Summer of 2011. In the car was me, 19 at the time, my sister, my dad, and my stepmom, and we were on our way to a campsite. We had other family joining us. My uncle and Nan, both arriving separately, called us saying that they were setting off, asked if we needed anything from the shops, and then to let us know their estimated arrival time. We were over halfway there, and they would be arriving about 3 hours after us. We carried on driving, switched radio stations, and went through a tunnel, and when we came out, the phone was ringing. It was my Nan asking where we were, kind of relieved that she got a hold of us. My Nan and uncle had already arrived at the campsite, and my dad said, "Oh, you're already there. Save us a pitch then." And my Nan responded, "Where have you been, if you're still even on your way?" The conversation didn't make sense, and my dad got frustrated and said, "What do you mean, where have we been? You just spoke to us." My Nan told us, "We've been calling you because we couldn't get a hold of you." My stepmom pointed to the time on the radio, and about 4 hours had passed. 4 hours passed in 30 seconds. My dad ended the call with my Nan, and for a moment, we were all silent. My sister said, "What's going on?" And my dad said the time must have changed when we changed the radio station, and our family was just playing some dumb joke. Our phones showed that time had passed. Again, silence. We arrived to the campsite, briefly spoke about it with the family, and just ignored it. We've spoke about it maybe 2 or 3 times since then, and my dad is either convinced that we went through, I don't know, some sort of time vortex, he calls it, or that we got abducted, or we were jokingly drugged by our stepmom. My stepmom says that we must have got the times wrong, or at worst, had some sort of shared delusion or amnesia. Either way, we don't know what happened and maybe never will. Everyone, except my very logical husband, believed that my glasses were all blue, but now they're black and blue. In 2018, I bought all blue framed glasses from Walmart. I loved the color blue. I had blue Vans, a blue purse, as much blue as I could get, including these new glasses. Then a couple years ago, I had a baby, and I started to think that my blue glasses were kind of childish, so naturally I just stopped taking selfies in them, but I still wore them every day and everywhere that I went. 2 days ago, I was driving home. I looked in my rearview mirror and I was shocked. My glasses are now black on the front, but the sides were still blue. Of course, I was like, oh, what the frosted flakes? Did my husband prank me on April 1st, but I just never noticed? I texted my husband asking what color my glasses are, and he texted back, they're blue and black. And he also confirmed that he was not pranking me. I text my mom. She says, they're blue. Why? And I explained, and she said, that's so funny. I thought they were all blue, and I've always thought that you bought the kids' ones. I text my mother-in-law, and she says they're blue. Why? Then I tell her no, they're actually black. I text my BFF since middle school, and they replied, I remember when you left those glasses at my apartment around 2017 or 2018, and I know they're blue. We were with each other nearly every day for 2 years at one point. They were definitely blue. My little sister also said that my old ones were all blue, but my new ones were black and blue. But I don't know, I never bought new ones. It's always been blue. All of us, except for my husband, have been looking through pictures to find my blue glasses, but they're all black and blue. I thought that maybe they just turned black over time, but there's absolutely no photos of my all blue glasses. The past pictures that I see of myself on Instagram, Facebook, and even in my phone are all with me wearing black and blue glasses. I've seen these pictures so many times before. I know they were all blue. Everyone agrees, even my sister-in-law that I met 2 years ago. I feel crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. I just need to hear other people talk about this, and I want to know if anyone's experienced anything similar. I'm not sure what happened. I posted this in the Parallel Universe subreddit as well because I want answers and to not feel crazy. Also, thinking about it, the inside of the glasses are also blue, so I think the fact that people say old glasses blue, new glasses black and blue makes my thinking even more valid, because these could be seen as all blue with a glance, but people noticed the change and they say that they're different glasses. Hope that makes sense. I'm obviously not able to convince myself and everyone around me that they've always been black and blue, but hey, it is what it is. I have another pair of glasses that I never wore because I was so used to wearing my blue ones, and they look nothing alike, by the way. So I think I'm just going to wear those from now on. Maybe at least until this glitch settles. For now, I'll just focus on the fact that my daughter's last day of school is tomorrow, and I have to find a way to keep a toddler and a kid happy/entertained at the same time for 3 months. Thanks for not making me feel insane, and for being so chill. Saw a man walking twice, miles apart, within approximately 5 minutes. I've been on this sub for years, and I don't usually read much that's posted, but something just happened to me, and I'm at a loss. It happened about 30 minutes ago. I left to go pick up my child from school. I have my 2 toddlers with me, so I planned on stopping by Sonic for drinks and snacks. On the way, I saw a very distinct-looking man carrying a black trash bag over his left shoulder. He was walking along the highway headed east. I pass him, I pull into Sonic and place my order, and they bring the order out rather quickly. I'd say it was there for maybe 4 or 5 minutes. I hand the food to my kids and we get back on the road. I hit the main highway again, and about 2 miles, traveling west, I see the same man with his bag over the left shoulder walking east. But he's about 2 miles back from the initial spot that I saw him in. I've been running through scenarios in my mind, and I don't know, I can't make much sense of it. Say he got a ride in that short time that I was stopped. Why would he be let out miles back from where he was, only to walk east again? There's no way he traveled back that quickly. He didn't seem out of breath or stressed, just, walking rather relaxed, carrying that big bag. I hope this is making as much sense as it can. Does anyone have any thoughts, or have you experienced similar? I can't believe this is where I'm turning to answers, but I can't think of an explanation. I called my husband immediately after, and he joked that it was a glitch in the Matrix, and it's freaky that this is the answer that makes the most sense. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mind. "30 minutes missing." Okay, I believe you. We are definitely in a matrix. I live in a small town in Belgium, and something very strange happened to my partner and me. It all started on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. We had to go to a party for her birthday and to celebrate her new job at a restaurant with her parents. As usual, in Belgium, it was raining all the way there, and it continued to rain once we arrived. We went to Namur, which is about an hour away, and we arrived at the restaurant with her parents, and everything went very well. I realized that I had parked my car poorly and moved it before starting the main course, and it was still raining outside. I went back inside, finished the meal, and everything was still great. At the end of the evening, everyone said goodbye and we were all happy. We headed back home in the rain. We were talking, and I asked her to stop talking because I needed to concentrate so I wouldn't miss the upcoming exit off the highway in about 50 meters. It was raining so hard that I thought it was becoming dangerous. Suddenly, I blinked, and it felt like we were no longer in the same place. I looked at the signs and I realized that we were near Mons, 30 minutes past my intended exit. And even stranger, it wasn't raining anymore, and there wasn't even a single drop of water on the road. I was puzzled, and I said I must have missed the exit, but driving 30 minutes further seemed extra strange. She told me that all she remembered was that it was raining. She stopped talking when I asked her to, and then nothing. It was as if we'd been amnesiac for 30 minutes. I turned around on the road in Mons to head back in the direction we came from. The cars were all dry, and there was no rain on the ground again. I drove home, got out of the car, and I looked at it. The car was so dry that I saw what looked like dry dust on the windows and my car overall. My partner and I never understood what happened. I had vaguely heard of this glitch theory in the past, but now I really feel like I just experienced it. I messaged with this person directly, and they told me that their name was Nathan and their partner's name is Amandine. Nathan asked Amandine directly how she felt again objectively about a day after this passed, and Amandine told Nathan that she hadn't slept the whole day. She was very focused on the road because she was so afraid of having an accident. And the last thing she remembers is a truck was dangerously close to the car, and then nothing. As if the event had just never happened. The next moment, they were no longer in the same place. That's Amandine's retelling of her side of the story. Country roads did not take me home. Okay, I believe I may have posted this a few years ago, shortly after it happened. I'm writing again because I was recently on a call with my mother, and without prompting, she brought it up. The story is about 5 years old now, give or take, for a few months. And for a while, I thought maybe I had dreamt it or something, but my mom corroborated my story. I was 18 at the time, and it was my first Thanksgiving that I wasn't in school. My mom and I were taking our usual 7-hour trip up north, but on holidays this is more like 9 hours, to our family in New Jersey for the holiday. We used to live up there, and since moving down south, we made, and still make, the trip up north about 4 or 5 times a year. Needless to say, we are abundantly familiar with the interstate, and we're very familiar with the entire route, to be honest. The way we always go is by taking Route 64 to 295 before getting on the interstate, the beautiful I-95. It sucks. It's always filled with traffic, so naturally, the two of us leave at ungodly hours in the morning. This doesn't bother either of us, really, because we both wake up really early anyway. So, this trip started off like any other. We were out the door by 6:15, had our Chick-fil-A in hand by 6:30, and were filled up on gas and on the road by 7. The first part of the trip was fine. We put on some music, we talked about random stuff, and gossiped as mothers and daughters usually do. By the time we got to the 295 exit, it was still fairly early, but both of us were wide awake. She took the exit, and we were set. The road looked as it always did, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After a few minutes of driving, though, something felt very wrong. Gone were the multiple lanes of the highway. We were now on what looked to be a country road. It cut through a cornfield and only had one lane of traffic in either direction. We were, as far as either of us could see, the only ones driving on that stretch of road. There was a little farmhouse on our right side, but that's about all. My mom and I were both really taken aback because we had just been on the highway. Neither of us had noticed any exits, nor my mom had gotten off on the wrong one. We had been on 295, and then suddenly, we weren't. My mom tried to rationalize it at first, saying that she probably wasn't paying attention because she had a bit of a headache forming and had just gotten off at the wrong exit. At the time, I agreed with her, but something felt very, very off, and suddenly, the Chick-fil-A breakfast wasn't sitting so well anymore. There weren't any signs for directions, only a few speed limit signs as we kept going, and when I looked at the dashboard clock too, only a minute or so had gone by. By the looks of it, we were in the middle of nowhere in Virginia. Time, to me, didn't seem to match up, but I just felt weird and dizzy at that point. My mom decided to keep driving forward. I don't know why she didn't just turn around so that we could go back, but she's always been the one to prefer to get actual directions. We didn't have cell service either, so that may have been why. That's pretty normal for rural Virginia, though. I work on a haunted farm during the Halloween season, so I'm pretty used to spotty reception. Cornstalks do not a cell tower make. Well, we kept on driving, and after maybe 15 minutes, we came to what I guess was this census-designated place's idea of a town. By this, I mean there was a service station and a church. We stopped the car, they filled us up, and my mom asked for directions. The guys were pretty nice, your typical laid-back Southerners. They did tease my mom for her New York accent, though. When we explained that we'd gotten turned around coming off of 295, they looked really surprised. The younger of the two guys said that coming from the direction we had, we were driving towards 295 North, not away from it. That really threw us for a loop. They asked if we'd ever done this trip before, if we were new to Virginia, stuff like that, and were very shocked when we said yes. We all got quiet after that, and my mom and I got back into the car and drove another 20 minutes to get back on the highway. Once we were back en route, that pit in my stomach went away. Neither of us really talked about it anymore, and we didn't mention it to our family once we got to Jersey. I've thought about this experience a lot since it happened, though, and I tried to rationalize it, but the more I think about it, I don't know, the weirder it gets. And sure, plenty of people make driving mistakes when they're tired, but my mom and I had both our coffee well before this happened. What really trips me up is how we were driving towards 295 and not away from it, and how far away from the exit we were on that country road. That and how little time passed between being on the interstate and then not being on the interstate. Like I said, I thought I'd maybe just dreamt it. I was on the phone with my mom yesterday though, and she brought it up out of nowhere. I guess she was thinking about it because we were trying to decide what to do for Thanksgiving. She asked if I remembered that time we teleported, which is a very funny way to start a conversation, but then it got serious and said that it freaked her out. She recounted the events almost exactly how I did here, except she did say there was a sign along the country road pointing toward the service station. Regardless of what actually happened, it was a bizarre and jarring experience. At least it taught me to always appreciate friendly gas station employees. I saw a house in the woods once, and then never again. This is a long story, so bear with me. I live in the rural Midwest. I'm uncomfortable with sharing my state or county, but just know that the population around here is low. It's mostly just farm towns around here, and I live in one. A short walk from my house, there's a trail that I've been walking down for most of my life. It's very shaded with trees, and the actual dirt path is pretty beaten up and hard to stay on if you don't know the land like I do. Almost 2 years ago now, I was walking the trail around 9 a.m. to get some fresh air before I had to go to work, like I usually do. I typically walk about halfway down and sit at a small creek, which is roughly, 15 to 20 minutes away from where I live if you're walking. I'm 100% certain that I walked the same way I do every time. Straight until you see the trail marker, which is a stump with some orange spray paint on the bottom. At the marker, I always turn left to get to the creek, and I cannot stress enough how many times I've done this exact walk throughout my life. The problem was that when I turned left into where the creek was supposed to be, it wasn't there. In its place, there was a really run-down white house that looked like it had been rotting there for decades. The place was huge, like a plantation house, but I don't live in the South. I'd never felt so confused in my life. I turned around almost immediately to make sure I was at the right trail marker, and sure enough, I was. I looked back at the house again and just stared. For every walk that I had been on in these exact woods, I had never seen this house before. It didn't make any sense. The place was absolutely huge. I pulled out my phone to try to take a picture, but no matter how much I messed with the power button, the screen would only flicker on for a few seconds and then go back to black. This freaked me out, and I tried to do a forced restart, but still nothing happened, so I just pocketed it. I ended up deciding that I was going to go inside the house and check it out. It's probably a stupid idea in hindsight, but I was too curious to leave. As soon as I walked in, the first thing I noticed was that it was like deathly cold in there. It was like walking into a fridge, and it didn't do anything to calm my nerves. Looking around, the main room was nearly empty, except for a desk all the way to the back left. There was a laptop on the desk that was opened to what looked like a Windows home screen. This worried me because I thought I had just walked in on some squatter's place and I didn't have anything to defend myself with other than my phone that wouldn't turn on. To my right, there was this low electric buzzing coming from a cracked door. I walked over to it with my hands around myself because of the freezing cold. I peek inside and I see two very tall men in lab coats flipping through a notepad with light blue pages. And when I tell you they were very tall, I'm serious. Probably like 7 feet, and that wasn't even the weirdest thing about them. They were both pale and blonde and identical down to the shoes. They both had matching big eyes with pinpricks for pupils. The eyes were unfocused, like they weren't even trying to look at the paper, and it just felt very unsettling. Once the one on the left that flipped a certain page, they both started murmuring. It sounded like they were talking over each other very fast, and I don't know, I only caught some words. I think they kept talking about metamorphosis and hitting their long fingers against the paper like they were pointing. They kept mumbling in barely coherent English and nodding while making sounds like uh-huh and mm-hmm. I didn't get to hear much because the door creaked as I leaned in on it by mistake. And then they immediately went silent and they whipped their heads in my direction so fast I could have sworn that I heard a crack. Their pupils weirdly twitched into place to look at me and I freaked the F out, man. I screamed and I bolted back for the front door. When I was running back, I hit something face first. I fell onto my ass and I dropped my phone before I could get to the door. I felt like I just got a face full of fabric, and when I managed to scramble to my feet, it was another one of the men in the lab coats. He was identical to the other two, and his pupils did that weird thing to look at me as well. I shoved him away and he sort of folded inward like he had no spine or chest bones before hitting the floor. I ran out the door and towards my home, never stopping for a second, even though I didn't hear anyone following me. I ended up running all the way to work, and when I made it, I saw my coworker, who we'll call Adam for the sake of privacy. Adam could see that I was shaken, and I explained the story to him, still freaking out and really almost crying. He listened to the whole thing and kept asking me if I was sure that it wasn't just a dream, and I insisted that it wasn't. I even told him that I lost my phone there and I needed to get it back. Adam told me that he'd go back with me after work to get it, and I agreed. I went through the whole workday still anxious, and then I went with Adam down the path. We took the same way I had walked this morning, and I'm absolutely sure of it. And when we got to the stump with the orange spray paint on the bottom, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was no house there anymore. It was the creek again, and I could see my phone sitting in a small patch of wet grass. I felt like I was going to throw up as I explained it to Adam that there was a house right here earlier today, and that I wasn't crazy. Adam just grabbed my phone from the wet grass and handed it to me. He put his hand on my shoulder and directed me away from the creek. I kept trying to explain to him, and eventually, he stopped me. He told me he understood and that things like that just happen around here. I tried to push him on what he meant, but he remained silent until he had to say goodbye at my doorstep. I work somewhere different now, but I still text Adam. When I tried to ask him about that day, he confirms he found my phone there and saw firsthand how genuinely shaken I was. But he won't elaborate on what he meant by things like that just happen around here, no matter how much I push. I still live there, and I still go on walks. I've never seen the house again, not even one like it anywhere near here, even when going off the trail. I still think about this event and get freaked out. There was something distinctly inhuman about the men that I saw, and I don't know how a whole house could simply appear and then disappear. The only explanation that I can come up with was that maybe I fell asleep at home before work and I dreamt it all, but it all felt so real. And that does not account for why my phone was actually at the creek when I went back. The universe is messing with me. I had something really weird happen today. I came out of the shower, I noticed my phone on top of my laundry hamper, and I thought, that doesn't look like my phone. And that was the last I remember seeing it. When I was leaving for work, I went to grab it, and it wasn't there. I then spent the next 10 minutes looking all over my house for it to no avail. I arrived at work late and phoneless. Fast forward to lunch, I went to my car and I suddenly got a weird feeling that led me to open up the door to the back seat. And there it was, sitting on the back seat in the hot sun, looking like my phone as opposed to before. Problem is, I wasn't in the back of my car today. It's probably been a week since I've even looked back there. How did that happen? I still think the universe is messing with me. About 6 months ago, I went to bed after watching an episode of a fun show called American Monsters about black-eyed kids. I woke up at 1:15 a.m. to a knock at my front door. You'd better believe that every atom in my adrenaline-filled body froze when a child's despondent voice answered my, "Who is it?" The child, who sounded to be around 10 or so, gave me a first and last name, and then asked if he could come in. But I'm not about to open the door to literally anyone at that time of night, let alone a child asking to come in after watching a show about black-eyed kids. But worried about him being alone outside in the dark, I called the police. I heard a small body slump down against the door, where it remained for several minutes. The police showed up within about 10 minutes. They searched my street and neighborhood as well as the next one over. Nothing. No kids. They also couldn't find anything on the name that I was given. Coincidence? Or does the universe know that I'm onto it and it's playing with me? Either way, outdoor security cameras went up within 24 hours. Please listen to this, coming from the biggest skeptic in the world. I have always been 50-50 on whether or not we live in a simulation. I've definitely had weird experiences or trips in the simulation experiences while either too high, greening out, or on psychedelics. onto the story. So, I love to color. I usually print out coloring pages to color when I'm anxious or just waiting to pass time or take a break from social media. One of my favorite markers in the box that I use is called Tender Pink. There's about 30 markers in the box, give or take a few, and they all each have a slot to go in so you know whether or not you're missing any. I love pink, and I love this color in particular because it had a lot of ink. It wasn't dry or anything. Well, the other day I'm coloring, and I grabbed a pink marker, and it was super dry and it was barely working. I looked at which shade it was, and it said Tender Pink. I thought, I was just using this color the other day, and it had so much ink. How did it run out so quickly? So I start to look in the box, and I find a second color named Tender Pink, which I used and realized it was the one that I had used the other day, the one with all the ink. Only, why are there two now? And why are there two of only this color? I was very vividly staring at two pink markers named Tender Pink. I would bet money on it. Well, fast forward to today. I'm coloring again, and I grab the Tender Pink and realize it's the one that has barely any ink, so I go to grab the other one, but it doesn't exist. It's not there. Every single slot is filled with a marker, yet there's only one Tender Pink shade, not two like there just was, and I feel like I'm going crazy. This is definitely one of the craziest experiences that I've ever had, at least while stone cold sober, regarding the simulation theory. Little freaked out. Okay. The weirdest thing just happened to me. I had to pull over to post this on here because I'm so confused. I was just in Dollar General shopping for some items and placed my purse in front of the compartment where I usually place it. I shopped around for like 15 minutes, picking up the random items that I was shopping for. Some of them included different makeup items, like specific lip gloss shades, eyeshadow colors. You get it. Body soaps and specific bath bomb scents that I had picked out, and some snacks and candies along with some grocery items. There's about 15 to 20 items in total. So I go to the self-checkout and scan everything in my cart and bag it, and then I go to grab my purse, and it's not there. I freak out for a minute, thinking maybe I took it out and left it in one of the aisles, or second-guessing myself, I thought maybe I never even brought it in the first place. So, I tell one of the associates at the checkout counter that I may have left my bag in one of the aisles, and I ask him if I can leave my bag of scanned items at the self-checkout stand for a second to go see if my purse was indeed left in one of the aisles. I literally walk a few feet away and I see another cart sitting right around the corner with my purse in it in the front compartment, and the cart is full of the same items that I had just scanned and placed into my bag. All of the same items down to the same shades of lip glosses, eyeshadows, the exact same soaps and candies and groceries. I started freaking out, and I pulled this cart over to the other one at the self-checkout just to compare the items because I was in a state of disbelief, and it's all the same items that I had just scanned. I just don't get it. How were the two carts full of my exact items that I had picked out? And how had I ended up with the other cart without my purse in it when I got to the self-checkout, when I never stepped away from my cart while I was shopping? I mean, if I had accidentally grabbed someone else's cart in the aisles and brought that one up instead of my own, that would make sense, but This cart I ended up with had all of the same items that my other one had, down to the lip gloss colors and everything. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Some of the comments under this story include supposed suggestions as to what may have happened, suggestions of getting security footage, and so on. But one of the comments really got my attention. It says, "You know, the only other mundane explanation I can think of is that someone was stalking you, picking up the exact same items for their own amusement, and then you just happened to accidentally grab their card without noticing, and then they ran off." The original OP says, "I thought about that too, which freaks me out even more than the glitch in the Matrix story." Two friends and I watched a man on a bicycle turn transparent and then vanish. Last summer, two of my friends and I, we're both in our 30s and female, were carpooling to the airport in the early hours of the morning to catch our flight. It was around 3 or 4 a.m. I was in the passenger seat, my friend was driving, and we had just picked up the third friend. We all live in the suburbs near Detroit. My friend, who was picked up last, lives only 5 to 10 minutes away from DTW. We were driving down a well-lit 2-lane road. The area is well populated, and you often do see pedestrians out and about at any given hour. Anyway, as we were driving, we stopped at a red light at an intersection. Directly ahead, we see a man, looked to be in his 30s or maybe 40s, riding a modern-day red bicycle near the edge of the road, heading in our direction. He was wearing a beanie hat, a flannel, and shorts. I don't recall what shoes he had, but I do remember that he also had a backpack on. He had longer hair that poked out from the bottom of his hat, and some facial hair from what I can recall. My friend who was driving said, "He better hurry, it's starting to sprinkle," which prompted me to look up from my phone and look at the man again as he was getting closer. All three of us were now looking at this guy, and he was getting closer by the second. He was almost to the crosswalk directly in front of us, right under a streetlight, when he started to turn transparent and then flicker like an old film movie on a projector. You know how sepia photos or filters look? Like warmer, muted, vintage-looking brown tones? Well, I watched him and his bright red bike turn from vibrant colors to sepia in a millisecond, and then instantly vanish into thin air. I instantly shot my head to the left to lock eyes with my friend. Both of us were now in shock. Our eyes were wide and our mouths were open in utter disbelief. Our friend in the back seat was the first to process what had just happened and said, "Hey guys, where did he go? Did you guys see that? He turned see-through. I mean, seriously, where did he go? What the lucky charms?" We all kind of let out some shrieks and freaked out a little bit, all talking a mile a minute as we each quickly confirmed that we had all seen the same sequence of events occur right before our eyes, under direct light no less. I had goosebumps, and my eyes were welling up with tears because it gave me an urge to cry. I was just so tripped out about what I had just seen. We all retold the story one by one, over and over again, all the way to the airport, and also continued to recount the experience until we got to our destination. We're all still friends to this day, and we still talk about this event often. I think about that day anytime I pass that intersection, and I intently watch any pedestrian that I happen to see there. Honestly, it's an experience that I will never forget, and it's what ultimately led me down this Matrix rabbit hole. A simulation glitch is the only explanation for what occurred that day, and it perplexes me even still. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. In last week's episode, I read a story called "I'm Really Starting to Believe That I Was a World War II Pilot in a Past Life" by Cherokee Pilot 1997. Just to catch you up in case you missed it, this person was convinced that he was a pilot in his past life and specifically piloted the Avenger aircraft. Well, there was an aviation expo in his town just this past weekend, and he was going to do his damnedest to try to make it into one of the Avengers just to see what happened. I caught up with him, and this is what I learned. Well, it happened. I can't even describe the feeling as I walked up to the aircraft, as it was the first one that I had ever seen in person. It felt like an electric shock was running through my whole body, and I almost felt like I was floating as I walked towards it. And I'm not gonna lie, I teared up. I told my story to one of the Avenger crew members, and he let me sit inside. I can't even describe the feeling that I had. It all felt so familiar. The switches fell to hand. Hell, I even knew how to start the dang thing. Reaching back towards the canopy, well, you can guess how that felt. I, for one, am thrilled that Cherokee Pilot 1997 got to experience this. Let's do some more. My friend and I witnessed her backyard gazebo levitate, go over a 6-foot fence, and land in her neighbor's backyard perfectly on a normal summer day. This must have happened when I was 16 or 17 years old. I just asked my old friend about it the other day to confirm whether I was crazy or not, and if I'm remembering things incorrectly. But she confirmed everything. One day, I was at my friend's house. It's a typical detached home in southern Ontario. Each backyard had fences as the homes were surrounded by one another. My friend had a huge, fully set up gazebo in her backyard. It was set up properly and had been there for quite some time, with no issues. We were in the basement one spring or summer afternoon. The weather was sunny, warm, normal, and we heard a loud bang come from upstairs. Naturally, we ran up and asked her mom what that noise was, to which she replied that she wasn't sure. Eventually, we all ended up looking out the upstairs window in her mom's bedroom, which allowed us to see both her and her next-door neighbor's backyard, just to the left. We were in shock. Her humongous, full-sized gazebo had somehow levitated and landed perfectly straight and normal in her neighbor's backyard. It makes no sense. I googled that residential fences in my area are between 6 and 8 feet tall, and it wasn't a small item like an umbrella that could just be picked up by the wind and then fall somewhere. Like, even if it somehow fully levitated, it shouldn't have landed in perfect condition. I mean, Google a backyard gazebo and you'll see what I mean. No one remembers it even being remotely windy that day. This was freaking weird. My friend and I are still shook about it to this day and don't understand it one bit. Could have been in the news for sure. This person includes an edit that says, "Here's a few facts about what happened. 1. The gazebo was made out of a hard material like iron or metal. The neighbors had to come into her backyard and disassemble everything, bring it back to their backyard and set it up. It took hours, and they had no explanation for it either, and they remember it the exact same way that me, my friend, and her mom all do. Also, her mom specifically remembers the neighbor's candle that was lit in the gazebo, still being lit and standing straight up in her backyard after it landed. It wasn't particularly windy that day at all. Not that it would matter. Wind doesn't cause a metal/iron framed gazebo to levitate 6 feet in the air and then land perfectly in your neighbor's backyard. This was beyond weird. I forgot about this one till now. I was at the daycare, fixing my reports about the kids' growth and development, while at the desk during nap time. The lights were off, but the room wasn't pitch black thanks to my trusty lamp. Enter my coworker, on a quest for something from the storage closet. I'm pretty sure it was construction paper or paint. It was stashed up pretty high, and I tried my best to direct her. As she chatted from the closet, claiming she couldn't find it, I teased about the hidden step stool. I was laughing and shaking my head, but when I walked in, I discovered an empty closet. No sounds, no coworker. I checked the connecting coat room and the bathroom before questioning others, half-jokingly wondering if I was just being pranked or something. Turns out, she had left for lunch 20 minutes prior, as confirmed by another coworker. My nerves shot up when the supposed prankster returned. I asked about the construction paper or paint, but she had no clue what I was talking about. One of the comments under this story asks, "Did you actually see her, or did you just hear her voice?" And the OP replies, "I physically saw her and made eye contact and looked up to witness her rummaging through the closet. As she searched for the items, she was wearing the exact same outfit when I saw her come back from lunch later and when I asked her about it." I'm still trying to come to terms with half of the things that I experienced there. Weird things are happening with my cat. I have 2 cats, a calico cat and a gray cat. Ever since I got them, weird things have been happening with the gray cat. Sometimes it would walk past the couch that I was laying on and disappear into the bathroom doorway, only for me to see it coming from a completely opposite doorway and then move the same way into the bathroom again. I shrugged it off at first and assumed it had gone back without me paying attention, but the weird thing is it kept happening, and I would, at times, watch it go into the doorway, take my eyes away for just a second, and looking back, I would see it walking towards and through the same doorway that it just disappeared into. The only logical explanation that I had for this was that it had ran past me right as I took my eyes off it and started walking towards the bathroom as soon as I looked at it again, which in itself seems highly unlikely. Only my brother and I have seen this happen, and we brush it off with jokes, assuming, or maybe hoping, there's a logical explanation. Another weird thing that happens with the gray cat is sometimes I would hear it scratching on the front door, wanting to come inside after I let it out. I would go out, open the door, and then we would walk back to the couch together. And as soon as I sit and start watching TV again, I would hear scratching on the door again. Assuming it's the other cat, I would go open the door, only for the gray cat to walk in again with me. Looking back at the couch, I'd see nothing. I didn't have any windows open at the time because it was night, and even if it had found another opening, I remember pushing it off my lap as I went to open the door, so it couldn't have gone outside again. This has been witnessed by the whole family, as it used to happen during supper. It would go outside and someone would let it back in, only to hear scratching on the door again as soon as they sat down. We always assumed the window was left open, but at this point, I don't know, I'm not so sure anymore. I couldn't talk to anyone about this without sounding, crazy, except for my brother, so I hope to find someone in here with at least some sort of similar experience. I couldn't be found. This happened a few years back. It was my first day of school in a new town. I got off the bus and walked home, and when I got home, everyone in the house was asleep, so I figured I'd take a nap since the summer destroyed my schedule. I woke up and it was late at night. Nothing out of the usual for a teenage gamer. When I sat up in bed, my stepmom, at the time, was in my room looking through my closet. When she noticed me started freaking out, she asked me where I've been. I told her exactly what happened. I said I came home, everyone was asleep, and so I went to bed. Little did I know there were 2 cops in the living room because my stepmom reported me missing. I have no idea how she couldn't have found me if I was in bed for the whole time. Maybe 8 hours went by from the time I came home to when the police were called. About a week later, we had our jungle of a backyard mowed by my stepmom's father. He noticed that the screen on my window was taken off. Because of this, no one believed me when I told them my side of the story. I've tried to talk about it with her and her family a few times after that, and they just immediately become super standoffish with me, and then get angry and then tell me that I'm lying. I've pretty much come to terms with the fact that I'll never fully know what happened, but it freaks me out because this isn't the only time it's happened to me, but definitely the first time the police have been called. Any theories? Watch mysteriously appeared in another state. I think this is my first glitch. My grandmother with dementia has been hiding her jewelry, amongst other things, for some time. When we go visit, we collect the jewelry that we find so that we can put it in a safety deposit box. Before the safety deposit box was purchased, all the jewelry came to my house a state away. My mother eventually collected everything and brought them back with her to put in the safety deposit box. We forgot to take the one small and very old Rolex. When I realized it was forgotten, I called her and I told her. She said, "Keep it in your safe and when I come back, I'll grab it." It sat in my safe for months and months. My mom kept forgetting to take it and I kept forgetting to give it to her. I went into my safe a couple of weeks ago to collect a birth certificate and I remember seeing the watch. Every time I open the safe, I see the watch, and if I don't see it, I check to make sure that it's in there somewhere. Well, a week later, when I was putting the birth certificate back into the safe, the watch was gone. I started freaking out, and honestly, I started crying. I'd just seen it the last time I was in there, but now it's like it's vanished. I called my mother, hysterical, telling her that I lost the watch, telling her how sorry I was for losing it. And then she immediately says, "Honey, the watch is right here." But how? I never gave it to her. I hadn't even seen her. She lives like 4.5 hours away. She then FaceTimes me, and what do I see on the screen? The little small, very old Rolex. The same Rolex that I saw in my safe a week ago. I'm still kind of freaked out. This was important to me, so I know I would have remembered taking it out to give it to her, but I remember seeing it in there the week before. I hope you don't think this is a lame glitch, but I mean, this definitely freaked me out. Disappearance. So, I was hiking in the woods when I came into an open field. There was a group of 3 people. There were 4, but I'll get to that. And they were all just chilling, walking around with drinks. And there was a person who was looking at me while walking, and they seemed to be, I don't know, almost gliding, like they were on skates. I know that couldn't be because it was obvious that they were just wearing plain Nikes and were standing in a grass field next to a hiking trail. But from my point of view, they were about to pass behind another man, but instead of passing, they just disappeared the moment that they went behind the person and never popped back out on the other side. I started walking around, looking at every angle, but I saw nothing. They were just gone, and they were staring directly at me just moments before. None of my friends recall seeing this person, and I'm super perplexed. There was absolutely nowhere that they could have gone. Farm animal glitch. This happened to me a couple of years ago, and I still haven't been able to shake it all the way. I live in a rural area about 30 minutes from the nearest large town. At the time, I was pregnant and frequented a road lined with farms on my way to the doctor. There are a lot of farm animals on the properties lining this road, like chickens, ducks, horses, even alpacas, the whole 9 yards. One day, I was driving to my doctor and I passed property that was filled with various animals who are usually moving around, making noise, farm animal things. Note that I've driven past this spot many times before and continue to presently. However, on this day, when I turned at the corner where the property is, all of the animals were standing completely still, frozen in time. I turned off my radio and it was also completely silent. It was the most eerie thing, and I completely felt like the simulation hadn't finished loading by the time I got there. I slowed down to almost a full stop to ensure that I wasn't just making things up, but sure enough, every single farm animal was silent and completely still. I mean, I genuinely thought about turning around to take a video, but something told me that I needed to get out of there quickly once I confirmed what I was seeing. I remember calling my husband and being very freaked out. He suggested that I drive the same way home and check things out. By then, everything was back to normal. To this day, every time I drive on that road, I turn off my radio and I keep my eyes peeled to see if the animals are behaving regularly or if they're stuck in the glitch that I experienced in the story above. You ever have something vanish right next to you? I just bought a new mouse for myself today since it's Black Friday. I go home and I open it and I see a couple of pages of instructions and then a cloth to clean it and a sheet of stickers to put on the mouse as a protective layer. I was in a game, so I placed the stickers to my side because I was going to put them on after to see how it felt, and then I look and they're gone. Everything but the sheet of stickers is there. I check the floor, under the couch next to me, under the tables, and it's just gone. I don't expect everyone here to believe it, but I literally ceased to exist, and this happened inside of my car. Oh, it says, it literally ceased to exist. Okay, I thought we were being dramatic. I don't expect everyone here to believe it, but it literally ceased to exist, and this has happened inside of my car many times, where things are dropped under the seats, and even a detailer says that it isn't there. I'm starting to think that I'm going crazy. An interesting but mundane glitch. This glitch happened 3 weeks ago, and I'd like to tell it while the events are fresh in my mind. I breed chickens. I have 2 children aged 5 and 6. 3 weeks ago, a hen that we had set eggs under was hatching her chickens. Out of 7 eggs, 5 had hatched on the first day. In the evening, my 2 kids and I went to check on the chicks. I took my egg candling torch to check the 2 eggs that hadn't hatched. And for those that don't know, candling an egg is basically like placing an egg over top of a light source in a dark area. The light shines through the egg and it allows you to see the shadow of what's inside. So you can see if there's little embryos in there wiggling around. Anyway, I've built large wooden enclosures for the purpose of hens hatching chicks, and these are located under the annex of a large garage. We took the 2 unhatched eggs and went into the garage, as it's darker and easier to candle the eggs. I took my egg torch from my pocket and I candled the first egg. I could tell there was a fully developed chicken inside, and I showed my kids. I then took the second egg, candled it, and the egg was clear and not fertile. I said, "There's nothing in this one," and I put the torch back in my pocket. My 5-year-old didn't get a good look at the second egg, as I had turned my back away from the light coming from the entrance, and my kid said, "Can I have a look?" I pulled the torch back out of my pocket, and my audible reaction was, "What the?" My eldest child immediately exclaimed, "That's a different torch. That's my torch." And it was. It was no longer the egg torch, but her personal torch. I checked my pockets, no egg torch. I tried using this glitched torch to candle the egg, but no matter how I tried, it wasn't possible to candle the egg with this particular torch. My kids were amazed. "Magic is real," they both said. We went back to the house and found the real egg torch in the location that we keep all the torches. I still can't reasonably explain what happened, but I'm glad that my kids got to share this little experience with me. I just went back 1 hour. I'm here in bed, and I see the time hits 10:30. My fiance goes downstairs to make a late night snack, and I ask her to get me a bag of chips, and I check the time. I see that it's 10:35, and I remark that I shouldn't eat so late because of my acid reflux. I also remembered that I needed to take my regular sleeping meds before going to bed. I check the time on my phone, and then the clock on my wall. The clock is 1 hour behind since I've been too lazy to adjust it because of daylight savings time, and it says 9:40. I get my chips, I eat them, and then I see a long YouTube video in my feed and think, you know what? Kicks it. I'll squeeze it in before bed. Halfway through the long video, I get a text from my fiancé. Then I see that the time is 10:07. I look at the clock, 9:07. And I'm seriously freaking out right now. I text my friend, and she says that she's seen stories about this on Reddit and on YouTube. Now that I've seen the same stuff happen to others, it's weird that I'm noticing it happen to me. I'm afraid to tell my fiance in case she thinks I'm crazy. classmate glitched through the corridors. Sorry if this is a common occurrence among the regulars here, but this has never happened to me before. I'm reading up on some courses through adult education, and yesterday I had my final exam in math. I had just arrived at my school and was walking through the corridors towards the classroom when I met one of my classmates going the opposite direction. We both said hello, and then we both kept moving. I went straight for the classroom, no detours, and when I arrived, he was already there. The same person sitting at his regular desk. He was engaged in conversation with another classmate, and I was too surprised and embarrassed to even say anything. I've been thinking about it constantly since yesterday when it happened. Like, how did he get there ahead of me when he was walking in the opposite direction? I know he didn't run past me or anything. Anyway, the exam went well, and thank you for reading. Sane guy driving at least 5 different cars at the same time. I was talking to someone outside when I noticed out of the corner of my eye that something seemed unusual with the drivers on the road beside us. It seemed like everyone that was driving was bald, so I took a look and they all looked the same. After I confirmed what I saw in my peripheral vision, I saw 5 different cars with the same bald guy with white t-shirts driving after one another. The cars that weren't already in my vision started having normal people again. There was probably more cars with the same dude too, but I only saw them in my periph, so I can only know for sure that 5 of them were the same person or at least extremely similar. I pointed it out to my friend, but they only saw 2 of them because they were a bit late to notice, and I was too stunned to even think to bring it up quick enough. Somebody in the comments mentioned not enough bandwidth in that area to create unique characters or people. I like that. My dog appeared outside, and I have no idea how. So, prior to this experience, I didn't even really know what a true glitch in the Matrix was, but I'm now convinced that this is exactly what I experienced. The title is pretty much what happened. My house has a front door and a back door. The back door leads onto a porch, and the porch opens up to the backyard. My yard isn't fenced, so my dog goes outside on a tether attached to a tree. She's never out there without supervision. My house isn't a large house, and you can hear the various closet, pantry, bedroom, all the doors open and shut from pretty much anywhere in the house. My dog, Church, is a sweet and rambunctious Belgian Malinois hound mix. She isn't a bad dog. She's only 2.5 years old, and she is not a quiet girl. She's talkative and just generally noisy when she walks, always carrying a toy and squeaking it, or tearing through the house, or speaking her mind and demanding breakfast. I tell you all of this so that you have a better idea of why I am 100% certain that the events of this morning transpired as follows. 2 nights ago, my boyfriend slept over. I have a roommate, but tonight she was sleeping at her boyfriend's place, so we had the house to ourselves. This isn't out of the ordinary, really. My boyfriend and I stay at each other's houses often. Church sleeps in bed with me/us, and I sleep with my bedroom door shut. My bedroom door has a wooden sign on it that clunks against the door when you open it, and the clunk can be heard from the bathroom. I wake up, as is my usual routine, at about 6:15 in the morning, and get out of bed at about 6:30. My boyfriend loves Church and is typically the one who puts her out and brings her in the mornings, so they usually cuddle in bed while I make coffee and tea and pack our lunches. I left my room, shutting the door behind me. I went into the bathroom, which is just a few steps away, and I shut the bathroom door as well. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the familiar clunk of my sign as my bedroom door opened, and then I heard the door shut as well. I then heard my boyfriend walking down the hallway into the living room, and I didn't hear the dog walking, and I didn't hear the door open again. A few minutes later, as I was doing my hair, I heard my boyfriend go in and out of my bedroom again. Still, no puppy footsteps, no back door opening, just my boyfriend carrying out his typical morning routine. Now would be a good time to note that I have hardwood floors. I would have heard her feet on the floor and her collar jangling. It is not possible for this dog to sneak past me. I left the bathroom at about 6:40 a.m. and found my boyfriend putting his shoes on at the front door. He let me know that he needed to leave because he had forgotten something at home and needed to grab it from his house before leaving for work. We said goodbye, and then he headed out, and I headed into the kitchen to finish packing my lunch. At around 6:50 a.m., I heard whining. I stopped and I said to myself, shoot, I need to let the dog out. Then I walked into my room. As I was walking, I was even talking to Church, saying, "Oh, lady, I'm so sorry. Your dad usually puts you out in the mornings." I opened the door and I found nothing. My room was totally empty. My boyfriend had fixed his side of the bed up as normal, but Church was nowhere to be found. Confused, I walked outside, unlocked the top and bottom lock of the back door, went out onto the porch, and there she was, tethered, unsupervised, and whining to be let in for breakfast. I was totally shocked. It's not like my boyfriend at all to leave her outside, ever, especially without telling me or letting her in before he leaves. He just wouldn't do that. And again, there was no way that Church could have made it through the bedroom door, down the hall, through the kitchen, and out the back door without me hearing it. It's especially impossible for them both to make it past me. But, I started to doubt myself, and as my boyfriend has never lied to me before, I decided to ask him. I just wanted to understand what happened. So imagine my surprise when I asked him about leaving the dog outside, and he was genuinely confused as to what I was talking about. I said, "Hey, I don't understand why you didn't tell me Church was outside." He said, "What do you mean? She was in your room on the bed when I left. I even double-checked before I went to put my shoes on that she was all good." I said, "But she was outside this morning." He replied, "I have absolutely no idea how that happened because she was in your room when I left. I would never put her outside and leave her out there, not even telling you." And I'm sure I've stressed this enough, but there just isn't a way that my dog could have made it past me without me knowing. I would have heard her. At the very least, I would have heard the back door open and close, and the back door was locked, just like it was the night before. My boyfriend never locks the door behind him when he plans on going back outside in a few minutes to let her in. He knows how important my dog is to me, and that's not something he would do as a prank or a joke. He knows that I hate practical jokes, and he'd never do anything remotely pranky. I'm truly at a loss here. My dog seems normal. Everything else about my house seems normal. She just, magically appeared outside. I really hope that it never happens again. Accidental glitch. Yesterday, I drove around with a friend of mine, and as we always do, we just listened to some music, and we also wanted to watch the Northern Lights due to the unusual sun eruption. We always just drive from one sleepy town to another on the roads that we know. As we did, my friend saw a gas station on the road and was shocked by the cheap prices on the sign. Then we came to a roundabout and just drove in one direction, not caring about where the road would lead us. But we came to the same roundabout again, so this time we took another direction. After driving around a little, we saw a lamp where a cat was standing, and we came to the same roundabout again. We started to feel weird about that fact, so we took a different direction because now we were ready to go home. As we drove, we almost ran over a badger, which we had never seen before. That was weird, and then we came to that same roundabout again. We just didn't understand how that was possible. So we took another direction and finally felt like we found a way out. Because we came to 2 other towns, so at least we were making some progress. Only to realize, though, that we were back at the same roundabout again. So, we took one of the directions only to be in front of that light again where we saw the cat earlier. That was especially shocking to us because we took a completely different turn out of the roundabout. So, we are now freaking out, and we come to the same roundabout yet again. My heart skipped a beat because we noticed the gas station just beside that roundabout. We didn't notice or feel like it was exactly beside earlier, but we weren't totally sure. Stressed about not finding a way out, I started searching for my pack of almonds that I ate earlier that day in the back seat. But they were nowhere to be found. Like, they just disappeared, and I couldn't find them. Finally, after what felt like 20 minutes, we somehow drove home, but were unsure if we had just imagined something weird and got lost. When I was home, my friend told me that he didn't want to freak me out, but he noticed the gas tank remained exactly the same and didn't drop any less in that time that we were driving. I don't know, it just felt very weird, and I wasn't sure what to think. I discovered this subreddit and wanted to share this experience to hear some others' opinions. Also, I saw like 8 cats on that road, and I've never seen so many in one night. I don't know why that weirded me out, but we also saw like, I don't know, maybe 5 other cars, so the roads weren't completely empty. I really just would like an answer. I already posted to the Liminal Spaces subreddit and the Paranormal subreddit yesterday, but nobody's gotten back to me. Maybe someone can help me out here. After reading thousands of Glitch in the Matrix stories, my only advice is really don't trust cats and don't stare at lamps too hard. Let's do some more. Histology plate changed in front of my eyes. One of my classes this semester is histology, which means I have lab periods where we look at and analyze plates of different human tissues. One day, while doing so, I picked one up and I noticed that it didn't look anything alike to what the guide was saying. I was supposed to be looking at blood cells, which are like small pink orbs, yet mine was just a straight black line with like tendrils going off to the side. I vividly remember chuckling and saying to myself, this one's just a straight line. I was so confused, so I asked one of my professors to come over and look at it with me. He asked me which one it was, and I told him it was the blood cells. I have no idea how, but when I looked it over while he focused it, it changed. Now, it was clearly blood cells, little small pink orbs. Somehow, this plate changed both structure and tint in almost the blink of an eye. He didn't change the plate at all and was amused that I couldn't recognize the structure at first glance. I asked everyone in my group afterwards if they had seen that plate, but nobody said that they had. None of the teachers had seen one by that description either. I really wish that I had taken a picture of it before it changed. The closest thing I can think was that it was reticular fibers, but even then, the cut itself was strange. Everything about it just felt off. I felt like somehow I wasn't supposed to see it, and when I decided to ask somebody else, the universe decided to fix it. Lost 2 hours of time. Hey all, new to the community, but this happened back in 2021. I used to deliver laundry for a large uniform launderer. My days were the same weekly, as in on Mondays I'd go to the same 20 places, same with Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and so on. The biggest account of my week was serviced on Thursdays. It's a large auto manufacturing plant. All I delivered to them were uniforms, but there was about 350 to maybe 400 employees total. Multiply that by exchanging 3 to 5 uniform sets per employee, it was a lot of garments going in and coming out. In order to make the delivery as seamless as possible, the uniforms needed to be loaded into the truck a certain way to match up with the employee lockers. I would start my Thursdays a bit earlier than any other day to ensure that I had everything as organized as possible. When all was said and done, I'd get to the plant by about 7 a.m. and I'd be done servicing the whole account by no later than 9:30. On this particular day, absolutely nothing was out of the ordinary. I arrived to work on time, had my product, loaded my truck, dispatched. I arrived at the plant at about 7 a.m. and proceeded as normal. It was a completely ordinary day. The plant had 2 buildings with locker rooms. I'd serviced the larger of the 2 first, and I remember checking the clock after exiting the first building, and everything was running on time. I serviced the second building and loaded the truck up to return to depot so I could unload and reload to carry out the rest of my day. And I noticed the sun feeling more direct and hotter than it should have been for 9:30-ish a.m. Well, I checked the clock and it was 11:45. I thought for sure the clock was wrong. I checked my phone, 11:45. I had lost over 2 hours and I have no explanation for how or why. I even called my wife when I realized what time it was, and I kinda had a minor panic attack over the phone. She obviously couldn't explain it to me either. To round out the story, for the rest of my day I was just 2 hours behind schedule. I didn't get back the time that I lost, and I truly have zero explanation as to how this could have happened. I think about this experience very often. My dog just phased through the door. We have a very regular routine Saturday mornings. My partner and I both work and we leave together early. Dogs get breakfast, they potty, and they come back inside for 6 hours until I get home. We had a doggy door, but we very firmly sealed it because 2 of our dogs like to jump the 4-foot fence and intrude on the neighbors. They have dogs too, and our dogs just like to play. Well, I got home today, and our back fence was still locked with this wonky lock that my partner put on. I struggled to get it on and off. It's a metal loop that goes over the latch. My mailman has commented on how difficult it is, and he just brings the mail to the other door. Confirmed, nobody came in the yard. Also, there's snow and no unfamiliar prints outside our gate. I went inside and looked, and the doggy door is still firmly in place. The other 2 dogs didn't get outside, and if there was an easy way out, they for sure would have. We have snow, and my husky loves sleeping in it and grumps when I make him come inside. I checked the cameras, and it shows us letting them out in the morning, and it shows us putting them back in. Then 3 hours of nothing except neighbors and cars going by. And then poof, suddenly we have a dog in the yard. He looks very confused on camera too. It's wintertime and we don't have any open windows or anything. I went through the whole house because I didn't find any place that he could have gotten out. Did my dog just walk through a solid door? The sun blinked. Okay, so I was going through posts in this sub and I suddenly remembered a short but weird incident that happened years ago when I was in school. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon at school, and my friend and I decided to skip a class and pass our time in an empty classroom. The classroom had a ledge below the board, and there were windows on the wall opposite to it. We were sitting on the ledge and talking for a while before we thought of checking something in the drawers below the ledge. So we turn around, and a second after that, the sunlight suddenly blinks once. We briefly looked at each other with a face that said, "What in the Lucky Charms was that?" I remember checking if there were any artificial lights on, and there weren't. The windows were huge, so we were sure it couldn't have been a bird or something. And there were multiple windows. We acknowledged the fact that this was very weird, but forgot about it a few days later. I don't know. I randomly remember it sometimes, and I think about what it could have been. We both reacted to it at the same time, so I know for a fact it wasn't just something silly like us blinking without realizing it. Seeing the same people in an impossible space of time. One morning, I decided to walk my son a different route to school. I would be making a full circle around the block, dropping him off to school, and then continuing on until I find myself back home again. This round trip takes about 20 minutes. While walking him to school, we passed a blonde, curly-haired lady on her bicycle with her daughter. A little while later, I passed a dark-haired lady with a baby in a stroller. Of course, I thought nothing of it, as I've passed many other people. I dropped my son off to school and continued my walk home. About 10 minutes later, I saw the same curly-haired blonde lady who was previously on her bike, but this time she was jogging on the opposite side of the road next to me. I found it odd, but maybe I just assumed that she had rushed home, got dressed, and then went straight out for a run. I continued my walk until not 2 minutes later when I passed the same dark-haired lady that I previously had. But this time, she didn't have her baby in a stroller. She was wearing her baby strapped to her front. These sightings may seem insignificant to some, but I think about them often. I find it odd that the one day I decided to walk a different way to school is the one day I saw these two same characters twice, differently, in such a small space of time. Witnessed the same scene from 2 different perspectives. This happened in early February. I was on a hotel elevator heading to the lobby. When the doors opened, there were what looked like 4 housekeeping trainees waiting to get on the elevator, followed by an older supervisor holding a clipboard. They had to back up so that I could get off the elevator. I headed to the lobby, and then they got on. I heard the supervisor telling them that they were going to the 5th floor. About 5 minutes later, I'm headed back to my room, and as I approached the elevators, these same 5 people exited a room down the hallway and walked to the same elevator. I stopped and watched as they stood in front of the elevator door, waiting for it to open, and the supervisor told them that they were going to the 5th floor. I halfway wondered if I was about to see myself get off the elevator, but I didn't. It's possible that they went upstairs and then came back down without me seeing them, but these two scenarios were identical. The only difference was my perspective. Man, I don't know about you, but I love a good elevator glitch. Trousers replaced with a pillowcase. I'm completely baffled right now. I've lost my favorite pair of trousers. I washed them with my other trousers a few days ago, and I remember putting them in my trouser drawer with the others. The trousers are black with large buttons that make noise when being moved around. Today, I went for those same trousers, and they're gone. Completely vanished. In my trouser drawer was a pillow. I'm just going to say pants from now on. In my pants drawer was a pillowcase, and not a black one either. It was one of my satin bright cream pillowcases. My pillowcases are kept in a cupboard, and I couldn't have washed it with my pants since I haven't used the case in weeks. In no shape or form could I have accidentally mixed these up. I've hunted everywhere for these pants, and I do mean everywhere. I've even backed over several times, and they're honestly just gone. I lifted up my couch and I pulled out my bedding. Nothing. I considered someone stealing them, but I have security cameras in my house, and nothing's ever been picked up. I don't have one in my bedroom, sadly, but I have one just outside of it, so if anyone went in there, I'd still know. I have alarms on my attic door and my front and back doors too. Now, honestly, how have these gone missing? Premonition or glitch in the Matrix. This happened in the summer of 2000. The night before I was supposed to have my portraits made for my senior year, so it's very vivid still because it was the most crazy thing I've ever experienced. I will say I've always had really strong premonitions about things, and I just chalked it up to being an observant person. Anyway, my mother was away, caring for an aunt with cancer. My dad and brother had both worked outside that day, and they have horrible allergies, so they took a Benadryl, and they were out. Nobody to talk to about how I was feeling, so I called my mom. It was around 10 p.m., but I called anyway, and she answered. I told her, "Mom, I can't go to sleep, because if I go to sleep right now, I'm not going to wake up." She asked for clarification, but all I could tell her for sure was, if I fall asleep in my bed right now, I'm going to die tonight. I don't know, I can just feel it. And she chalked it up to just me being nervous. With a sick aunt and mom gone a lot, and a really bad breakup the Christmas before that kept me a mess ever since. I don't know, maybe all that makes sense and was stressing me out. She told me to stretch out on the sofa and just to sleep there. So I made my spot on the sofa. About an hour and a half later, I started feeling silly. So I grabbed my pillow and I went back to my bed. I'd barely dozed off when I was woken by what sounded like rushing water, and then my windows bursting in. That's when I saw the smoke and the flames. The house next door had caught fire and was fully engulfed, and because the houses were so close, ours was starting to catch as well. I got us out, got fire and police there, and even had to have an officer get my car out of the parking spot because as I pushed the brakes to put it in gear, the brake pads melted to the tires. I did get it out, by the way. The only part of our house that caught fire was my bedroom. My dad called my mom to tell her what happened, and she screamed for him to hand me the phone. She asked, "How the hell did you know that was going to happen?" And I said, "I don't know, I didn't really. I just had the strongest feeling that I can't explain that going into a deep sleep in my bed at that time meant I would never wake up." My bed was against the windows, and the charred ceiling was on what was left of my bed. To this day, she says it's the strangest phone call she's ever gotten from me, and I still can't explain how I knew that my room wasn't safe that night. I just know that if I had gone to bed, I would have been killed in a house fire. Instead, we all got out safely and insurance fixed the damage to my room. In the end, it was a bad try at insurance fraud by the neighbor who lit candles all over his house, then let all the cats in the room with the candles, then left. So the neighbor was fine. I mean, a horrible human, but still fine. Was this a glitch, or maybe just a gut feeling? Let me know. Wrong sound happened on my desk. I've posted before a few years ago about how I dropped some paper on a carpet and it sounded like metal for no reason. Well, it happened again, when the universe is seemingly playing tricks on me, I think. I had some bottles sitting on my desk, and I sat one in front of me because I was taking a picture of it, so my eyes never left the bottle. The only movement was me pulling my phone up in front of it, but I heard the sound of a bottle or some kind of item rolling off the desk. I stopped and looked all over. Nothing had fallen on the floor. Not that it could have without me seeing it, anyway. So I tried recreating the sound. I tried running my bracelet across the desk, moving my phone in different ways, and then I just kind of laughed at myself and rolled the bottle, thinking how silly I was for even trying that. But it was the same exact sound. I don't know. I have no explanation. Keyboard changed color. My school has a typing program where we need to learn how to type quickly on some kind of website. I forget what it's called, but I don't own a laptop. So I've been typing with my friend, we'll call her Amanda, on her old iPad and Bluetooth keyboard. Her favorite color is mint. So I wasn't surprised when she owned a mint keyboard. It was nice to look at and makes a satisfying noise, I guess. And I distinctly remember thinking about how it was her favorite color and that I might get one for myself. I even remember making a comment about how the color matched her favorite notebook and pencil, which are both mint as well. I was gone for a week because I was sick, and when I came back and took typing class with Amanda, the keyboard was black. So I asked, "Hey, Mandy, why'd you change the color? I thought that green one was nice." She said, "What?" Like the teal mint thing that you had going on. I thought it was cute. Why'd you change it?" She just stared at me and then said, "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. This keyboard's always been black." I laughed because I thought she was joking, but no, she was dead serious. "Mandy, you're kidding." "No, I'm not. I bought a black keyboard. Are you feeling all right, Pam?" I asked around, and everyone said it had always been black, except for one person who I'll call Randy. I said, "Hey, Randy, was Amanda's keyboard always black?" He said, "Yeah, I guess." "I don't know, though." I said, "Really? I could have sworn it used to be mint." I was about to give up, and then he said, "Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? Hey, Mandy, why did you change the keys?" She, our classmates, hell, even the professor, all say that it's always been black, but I don't really get it, man. Did I skip timelines or something? I can see a grid in my day-to-day life. First off, I'm going to say that I don't do any type of drugs, not even weed. It all started when one time I woke up from a very strange lucid dream. And when I woke up, I saw a grid around everything in my room for a second. I think it may have been light green in color. I didn't have sleep paralysis when I woke up and saw the grid either. Another time, I had been awake for a while and was just scrolling through Reddit when I looked up at the white wall of my room and noticed a grid around one area. This grid was dark gray in color. I've seen the dark gray grid twice while looking at a section in my room. However, I feel like the grid is everywhere, and if you focus hard enough on it, it becomes visible. I've seen the grid twice in a way where it wasn't blurry or faded, and I can see the grid a lot in my day-to-day life. It's just usually more faded, so I'd have to focus more on it to notice that it's there. Even right now, I can see it, but it's faded. If you want, you can try to see it too. It's more obvious on a white wall in a room that's not super bright. By the way, I don't even meditate to see it or take any drugs. I also don't have any medical or mental conditions that would result in hallucinations. What do you think? Have you ever seen the grid? My C-section scar is gone. First post here, and I'm not sure what to think. I had my son last year in November, and I healed pretty quickly. I ended up having to have an emergency C-section, and I've been having some issues with my self-esteem because of the scar. It's one of those horizontal ones, and just a few minutes ago, I went to check it because it was itching, but it was gone. It was just nowhere, not even faded. I'm confused. I mean, I guess I'm happy, but like, how did that happen? I know it was there just yesterday, and it's always been there since November when I had my son. Scars don't just disappear like this, and especially not overnight. It was already healed, and there was no reason for it to just vanish like nothing had ever happened. Has anyone else had anything like this happen? Or do you have any thoughts on what this could be? The picture changed as I was holding it. This is a really small glitch, but I always think of it when I hear or read anything about a glitch in the Matrix, so maybe someone will find this interesting. This happened when I was little, maybe around 6 or 9 years old. I was standing in front of our house and I had my mom's keychain in my hands, which was a transparent plastic rectangle where you can insert one photo on either side. So one photo on side A and then another photo on side B. My mom had my picture on one side and my brother's picture on the other. I was holding it in my hands, turning it around to look at my picture, and then my brother's, and then mine again, and then his again. As I did this though, all of a sudden, both sides were of my brother. I remember being so confused and turning it around quickly to check if it had already corrected itself by then. I wasn't turning it around at such a speed that the photos would have gotten mixed or blurred or anything. I just didn't understand how that happened, and I wanted to show my parents, but obviously I couldn't, since by the time I got to my mom to show her, it was already back to normal. I don't know, this still confuses me to this day. Coincidence or simulation? For the past year, I've been experiencing something that's been tripping me out, and I just have to share it. Picture this. I'm multitasking, say watching a movie or listening to a podcast while scrolling through my phone. So I'm passively taking in whatever's playing in the background, but I'm actively reading something on my phone. Here's where it gets wild. Almost every day, whatever I'm reading on my phone aligns perfectly with what I hear from the TV or whatever podcast I'm watching at the time. And I'm not talking about common words. These are unique, specific words that aren't used in everyday language. For example, just recently, I was listening to a podcast that randomly mentioned Arkansas State at the exact moment I was reading those exact words on my phone. And this isn't a one-off. It's been happening consistently, and the most recent words that I can remember are pipeline and ankle. What are the odds of two completely different things and having a unique word come up simultaneously in both? It's so unexplainable to me, and I have really no idea what to make of it. Am I the only one that's experiencing this? Has anyone else in the world noticed these bizarre coincidences? This person includes an edit that says, "Let me make one thing clear. This is not advertisement related, and I can guarantee it. I'm actually very familiar with our phones listening to us and then spitting out ads. Here's another example that just happened. I'm currently watching a Twitch stream and working at the same time. I was typing out the word free, and the streamer I was watching said the word free at the exact time I was typing it. They're two completely unrelated tasks and also unrelated to any scrolling. It's just wild." I'm really starting to believe that I was a World War II pilot in a past life. I've been hesitant to post this anywhere or talk about it with anyone except for my closest friends and family members, but I thought you all here might appreciate it. Ever since I was literally a baby, I've been drawn to airplanes. My mom says that when I was less than a year old, I would reach for stuffed airplanes in the store and refuse to let go once she finally gave them to me. I also chose a baby swing that was shaped like an airplane, and it was in this that I said my second word after mama, airplane. This soon began to intersect with an inextricable attraction to World War II. At 2 or 3 years old, my mom says that as she was flipping through channels to get to Bob the Builder, I'd scream when she passed the History Channel, a demand to watch and then sit enraptured in front of World War II documentaries. Now keep in mind, this is when that channel covered actual history. Specifically, I was interested in World War II aviation, especially U.S. naval aviation. I had a huge coffee table book with a painting of the Battle of Midway, and I would apparently just sit for hours and stare at it. That interest continued all through my childhood. I refused to play with anything but toy models of World War II aircraft, constantly scribbled aircraft carrier battle scenes in my notebooks. I flew in a World War II B-17 at 7. I read untold dozens of books on the subject. We went to air shows, and at one point, I met with World War II pilots at one of those events. My dad left me alone with them and came back some time later to find me talking with them about things that I could have barely known. For example, how the visibility out the back of a certain plane's cockpit was hampered by the light conditions at certain altitudes and times of day. I also distinctly remember begging my grandpa to order me large die-cast model of the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier. And when it arrived, I tried to remove some of the small molded plastic aircraft from the flight deck, inexplicably drawn to the tiny versions of one plane, the Grumman Avenger torpedo bomber. I went on to start flying real planes at 12, I got my pilot's license at 17, and I joined the U.S. Navy ROTC to become a naval aviator. Throughout my training, my instructors would comment that I just seemed to know what I was doing, and the word natural was used frequently. I say this not to brag, but just to note that it was through absolutely no skill of my own. Okay, so nothing supernatural about that, right? I mean, lots of kids like airplanes and many people are interested in the Second World War, but here's the part that nags at me. For a long, long time, probably even before I had that interest in World War II, I've been having a recurring dream of what I now think of may be my past life. It's incredibly vivid and completely unlike any scene I've ever come across in a World War II movie, documentary, or anything. I've been having it once or twice a quarter for years, and it's exactly the same every time. In my dream, I'm flying a Grumman TBF Avenger over the ocean. It's dusk and clearly a Pacific sunset. The colors are rich reds and oranges, and the sun is slanting through billowing clouds in a way that I'd never, ever seen in my real life, until I visited Hawaii at age 21. I clearly recognized the cockpit of the Avenger from its distinctive greenhouse window bracing and its unique trapezoidal instrument panel. I look out the right wing, and it's full of holes and streaming a white fuel leak. Meanwhile, I can clearly hear the radial engine running rough as it dies, backfiring, coughing, spluttering. I call to my crewman over the intercom. Avenger had a 3-man crew, but there's no response. Either the intercom is dead, or they are. I know that I won't be in the air much longer, and I have to ditch. My hands fly over the cockpit in well-trained fashion, and I can distinctly feel the grip as I reach above and unlatch the canopy in preparation for ejection. I'm scared, but confident as I guide my plane down toward the water, flare, and then stall it into a light swell. The plane skips once back into the air, and then makes a loud shh sound as it settles into the water. Although I know that Avengers are known for floating, well after ditching, thanks to their large wings and fuselage, mine are full of holes, and I know that I don't have much time. Even as I unstrap my safety harness, I feel the huge engine up front start to pull the plane forward. As the aircraft tilts up and begins to sink nose first, I reach above me to pull back the canopy, which I had previously unlatched. However, the force of the impact must have jammed it shut. I reach up and I try to wrench it back, but it doesn't budge. As the water begins to cover the cockpit windshield, I start to feel a raw animal panic. I scream and I tear desperately at the canopy release, but with a sickening lurch, I feel the plane yield to gravity and begin its final descent. At that moment, I wake up, often bolt upright and covered in sweat. Now, I know this sounds a lot like the case of James Leininger, but I had truly never heard of that story until I woke up soaked one night in 2020 and Googled World War II pilot past life. The similarities are eerie. I'm usually a pretty skeptical person, but I'm beginning to think that a past version of me flew an Avenger and died in the Pacific around 1944. Curious to hear your thoughts. I'm also going to an air show next weekend, the first one I've been to since I was a child. This air show is scheduled to feature multiple restored Avengers, and I'm planning to do whatever it takes to get the owners to let me sit in one, and I'll report back here. This person includes an edit that says, "Oh man, I can't believe I forgot one of the best parts until I was talking to my fiance about my post here last night. When I was about 7, and I know I was 7 because Drake and Josh had just come out, and I remember watching it after my flying sessions. I would play a flight simulator on my family's computer every night, too. Again, nothing unusual about that. However, without fail, before I started flying in the game, I would pretend to be asleep on my couch, my bunk, before yelling, "Now hear this, now hear this, pilots, man your planes." Jolting awake, running upstairs, leaping over the arm of my computer chair, and beginning to throw imaginary switches. And for those of you that aren't World War II nerds, that phrase is exactly how World War II U.S. Navy aircraft carriers would call pilots over the loudspeaker to begin a mission. Something that was absolutely not simulated in any of my games. Hey, Derek here. I'm going to try and stay in touch with this person so I can ask how his air show went after the weekend passes, and if there's any updates, I'll be sure to include them in the very next video that's available. But for now, let's do some more. Is that your mom? I'm not sure if this is a glitch, but if someone could help me understand, I would really appreciate it. My friend was coming to pick me up, and we were going to take a long drive to see another friend. I had asked my parents to watch my son, and while I was getting ready, I had this unsettling feeling that if I went, I wasn't going to see my son again, and that something bad was going to happen to me. But I kind of just brushed it off. My friend called and told me that she was almost at my house. I hung up, and then something yelled at me loudly, saying, "Do not take that long drive." I don't know, it literally freaked me out. I had never felt anything like that before. So now, I'm getting in my friend's car, and I'm thinking, how am I going to tell her that we can't go? But as soon as I get in, she starts to tell me, I don't think we should go. Something was telling me that if we go, something bad would happen to us. Then I told her that I was thinking of a way to tell her the same thing, and I explained what had happened to me while I was getting ready. We ended up just going to Winn-Dixie. It's a store that's about 3 minutes away from my house. She had some groceries that she needed to get, and we got some dinner together, and then she brought me back home. Now, it's dark outside, and we pull up to my house. As I'm about to get out, a car pulls up in front of us, and I just thought it was somebody going to my neighbor's house. As I'm walking to my door, my friend calls me and asks, "Is that your mom in the car? They keep trying to pull up like they want to get in your driveway." I had knocked on my door, waiting for someone to open it for me, but then I went to look in the car, and I was like, that is my mom, and I could see in the car because the middle light was on. I told my friend, "Why is she moving weird? Something's off, like the way she's moving is just different." And then I realized, that's not her car. Whose car was my mom driving? As I'm looking at my mom in this car I've never seen before, my mom opens the door for me to come inside. I tell my friend, "Oh no, wait, that's not my mom. My mom just opened the door." At this time, I didn't know what to think, and I went inside my house while my friend left. I went back to look at the car outside, and I saw a car turn into my neighbor's driveway, back out, and then leave. But I'm not sure if that was the car my mom was in or someone else's, so I don't know for sure where the car went after I finally went inside. I was just so confused about what had happened. I shared the first part of the story to show how the night started out a little bit weird, but then it ended, potentially, dangerous. Teleportation glitch while patrolling as a night guard. For several years, I worked as a guard at an office building which included 5 floors and 4 underground floors. The underground floors were mainly for parking. Every 2 hours, we needed to patrol all the floors starting at 5 and then go down each floor via the elevator. At floor -3, which is a parking lot, there's a long walk that connects the office building with a courthouse for cars to drive between the two. This takes about a 7-minute walk there. In my patrols, I need to go there to the checking points, but I never did this because no one instructed me on how to get to it. The few times I tried to find it by myself, at night by the way, it's pretty spooky, ended up with me being lost and having to go back. So I always pass that place, turn around, and then go to the elevator to get to the -4th floor. 2 weeks before my resignation, I told myself, what the heck, I'll go there again and I'll try to find it. So I got to the -3 level in the elevator, I checked the nearest checkpoint with my work phone app, I need to scan a barcode with it, and then I continued to the courthouse. But here's the weird part. When I got to the place where the road to the courthouse is supposed to be, I found the wall of the -4th floor. I was stunned. I thought maybe I did go to the -4th floor by accident, which seems pretty weird by itself because every few meters there's a sign on the wall indicating which floor you're currently on. I went back, noticing now that every sign on the wall says -4. And I thought, okay, maybe I did go to the wrong floor after all. But when I got back to the elevator, it said -3. The hour was 3 a.m., I was alone, and you need a key, which I had one at the time, thankfully, to work the elevator. Above all that, when I start the patrol, I lock all the doors to the building so no one can get in while I'm not at the entrance. I know I didn't get to the -4th floor by accident while walking, since you need to walk about 10 minutes just to do that in a pitch black tunnel, which I never ever did since I'm afraid of the dark. Too many scary movies, I guess. That's the first and last time that I had a glitch in my life, and I really don't know how this could happen. This person says, I hope this made sense because English is not my first language. I think you did good, buddy. Still haunted, and it's been 12 years. Since childhood, I've been plugged in, connected, I don't know, however you want to put it, to the point where my parents were frightened and they took me to specialists in both mental health and the unexplained. 12 years ago, I opened up to my therapist about some of this, and she opened up to me, admitting that she's also trained in hypnosis, past life regression, and does things in the world of the unexplained outside of psychology. She offered a free, outside of therapy, past life regression session, admitting she was incredibly curious how it would be for me. The past life regression session went well, and here's some of the things that we discovered. I was able to confirm several things from different vignettes of memory that apparently actually happened/existed, and in one case, believed to have even found record of the person that I was. I don't think about those things too much. I mean, they're fascinating for sure, but I don't think they'll be explained or even need to be in this lifetime. What haunts me is that the last memory moment we explored. Haunting is what it feels like, but not necessarily in a negative or like a scary way, just that the sensations and the thoughts linger. I was definitely not human. I wasn't addressing this while under hypnosis, but I was describing things unhuman. I could feel the plates of my face and multiple parts of my mouth that worked together. I apparently was speaking in a different way and with different grammar than I always had been. And my therapist later said that it seemed like I was struggling with translation at this point. I remember the drive to find my child. I remember how white my surroundings were. I knew that I had been forced to kill and might need to do more to get my child. I could make internal and external noises. I don't know how else to describe that. And I saw things so differently. There was a metallic taste and a metallic whispery noise enveloping me. The body sensations were intense, and I can still remember feeling all of my parts. My therapist brought me out of hypnosis because I started to panic and make noises that she, quote, did not like. This experience was odd and discombobulating overall, so my therapist didn't talk too much about anything in the moment, but over the next few months, we did discuss it. It seemed like maybe I was an insect, or maybe something that I don't even know exists, or my brain was just playing a little prank on us. Anyway, it's something I don't talk about much, but I think about fairly often. I found this subreddit today and figured I might as well share with people who may be interested. The Boy Who Ran. It was a school night and our family had just had dinner. It was rice-a-roni, meatloaf, and green beans. I hated it. Anyway, about an hour or so passes and I head upstairs to go to bed. Now, to get upstairs, we have two stairways. One leads to the kitchen, the other the living room, which then has a staircase up to the bedrooms. I take the staircase leading from the foyer to the living room, and as I head up the staircase, I see my little brother, who's about 5 at the time, run from his room to the bathroom, both of which are located on each side of the top of the staircase leading up from the living room. I say to him out loud, "Man, you better get to bed before you get in trouble." When suddenly, my little brother comes upstairs from the staircase from the foyer to the kitchen, which is a floor beneath me. And then he passes me and says, "Good night," then proceeds to go upstairs and then go to his room and close the door. I stand there, frozen. If my brother was downstairs, then who did I see run out of his room to the bathroom? Why did I think it was my brother? Or maybe I'm overthinking it and my brother just has super speed. I don't know. All jokes aside, I was so freaked out I ran upstairs past the bathroom without even looking to see what could have been in there and went into my room and I slammed the door shut. I waited that whole night for a face, but it never came. But this night stuck with me for a while, and I'm just curious. Does anyone have any theories on what that could have been? A coin just fell into my boot from a country I visited 10 years ago. I'm trying to make sense of what happened this morning to me while I was at work. I know it can't just be a coincidence. Both of those He said I'm trying to make sense, and he knows it can't be a coincidence. Both of those puns were intended because I use humor to cope with situations. While at work this morning, I was recycling some metal for the company that I work for. I was making laps from the table to the recycling bin as the metal is so heavy, I just carry one at a time. I'd been doing this for about a half an hour when I felt something fall into my boot. It's not an uncommon occurrence of things falling into my boots, considering I don't tie them up really tight, and my jeans usually rest inside my boots, like John Bender from The Breakfast Club. I feel it slide down my ankle and rest at the bottom of my boot and jiggle around while I finish making my lap. After tossing the metal in the bin, I take my boot off and shake out the debris that I felt fall in. As it falls in the dirt, I see that it's a coin about the size of a nickel or maybe a quarter. I think to myself, that's strange, because I didn't have any change on me that day, and I hadn't even used any cash in several weeks. I pick up the coin and I realize that it's neither a nickel or a quarter. It's a 20-cent coin from Bang Negra, Malaysia. My mind kind of froze when I picked it up. What in the actual hell? Why? How? When and what? I live in the US and I visited Malaysia probably 10 years ago, almost to the day. I had a weekend port visit there when I was in the Navy on a deployment. I did keep a couple of coins from the places I visited because it was just change that was left over from the trip, but that was 10 years ago. Plus, all of my change I collected from them is in my storage unit, and I haven't even seen that in years. I'm so baffled about what has happened that now I can't even currently focus at work. I need some kind of opinion or outside perspective that I can't think of as to what just happened. The boots that I wear are military style, but not the same boots from my deployment. Some of the comments in this story include people asking if he was thinking about his time in the Navy while doing laps. BOP said that he wasn't, and that he was actually happier not thinking about that time. OP also said that this part of his deployment was one of the least memorable. There were no excursions, nothing significant. He just ate at a couple of places, wandered the shopping malls, and he didn't even buy a souvenir. But this next one was kind of weird. Somebody commented, maybe it's a cry from help from the storage unit. They said they know that sounds silly, but it still might be something to check on. OP says, there may actually be some relevancy in this comment. I'll try to head over to it sometime today or tomorrow, and we'll follow up with the results from said visit. And of course, if there's any follow-ups that I need to add concerning this story, I'll be sure to do so in the next episode. Ring goes missing for a year and then reappears exactly where it disappeared. A few years ago, I found a beautiful tanzanite and diamond ring on sale at a jewelry shop. I was able to do a layaway plan over 4 months and finally brought it home. It's the most expensive piece of jewelry I've ever owned, and I loved this ring. At the time, the ring fit perfect. However, about a year ago, I needed to resize it as I'd put on some weight. I put the ring in its box and bag, took it to my car, and placed it in my glove compartment while I ran some other errands. I ended up having to go home before I made it to the jewelry shop, so I left the ring in the car, which was parked in my garage by the way, and I planned to take it the next time I was out. 2 days later, when I pull up to the jewelry store, I went to get the ring out of the glove compartment and it wasn't there. I tore the car up looking for it, but it was nowhere. I go home and I check everywhere just to be sure that the ring really is gone. The only thing that I can think of is that someone got into my car during my errands and took it. Over the last year, I've cleaned and vacuumed my car many times, always hoping I would somehow find the ring. About 3 months ago, I bought an even smaller, cheaper version of the same ring just because it was tanzanite, but it wasn't as nice as my original ring. Well, 4 days ago, I hopped in my car, and guess what was sitting on the passenger floorboard? The bag with the box that had the ring inside of it, packed up and ready for the jeweler, with the original receipt and everything. I have absolutely no idea where this ring could have been for the last year, and no clue how it would even be possible to miss it in the meantime. I mean, I've torn this car apart multiple times looking for it. It's like it somehow just moved forward in time, and nobody else drives my car. I don't know. What do you think happened? Have you ever felt like there was someone missing? This is going to sound really weird, but I've been experiencing weird flashbacks and dreams lately. It's usually of recent events within my friend group, and everything happens as I remember it, but for some reason, there's always an extra boy there. Like a boy who would interact with my friends and had their own dynamics going on, yet I'm certain I've never actually met him. Even looking at photos in those memories where I can find the exact real-life photo, the spot where he would be in my memories during the picture being taken is now just an empty spot. I don't know how to explain it. I can remember him being there, but there's no evidence that he's ever existed. For example, one of my friends had a wedding recently, and during the dance portion, I remember our whole group took turns being the one person dancing in the center of our circle of friends, and I know he wasn't there, yet I remember him dancing too. And in the wedding video that we played back, the portion of the song I remember him dancing to, nobody was in the middle for that portion on the tape. It feels like there was someone that's supposed to be here too, yet for some reason, he's just gone. When I first directly saw him in a dream, I felt overwhelmed, like he was someone that I really miss, but at the same time, I'm completely sure I've never met this guy. I even talked about it with some of my friends, and a lot of them just looked at me like I was crazy. But I felt compelled to post about it when some of my friends actually said that they can vaguely remember him too. One of my friends was even able to recall his exact dance moves that he did at the wedding. But again, that video shows nobody danced like that during his part of the song. Another instance is 2 months ago at our friend's birthday party. The boy accidentally spilled his drink on one of my friends, and she flipped out because it stained her outfit. And my friends all remember that a drink got spilled on her and her being pissed off about it. But she claims that never happened. And in all the pictures we took at the end of the night, her outfit had no stains. I don't know. I have no idea what this all means, and it feels very schizo, but other people remember this boy being there during all these crazy hangouts too. So it can't just be me being crazy, can it? Doctor changed color. So, I'm not into paranormal stuff, nor am I superstitious in any way, so you can imagine my confusion over what happened. My son brought home the plague from school, and after 3 weeks of vomiting, I went to the doctor. I'm in Australia, so it's not as expensive over here. And because it was an emergency appointment, I didn't have the possibility to pick my doctor, so the doctor I was seeing for the day was Dr. Dan. I walk in, and yes, I'm sick, but I also drove to this appointment and had been at work earlier in the day, so I'm not on death's door or anything. And there sits a young, white, Australian man who did an absolutely excellent job, and off I went home with a bunch of antibiotics. When I get home, my husband has also succumbed to this plague, and I highly recommend Dr. Dan. I tell my husband all about Dr. Dan, and the next day he makes an appointment and he goes in. Imagine my surprise when my husband comes back home with a bunch of antibiotics and a story to tell. He then proceeds to tell me that while Dr. Dan is indeed fantastic, he's not white or young, and he's not Australian. In fact, I think he's Indian. Guys, I'm telling you that I would have testified in court under oath that Dr. Dan was a young, white, Australian guy. I even looked on their websites at the doctors that are available, and there was Dr. Dan, an Indian man, middle-aged dude, the darker complexion. I've never hallucinated in my life, and although I was sick, I wasn't that sick, so I have no explanation. That's the one and only thing of its kind to ever happen to me. All I know is Dr. Dan was awesome and had me back up and running within 3 days. This person includes an edit that says, I also asked reception if there was a student doctor or a fill-in doctor at the time, and they said no. It was only ever Dr. Dan. Something else I remember that'll prove it was the same doctor that my husband and I saw was that when my husband went in, he said to the doctor, my wife was in yesterday and she was given antibiotics. I'm feeling sick and thought I may need them too. To which Dr. Dan said to my husband, yes, I remember your wife. She was quite sick. So that proves it was the same guy. At least, to me it does. Where did this light switch come from? I've lived in my home for 10 years, and I decorate our foyer wall every season. So like 40 times at a minimum that I've worked with this wall. It's a prominent but small wall. It's only 6 feet wide, and it faces the front door. I'm a perfectionist, and I stress over things being centered, straight, and balanced. So I go to change out the wall hanging, and I'm centering it, but now there's a second light switch on the wall, one on the left, and now one on the right. It's not the same distance from the edge as the one on the left, so it throws off things looking centered. If I'd had this problem every season/holiday for 10 years, I think I'd remember. I have a ton of pics of the wall from all of my decorating, and sure as shoot, it's all in the pics, and now everything looks off-center. It gets even weirder though. The switch turns on the upstairs hall light. Just last week, the upstairs hallway light stopped working, and I haven't gotten around to changing the bulb. But it apparently wasn't the bulb, because when I flipped the new switch, the hallway light came on. There's only one light in our house that has 2 switches that control it and have to be on for it to work. Never in 10 years has the upstairs hallway light not worked, and it not been the bulb. I never had to explain to the kids about 2 switches for the hall light like the one downstairs. So, not only do I have a new light switch, but someone also randomly flipped it for the first time in 10 years the same week that I discovered it. It's just me and my adult son in the house, and I haven't had company in forever. My son doesn't remember the switch either. But it's right in the foyer, right when you walk in. The whole thing gives me this weird feeling. Like maybe I have some faint, weird memory of it being there, but I 100% know I've never used that switch and never had a time that changing the bulb upstairs didn't make it work again. Not once have I ever said, the hallway light isn't working, must be the downstairs switch. Never. How was the first time I notice it also the same week that it's flipped and affects the light upstairs? So, Captain Crunch, weird. You know, I don't think I've ever done a UFO story. Let's do one now. UFO I saw in Northern Ontario. When I was a teenager, I would take these month-long canoe trips every summer. They lasted about a month and would usually consist of whitewater canoeing, although some of the trips were on flat water. All of these trips took place in Northern Ontario and Quebec, around the town of Temagami, for context. The trips were part of a summer camp that focused on self-reflection and testing yourself. It was the same group of guys year after year for 9 years. The final trip I did was when I was 19 and took us over 300 miles down the Hurricane River, which splits between Quebec and Ontario. It's very remote. We would pass an off-grid hunting cabin every few days where we would use the water tank to replenish our water bags. There were no roads and only the occasional snowmobile trail for hundreds and hundreds of miles. The goal of the trip was to take this great river to the mouth of the James Bay, which is connected to the Hudson Bay. We would then paddle across the open bay, about 60 miles of open water, to a sandbar where we would spend the night, before continuing to the remote indigenous town of Moosonee, Ontario. Before we got to the open bay, we were camping on marshland. Due to the tides, we had a unique sleep schedule. We would fall asleep in our tents by 10 p.m. to wake up at 3 a.m. to catch the tide. It was about 11 p.m. and I was sitting crouched on my heels on the riverbank, watching the moon and listening to the waterfowl. As I was sitting there, a shiny cylindric object about the size of a paper towel roll with rounded ends shot past me about 20 feet to my left, the opposite direction of where the tents were. It plunged down into the river in a diagonal fashion, so it only splashed a little bit, before shooting back out a few hundred feet downstream. It instantly accelerated to the speed of sound and vanished, creating a sonic boom. People started coming out of their tents, curious about the noise. I told them it was probably a hunter in the area. For reference, this happened in 2012, and a few years ago, I told my friends this over some drinks, and they understandably thought I was joking. But I know what I saw, and it was the only time I've ever heard the sound barrier broken. My boyfriend's photos came back to me. 3 weeks ago, I went to a wedding with my boyfriend and his friends. There was one of those photo booths there, and we all took some photos. There were 8 strips of photos, 2 copies of 4. I ended up taking all the copies home, as he asked me to do, and we agreed that I'd give them to him when I saw him again. The following week, I went over to his house, and since I'm one of those people that packs the night before, I put the photos in my bag so I wouldn't forget them. One of the copies had actually gotten oil on them from some food, so I made sure to give him the nice copies and pack them quickly so nothing else would get on them. I was kind of talking out loud, so my flatmate, who, by the way, did not attend the wedding but does know him and did see the photos, she knew what I was doing. This will come into play in just a little bit. The next day, I see my boyfriend, I took the photos out of my bag before I did anything else. I put them on his bed, and then I sat down after that, and he smiled at me in this really specific way, which is why I remember it really vividly. He was happy to get them, and we went on with our day. 2 days ago, I was actually thinking about those photos because I realized I wasn't sure where I had put my copies. Then, they were just right next to me. I counted my photos and realized I had an extra 5, not 4, and I was confused because I had thought that I had given him all 4, but maybe I had forgotten to give him this one. Well, today, now 3 weeks later, he tells me that I never gave him the photos. Like, he literally just told me right before making this post. He said it so casually. He just asked me when he could expect to get them. And, well, here I am, absolutely confused because I remember giving him the photos. I remember the memory exactly as I described it here. Sure enough, though, I look over and all 8 copies are right next to me. I kind of just froze and asked my flatmate about the day that I gave the photos, and she tells me that, yes, I did give them to him. She remembers me packing them, and that when I came home, I'd even told her that he'd been happy when he got them because of that big smile that I remember. But here they are, in front of me. All 8 copies, and I apparently never gave them to him. Now I'm just really confused. My flatmate and I are the only ones who remember the fact that I gave them. And before anyone asks, no, it's not a prank of any kind. My flatmate and boyfriend are not those types of people, and they don't talk much except for when he comes to visit me. He's not gaslighting me about the fact that I didn't give them, because all the photos are still literally on my bed as I type this. He genuinely doesn't remember that happening, because I guess it never did. I'm positive I had a past life on the Titanic. My name is Bella. I'm 16 years old, and my story began when I was 7. The Titanic didn't feel like a new discovery, but an old, forgotten memory being found again. I became deadly obsessed with it, constantly watched movies, documentaries, read tons of books, and drew pictures of the Titanic every day, but it never felt like enough. I get very emotional and homesick when I engage in anything Titanic related. I always felt a deep connection to the Titanic and the passengers on it, and I felt as if maybe I knew them personally, and it felt like my original true home. Every time I see a fact about the Titanic, I unintentionally think, oh, I remember that. The ocean was always an emotionally heavy place for me, not just because I love nature, but because I knew it was where the Titanic was, especially since the ocean I live closest to is the Atlantic. I refuse to swim in it. Something just, doesn't feel right. I always felt like my obsession wasn't just out of pure interest, but something much bigger. Once I learned about past lives, I thought, maybe I had a past life from the Titanic. But I never tried doing anything about it since I felt like most people wouldn't believe me. In April of 2023, I wanted to get to the bottom of why I felt this way all these years and to get my clarity. So I did some digging and found a past life regression meditation. I saw myself as a young woman with long brown hair wearing a white gown, and walking inside of a ship that looked exactly like Titanic's grand staircase and heard terrible groaning sounds coming from the hull. I got scared and jolted awake, and I immediately realized what happened. I knew right away that it was Titanic. I remembered the narrator saying a name would appear in my mind, and the name was Elsie. Shaking, I rushed to look it up, doubting I'd find anything, but a woman describing the exact one I was in my regression showed up, and her name was Elsie Bowerman. I don't know if you know who she is, but she was a survivor of the sinking. I looked at her and I felt an immediate connection and started literally just bawling my eyes out. It felt like all of my questions were answered and a huge weight was lifted from my body. It was such a relief. I finally knew why I felt the way I did for all these years. To this day, the Titanic means so much to me, and I think about it every single day. You don't have to believe me. I just wanted to share my story. NPC texture updated mid-train ride. I couldn't wrap my head around what I saw, so I'm hoping I can just talk it out here with you. I take the train to work every morning. Lately, now that summer is rapidly approaching here in Colorado, the sun is fully up and over the neighboring buildings by the time I get to the station, so it's not like I'm making my commute in the dim, mid-morning light of dawn. Today, I get on like normal and can see the train is mostly empty except for one other guy. Sitting right by the door in plain sight is an obviously Indian/Middle Eastern gentleman. Black hair, clean-shaven, tan skin, glasses, with a dark green sweater. He was young, probably mid-20s. I made eye contact with him as I got on and walked past his seat and took mine, which was facing toward the front of the car, with my back to him. We only had gone one stop, so there was no opportunity for anyone to get on or off the train since I sat down. The train pulls into the station and the doors open. From behind me, someone passed by my seat. I look up and for a moment their back was facing me, but I saw the same dark green sweater of the man that I made contact with just one stop ago. They turn around, and I'm shaken to see a 60-something-year-old white man with stark white hair and a short, scraggly, neon white beard wearing the same dark green sweater. I stare at him in disbelief for a moment before we make eye contact again, but I quickly looked away because now my adrenaline is firing on full blast and I can't understand who or what I'm seeing now. I look behind me as the man exits, and sure enough, the seat where I saw the first man was empty. I'm not blind. I have very good eyes, as a matter of fact, and I have no psychological disorders beyond ADHD, which, last I checked, doesn't make you hallucinate people's age or skin color or facial hair. Though, now I'm not sure, and I might need to talk with my psych about this. Could someone with a similar sweater have gotten on the train behind me, walked past me just to exit the car while the original man left the car behind me? Well, yes, but why would they get on the train just to get off through a different exit? I'm sure there's a good explanation for this, but I just can't think of one. CD appeared in my car. This happened a few years ago, and I still haven't been able to figure it out. I drove my car with my 2 children, who were 4 and 5 at the time, to my grandmother's house for Nana school. This was during the panini, so schools were closed. All of my aunts and their grandchildren would meet up at my grandma's for school. It was honestly pretty adorable. Anyway, I was the first one there, and left before anyone else had showed up. Who was all there at the time was my grandma, grandpa, myself, and my 2 children. I get my kids unloaded and into the house. My grandpa's cooking breakfast. My grandma and I chat about whatever, and I say goodbye to my kids, and I head back out to my car. On the center console is a brand new CD that hadn't been there before, nor had I ever seen or even heard of the artist. I went back in to ask my grandma if it was hers and to tell her that somehow it ended up in my car, but she says no, and I just go on to call my husband and ask him if maybe he'd placed it in there and maybe I just didn't notice. He says he's never seen it before and has never even heard of the artist. My disc player in my car doesn't work, and I haven't tried all that hard to find a CD player to listen to it. It's still in my car, and it's been driving around with me for quite some time now. Maybe a guardian angel of some sort, I don't know. I think about it every so often, with the thought, I really should give that a listen. But also, maybe I shouldn't. Our friend's glasses vanished at a sleepover. This happened 5.5 years ago, around the winter of 2018. My friends and I were at our friend's house for a sleepover, as we usually did on the weekends. The 4 of us, which was me, Alex, Nate, and Kyle, pulled up to our friend's, Michael's house at 8 p.m. The 5 of us were the usual crew, as our main friend group, throughout all of high school, and we would always hang out at Michael's house, even nowadays. Back then, his house was like our second home, pretty much. It was like we lived there on the weekends. Michael's house has 3 floors, a top floor with all the bedrooms, a middle floor, primarily consisting of the living room and the kitchen, and then there was the basement, which is where we usually hung out when we were at his house. Tonight, however, we started off in the basement and then decided to migrate to Michael's room upstairs. So there we were, just having a good time in Michael's room, and at a certain point in the night, Alex and I decided to start wrestling each other. It wasn't all that serious. I mean, the wrestling itself was, but there was no ill intent behind it. We would always just wrestle because, why not? While Alex and I were wrestling, I thought it would be funny to take Alex's glasses off, which is exactly what I did. Mid-wrestle, I snatched Alex's glasses off of his face and threw them underneath Michael's bed. That way, they were in a safe spot where no one would accidentally step on them and break them. In the meantime, Nate, Kyle, and Michael were standing on the other side of the room, away from the bed, and keep that in mind, watching us, laughing and egging us on, just, guy stuff. Alex was kinda mad that I took his glasses from him, so the wrestling match pretty much immediately stopped as he grabbed me by the shirt and then said in an angrily manner, "Where are my glasses?" I responded with, "Relax, man, chill out, they're under the bed." Alex then lets go of me and lays down on the floor to peek underneath the bed. "Bro, where are they? I don't see them." "Alright, hey, maybe it's because you're more blind than Helen Keller without your glasses. Let me look, I'll show you," is what I told him. I then proceed to check underneath the bed, and nothing. No glasses, at all. And keep in mind, our 3 other friends were still on the opposite side of the bedroom, away from the bed. At this point, just having their own conversation, living in their own world, away from what Alex and I were dealing with. Despite that, though, I was still a little bit suspicious, and asked them anyways if they had seen or took Alex's glasses. The three of them just kinda gave me a look of confusion and said, "No, we didn't touch them." They then decided to help Alex and I look for the glasses. "Are you kidding me, bro? Where are they? Why did you even have to touch them?" Alex was starting to get pretty mad. I tried to plead my innocence. I said, "I swear, bro, I placed them underneath the bed, I promise. What the hell happened to them?" Deep down, though, I felt pretty guilty, but also extremely confused. I knew it wasn't my fault, as I swear on everything that I love, I placed them underneath the bed. The five of us searched. Forget underneath the bed, we looked at the entire bedroom, from the desk drawers, the closet, and even the clothes drawers. 20 to 30 minutes had to have passed by the time we just concluded the glasses were not in that bedroom anymore. I'm not exaggerating when I say that these glasses actually despawned from Michael's bedroom. Now, at this point, you're probably thinking one of these idiots probably took the glasses from underneath the bed and hid them. But trust me, I thought the exact same thing in the moment, as it seemed like the only plausible explanation. Now, that would make sense if it wasn't for the fact that Nate, Kyle, and Michael weren't anywhere near us or the glasses the entire time that Alex and I were wrestling. We even made every one of us swear on our own mothers that we didn't take the glasses from under the bed. That might seem like a pretty stupid method of collecting evidence, but in our friend group, swearing on your own mom was something that we all took very seriously. And it was our way of saying, "Alright, cut the bullshit and stop messing with me. Tell me the dead honest truth." And it was a method that had a 100% success rate of seeing if one of us was telling the truth or not. On top of that, we checked one by one and patted every one of us down to see if any of us took the glasses, even Alex himself. After all of that investigative work, we found nothing. No glasses, not even a clue as to where the glasses could have gone. These glasses were not in the room at all, not hidden in a drawer, not on any of us, and most confusingly, not underneath that bed. All of us were so visibly confused that the glasses just vanished. Poor Alex was way more frustrated than confused, though. We decided to take the search to the basement, which, doesn't really make sense, but after all, we were originally hanging out down there, and at this point, we were running out of ideas. Keep in mind, none of us have left Michael's room once since we entered it originally. Not to go to the bathroom or to grab a snack, nothing. We all exited Michael's room and started heading downstairs together. Once we made our way to the basement, we headed towards the couch area, and we were all in complete shock. Because there they were. Alex's glasses. They were folded up, sitting in a tiny little bin of TV remotes situated on the TV stand. How on God's green earth did the glasses end up down here? We pretty much all said out loud. Alex honestly didn't care how they ended up down there. He was just relieved to have his glasses back. And I'm not kidding when I say he can't see a thing without his glasses. For the rest of us, though, we were honestly baffled, confused, and a little creeped out. Given the entire story that I just laid out for you all, it just made absolutely no sense how the glasses ended up down there. After the glasses were found, I literally brought each person in one by one into a separate room downstairs, even Alex, and interrogated them just to try to get some answers, as I was still a little bit suspicious. Nothing. After that, we kinda just went on with our night, played some video games, but in the back of all of our minds was the biggest mind bender we'd all ever experienced. And just to be clear, the glasses that we found in the basement were 100% Alex's glasses, and not just a random pair from around the house, as Alex himself inspected the glasses and confirmed that it was the exact company, color, and even screw type found in his glasses. And of course, the prescription matched up too. These were, without a doubt, Alex's glasses, which just seemingly teleported from the top floor of the house to the basement. Nowadays, 5.5 years later, it's kind of nothing but a memory anymore, but every so often, that strange night does get brought up in our friend group. And to this day, nobody's come forth. No answers were found, no explanations can be theorized, and we're all still a bit, let's just say, perplexed by what happened all that time ago. Were we all just going crazy? Who knows? But 5.5 years later, we still have no explanation for what happened that night. But what do you guys think? Heard backpack fall before it fell. I was getting ready for work in the mirror, putting my eyeliner on, and my backpack was on my boyfriend's computer chair just to the left of me, sitting there. All was quiet. Then suddenly, I heard a crash. A crash which sounded like a backpack falling to the floor, because that's what it sounded like, but it didn't come from the left. But I looked over at my backpack anyway, and it was still sitting there. I paused and racked my brains a bit. I asked myself, well, what fell then? It sounded close, and the weird thing was that even though it sounded like my backpack falling, the sound didn't seem to come from any specific location. When I heard it, it was almost like the sound was in my head and all around me. I continued to do my eyes, and a few minutes passed as I was trying to make my wingtips, and then I hear the exact same crash again, except this time it's from my left, and I see my backpack hit the floor. No one else was in the apartment with me, by the way, and the place is teensy tiny. There's no open windows, so no wind. Nothing upstairs was out of place, and I did go check. But my only question is, what happened? Schrodinger's bathroom light. I have an extremely weak bladder, which necessitates several trips to the bathroom at night in the pitch black. Owing to poor, uncorrected vision as a very young child, I've never really relied on my vision, but relied more heavily on my other senses. So it's nothing to me to have to go up a few stairs to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and use the conveniences without having to turn any light on. Which is exactly what happened last night. Except, in a break to my usual routine, as I left the bathroom without thinking, I reached out and grabbed for the light switch and switched it off. I stood there for a moment, scratching my head, trying to run through the sequence of events. I'm almost 100% certain that I didn't switch the light on, as I remember feeling around for my toothbrush and my toothpaste. But I do remember switching the light off and having the sense of being plunged into darkness. When I got back to my room, I checked with my partner to see if she was aware of the light going on and then off, but she hadn't noticed anything. I'm a real creature of habit with a good memory, so this has really thrown me for a loop. The trains switched directions. I've been waiting to post this for about a year, and I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I work for a moving company in Virginia, so me and two other guys were in a box truck headed to a customer's house. The driver takes a route that involves crossing train tracks, and we get stuck at the crossing. Our truck, being the first in line, is paused at the tracks. My coworker and I joke about it, giving him a hard time because it's a freight train and often that takes 15 minutes or so to pass. Within a few minutes, a train starts passing from the other direction as well. These are two sets of tracks that run parallel. So, the second set a little beyond has a freight train that's running east to west, and the tracks that are closest to us has a train going west to east. These tracks are near my house, and I've walked them both directions many times. We were watching, looking at the graffiti, and I happened to look down just for a second when I hear my coworker exclaim, "What the Lucky Charms?" I look up and I notice immediately that the trains have switched directions. Now, the one closest to us is going east to west, and vice versa. We all confirmed with each other that it happened and proceeded to watch both trains go along for about 10 minutes until they finally passed. Like I said, I know these tracks well, and there's no way that they could have crossed. I mean, the tracks run parallel for miles, and each train was extremely long. This is one of the most startling experiences I've ever had concerning glitches in the Matrix. The only comparable experiences have been objects reappearing or doubling, and I do tend to believe that something odd is happening, but they're still so hard to prove. The trains switching has no explanation, and two other people saw it with me. If anyone else has a similar experience, I would love to hear it. Dishes that put themselves away. This peculiar incident took place well over a decade ago, in a house that had been my home for the majority of my life. The house, steeped in memories, was a cozy abode shared with my mom. At the time of this inexplicable occurrence, I was in the kitchen tidying up after a meal. Our kitchen, which is a pretty compact space, housed the dishwasher, oven, and cupboards in a narrow, corridor-shaped area. This layout, with just enough room to open these appliances, will play a crucial role in the unfolding of this story. I just finished running the dishes through the dishwasher. I was putting them away. I got to the point of putting the Tupperware away, which is usually the last thing I did as I emptied the dishwasher. I picked up a few of the half dozen or so items that were left, turned to put them away, put them in the cupboard, and then turned around to grab some more, and I noticed that the dishwasher was now empty. What in the store brand Cocoa Pebbles was going on? I wondered out loud as I stared at the empty dishwasher momentarily before turning around and looking at the Tupperware cupboard again, only to see that the rest of what was left was neatly, already, put away in their space. I felt a chill run through my body as I wondered how the hell that was possible. I know that there were a few items to put away, yet there was no way that I could have grabbed all of them at once. It wasn't possible that someone else could have done it, because, as I stated before, I was home alone at the time, and even if I wasn't, there was no way that anyone could have gotten by me without me noticing because of the way the kitchen was set up. I don't know what happened. It was just bizarre. It disturbed me so much that I left the kitchen in its state and laid on my bed to collect myself while I rested. It was all just too weird. I don't know, dude. I'd love it if my dishes put themselves away. right? This next story is from an anonymous user that sent me an Instagram DM. It says, "Hi, so sorry to send this here, but I don't have YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, but I do have a short glitch story that I want to share. I live in Africa, and back in the 70s, my dad, who was a big motorbike fan and loved to just head out and see where the road took him, crashed his bike on a lonely path in the middle of nowhere. He always said he didn't know how he got the bike up on its stand as he'd shattered his leg. Well, he'd spent the night in the bush, surrounded by petrol-spilled drunken zebras, and by the grace of God, no lions. The next day, some people who had seen this crazy dude head into the blue the previous day came by and rescued him. The glitch is that last year, I was going through my dad's things after he'd passed, and I found a photo of him being airlifted out, which I'd never seen before. That's so cool, I thought, and why haven't I ever seen this picture before? So, I placed it in a small stack of other photos that I'd found in the same drawer, and turned away briefly to prepare a new home for them. And when I turned back and picked them up, the photo was gone. From the middle of the stack of the others, like maybe 7 photos in total. I had never seen that photo before, and I haven't seen it since. Glitch in the Matrix. So, for context, I got home from school a few days ago and I was hungry for a snack. I go into the kitchen and I see a little gummy bear on the ground. And these gummy bears are like the multivitamin things, right? That help with the immune system support. We ran out of those weeks ago and we haven't gotten any more. Anyway, I see this gummy bear and I throw it in the trash. The next morning, I walk into the kitchen and I see the same exact gummy bear on the ground in the exact same spot that it was in just the day before. I asked my mom if she had bought more gummy vitamin bears, and she said, and I quote, "No, we haven't bought those in a while." So what is going on? I'm just completely dumbfounded at this point, so I say, "Huh, okay." And I walk away, keeping my confusion to myself. Magically appearing cop glitch. I finally have one fit for the subreddit after lurking for a while. Last night, around 1:30 a.m., my girlfriend and I were hanging out with her 3-month-old son, and she wanted me to run around the corner to the corner gas station, which is an Exxon, to grab us each a drink, so I took her car. Now, mind you, I have my own SUV, but she insisted. Her car is a 2019 Corolla, owned by her, but leased through her brother. Let's call him Joshua. This is important for later. I drive around the corner and then up the main road to the Exxon. I grab the sodas, pay for them with my card, and then I hop back in the car to go back to her place. And for reference, the gas station is at a 4-way intersection with a second gas station immediately opposite of it. Well, I get to the edge of the parking lot and signal to turn back towards her place. There was a Prius at the Circle K across the way, getting ready to turn the opposite direction. But after scanning both directions, plus both ends of the 4-way, confirming that no one was on the road except for us, me and the Prius, before pulling out onto the main road. After doing that, I proceed down the main road, checking my rear view several times to make sure no one was behind me, and nobody was. It was just me. on the whole road. Well, I make a left onto the short street before the right turn into my girlfriend's apartment complex. I recheck the mirror, nothing, and no one behind me. Now this Corolla is super low to the ground, so lights behind me are immediately noticeable. I check again before I turn into the apartment complex parking lot, and still no one. I proceed into the parking lot, and then I park. I grab the sodas, and I start opening the driver's side door when I hear, "Excuse me, sir." "Sir?" "Local municipality police department." As I'm stepping out, startling the crap out of me, and I whip around to a cop standing there between the Corolla and my SUV, and I notice his patrol car parked and running behind the car and parked literally just one spot over, as in right where I just drove past and no one was just a half a second ago. I looked right at the spot pulling in. He seemed startled to see me too, in a way which was kind of weird. He didn't have his emergency lights on, but his headlights were. He asks, "Are you Joshua?" And I tell him I'm not. He asks, "Do you know Joshua? And do you have permission to be driving his vehicle?" I say I do, because that's the honest truth. He never asks my name or to see ID or driver's license, which honestly surprised me. I explained that I just went to grab sodas for my girlfriend and I, and he says, "Oh, no, that's totally okay. My boss just wanted us to make contact with people we see leaving gas stations late at night because there's been a lot of thefts and robberies at the ones here in town lately." Which, honestly, I was unaware of. He tells me I'm all good, and that he'll get out of my hair, and then he leaves back to his patrol car. The thing is, though, how in the Frosted Mini Wheats did he see me? And where in the Cinnamon Frosted Mini Wheats did he even come from? I watched carefully the whole way back, and no one was ever behind me, or around, or in front of me for the entire time. Nor was anyone in any parking lots along the way, and plus, if he had been, I would have seen him pull out behind me. It was like he just literally insta-spawned behind the car in the 2 seconds it took to turn it off and grab the sodas. And I can't get over the fact that he seemed spooked too, like I was. Like he had no clue what he was doing there. I don't know. It was by far the weirdest thing to happen to me in years. I mean, logically, if he had seen me leaving the Exxon, he would have had to have come the same way I did, which didn't happen because I would have seen him. He said he saw me leave the store, but there's literally no rhyme or reason to this encounter, and I just can't make any sense of it. Lost and Found. This story happened 15 years ago, but I still can't stop thinking about it. I had this ring. It was a gift. It was one of those rings with a birthstone. Anyway, one day, I realized it was gone, which I found really weird because I had never taken it off and I was extremely upset because it was a gift, and I'm the type of person who really appreciates gifts, even if it's just a chocolate bar, you know? It's just nice knowing that you're in somebody's mind. Anyway, a few months passed. I was on my way to take a shower, so I took off my shirt, and suddenly, I heard something falling to the floor. And there it was. It was the ring that I lost. That shirt had probably gone through the washing machine dozens of times, so it's impossible that the ring was just stuck on that shirt the entire time. I don't know, it's just weird. What's even weirder, though, is a few days later, I lost it again, and I still haven't found it to this day. I want to read this next story in the third-person perspective. No reason, I just want to see how it feels. Let me know if you like it or not. haunted town, or time warp. Back in 2020, OP experienced something very odd that still lingers in her thoughts today. Whether it was a glitch, something paranormal, or maybe a combination of both remains a mystery. The experience began with her and her ex leaving around 6:45 p.m. They passed through a small town in California, located miles outside of the city in the middle of nowhere. After crossing over a bridge, it seemed like it took hours to reach another town that she enjoyed visiting to stargaze. They were heading to this very small town for a spooky adventure of sorts. The town had such a low population that the population sign was faded and illegible. It was a secluded area with extensive grass fields where farmers worked. They drove on windy roads, and despite relying on memory, she felt disoriented and asked her ex to map the way. The map indicated 9 minutes to the destination, but it felt like 30 minutes had passed. And when they checked again, the map still showed 4 minutes to Grimes, which is the town they were going, and it's a town especially known for spooky occurrences. Those 4 minutes felt like 21. As they approached the town, fields of grass transitioned into small homes with stop signs and street signs. Upon taking the first left, they saw a small dog in the middle of the road. She advised her ex not to approach it, feeling uneasy. But despite this, her ex got out to check the collar for a dog, but the dog snapped at him and ran away, causing other animals to go crazy too. Her ex returned to the car and they continued driving on. After taking a right turn, her ex noticed a possible satanic symbol on a house. This heightened their unease. Weird occurrences began as soon as they reached the town. They took a left turn towards a church where she had previously seen a cat turn into a human-like figure and then disappear. Once parked in front of the church, they both felt an overwhelming sense of unease. 4 people appeared, seemingly walking towards them. As she backed out and drove past them, she realized she couldn't see any of their faces, only blank skin. They then drove to an old friend's abandoned Victorian house, known for its haunted vibe, and parked. Her ex noticed the workshop and watchtower doors were open. They approached the stairs, but she felt something bad and told her ex to stop. Instantly, the car's headlights turned off, only to turn back on when they got back in the car. They drove around town and stopped back at the church again, but this time, they saw things dashing through the dark and a car with its lights on that disappeared without a trace. They also noticed a truck repeatedly driving around as if it was stuck in some sort of loop. She reassured her ex that they were experiencing the same thing. The car radio kept turning on and off as they parked further down the road out of town. They saw signs pointing to nowhere with Morning Star written on them. One sign even said Morning Star entrance with no apparent destination. As they drove back, they saw a car's headlights approaching from the other side of the road, but the lights went out as they neared it. They never passed any car until leaving the next town. By the time they returned, it was between midnight and 1 a.m. The experience remains unexplained, but it is undeniably haunting. Again, let me know if you like that third-person perspective. If it matters to you at all, I don't know. Let's try something a little different. Let's do some more. No explanation for this lost pendant. Last night, I was about to shower and my necklace broke off. In that moment, I grabbed it and I saw the pendant slide off the chain and I saw it fall to the floor. I didn't actually see it land on the floor, but I saw it make its way down, and I definitely heard something drop. When I came down to the ground to pick it up, it wasn't anywhere at all. I was facing a corner in my bathroom when this happened, and there's no way that it would have jumped to the sink or anything. Yet, I checked everywhere, even in absurd places that it would never be. I've tried everything and I can't find it. I was hoping this was some kind of disappearing item phenomenon, but I don't know, it hasn't reappeared yet. My mom had just gifted me that pendant the exact same day. It was really expensive, and I want to find it before I see her again. Does anyone have any sort of explanation? This person included an edit to include, "It's been 4 weeks since I've posted this story, and I still haven't found the pendant." Cars keep disappearing. So, I've heard from people that cars keep disappearing from a one-way road. I used to think that this was just their imaginations running amok. But for the past many days, I've been observing cars really, they do disappear. Here's the story. 1. I'm driving on a highway and there's no exit. I saw a car just get onto the highway after me from the side of the road. After 10 seconds, I watched in the mirror and the car is just vanished. I was completely baffled. I couldn't even believe it with my own eyes. It was in broad daylight. I checked and checked, and there's no way that the car could have just disappeared like that. Another time, I was coming to work, and it was nighttime. I was driving, and there was a car behind me. It was very close, so I sped up. And as I did, I looked back, and no car. Here's another time. I was coming home, and my elder brother was with me. I saw a car, and the headlights were bright and almost flooded the whole road. I drove for a few minutes, and then suddenly, the road was dark. I thought maybe the car just turned, but when I checked behind me and the maps on my screen, there was no road for the car to turn onto. It just vanished. My older brother also noticed this and he was visibly upset. I was also upset too, and we both didn't say anything because we clearly remember observing the car. This repeated experience with disappearing cars has really made me question whether our world is a simulation. Have you guys seen anything like this, or am I just hallucinating? My experience. Can anyone help me? About 10 years ago, my family and I, there's quite a lot of us, went to a place in Ireland for a weekend vacation. We ended up staying in this place that had a few bedrooms upstairs and one downstairs. My grandparents would take the bedroom downstairs as my granddad was having problems walking up and down stairs. Out of all of my family, I was very close with my granddad as he became kind of like a father figure to me while growing up. Anyway, a day later, I was remembering to grab something upstairs. I think it was my phone charger. Well, I got to the middle of the stairs and I could see inside of the room just opposite me. The bed, the window, and the dresser. There was a figure sitting on the bed looking out the window. It was the back of my granddad. It was 100% him. And I know what the back of my granddad looks like. It had his shirt and his dress pants on, and it was just sitting there, motionless. I spoke to him and I said, "Hey, come downstairs, Granddad. Everyone else is down there." I forgot what I was looking for as I heard my granddad's laughter coming from the living room in that moment. I raced downstairs. There was my granddad, sitting with my whole family, and I asked him, Weren't you just upstairs? He shook his head and said no. He was in the living room the entire time. I ran back upstairs, and whatever I saw was gone. I miss my granddad. It's been 10 years since he's passed. My experience with my daughter. I've only really told close family this story, seeing as we were all raised Catholic, and at the time this happened, I was very much still practicing. My daughter was about 3 years old when this happened. We had just moved into a new house, and she was starting to play with the toys that I had packed and brought that my other daughter had used. She had a collection of toy guns, and my 3-year-old started playing with them. She would run around the house asking where her guns were, and when I told her, she would say, "No, Mommy, my real guns." And I just kind of looked at her and shrugged it off. Then she started telling me that she was a bad man and used to have a lot of guns. She also shared with me that she was shot, and she pointed to her stomach and said, "Mommy, I was shot right here and it really hurt." And it's funny because where she said she was shot, she has a brown birthmark, and she also has one on her thigh as well. She would go into my husband's closet and look at his clothes and say that she had a lot of nice suits and that she wanted my husband to have her nice suits, but she doesn't know where they are. It's all really odd. This went on for about 6 months, and then one day it just kind of stopped. After that, I started doing past life research, and I also stopped practicing Catholicism because that experience was so crazy that I lost my faith in we all go to heaven after life, and other things like that. My daughter completely changed my entire worldview. I think her daughter was a mobster. Missing sidewalk. My husband and I live in a pretty walkable small town and like to take walks in the evening. We also will walk into the town square for special events and festivals, and we always follow the same path, or at least close to the same. There's one section of the walk where there's a huge oak tree growing between the road and the sidewalk. The roots have torn up the sidewalk and made it super jagged. The first few times, I almost tripped while walking on it. Now, we always step off the sidewalk, go around the tree on the road, and get back on the sidewalk on the other side. We've done this walk dozens of times. We went on vacation and haven't taken our walks in about 2 or maybe 3 weeks, but today we started up again. We get to the big oak tree, and I step into the road to go around. My husband asks me what I'm doing, and I remind him about the torn up sidewalk. He asks me what I'm talking about, so I step over and I go to show him, but there's no sidewalk. The sidewalk ends neatly before the tree begins and doesn't resume until about maybe 500 feet on the other side of the intersection. There's mature grass, there's snow and leaves, but no signs of sidewalk or a sidewalk that's been recently removed. I say that I remember there being a torn up section of sidewalk in this spot and that it continued all the way up to the street. My husband swears that there never has been. He swears it's always just ended right there. Now I feel insane. We've walked that path hundreds of times over the past few years, and it's one of the largest trees in town, so there's no mistaking it for a different street. It's also right by our house. What do you think was going on there? Anyone feel like they've shifted to a parallel universe recently? On or around the night of April 18th, I believe I shifted universes. I bought these candlestick holders and I placed them upside down on my fireplace. I noted to myself that it was silly to place them with the holder side down, but it wasn't doing any harm, so I left them like that. I woke up the next morning and they were right side up, and there was nobody around to move them. I go to my brother's house the night of the 19th, and he, out of the blue, says he feels like he shifted realities the night before because of a discrepancy with his recollection of food packaging. Neither of us ever really feel like this, and it was crazy that we both found evidence of potentially shifting around the same time. I'm wondering if anyone else felt that way around that time too, or honestly just in general. I found more evidence today with a syrup bottle that I used before the shift, and now it's sealed back up again. It's a little freaky. Do you have any advice? Can you offer any solidarity? Thanks. Jumped reality. This happened in July or maybe August of 2022. I was driving from my house to town with my daughter. She was around 2 years old at the time. She was in her car seat in the back of the passenger side, and I, of course, was driving. We were heading east under an intersection. I was in the right lane and I stopped because the light was red. We waited, and when the light turned green, I hit the gas and started to go. But as I drove under the light, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a white car running its red light and coming straight for us. It felt like time had slowed down. My stomach dropped to my knees and my heart raced. I remember looking back at my daughter in those seconds, and the only thought in my head was, they're going to kill my baby. I knew she would take most of the impact on her side, and there was nothing I could do except pray that we just make it out alive. Then, it was like I blinked, and suddenly we were under the light with no car at the intersection that could have hit us. I have no idea what happened, but I'm grateful for whatever that was. My comb vanished in my hand. Y'all, I'm freaking out. I was in the bathroom less than an hour ago, getting ready for the day, and I was combing my bangs. I often put my right hand holding the comb down to my side, while I use my left hand to style parts of my hair. Once I felt finished with my hair, I pulled my right hand up to put the comb in the medicine/mirror cabinet, and I caught the lip of the sink counter on the way up. The comb hit the lip. I heard and felt it, and then my fingers hit it next. Immediately, I noticed my hand was empty. I didn't hear anything hit the floor, but it probably just fell. I glance at the ground and I don't see a comb. I look a little longer, checking behind the door, under the sink, behind the toilet, and nothing. I turned on my flashlight and pulled every item in the cabinet out. Nothing. I checked the medicine cabinet to see if I placed it in there somehow, but still, nothing. I checked inside the cabinet doors themselves, like even within the hinges. I checked under and behind every object in the room, and I even went out into the hallway, and the comb just isn't anywhere. I've never felt scared losing something before. I mean, Usually I can attribute losing something to odd chance, but this is bizarre. I came to my computer and searched "something vanished in my hand," and I found this subreddit, and it seems like the best place to share this moment because I'm so confused. Did I slip into a different world? I was at school when a girl I barely knew approached me and started talking in an overly familiar manner. I didn't question it, really, because I just thought she was hitting on me, but eventually she said that she missed hanging out with me and Ryan. Ryan was a friend of mine, but not the kind of friend who I hung out with, and I certainly never hung out with this girl. She was a year below me, so she didn't know me from any classes, and as not to sound rude, I just went along with it as she recounted all of the dinner breaks that we'd spent together as a trio. But again, this simply didn't happen. Long story short, we ended up in a short relationship, but found out we weren't really compatible, so we parted ways. During this relationship, I did decide to ask her if pretending to know me was her way of flirting, but she got quite offended at this. Here's another story from the same person. 2 years later, I'm walking down the street, and a girl stops me and is over the moon to see me. I have no clue who this is, but she knows my name, and just to be polite, I ask her how she's been and all that. She says that we have to catch up sometime and that I should add her on Facebook. A couple of weeks later, I see her again, and she asks why I haven't added her on Facebook yet. I play it cool, asking why she didn't add me first. It's because she couldn't find me, which actually does make sense because I took my stepdad's name earlier that year. So I took a gamble and said that I couldn't spell her name, hoping that it wasn't Kimberly Smith or something. Luckily, her name was kind of hard to spell, so she writes it down for me. We meet up, and she starts reminiscing about the times that we spent together, and just like the first girl that I mentioned in my first story, we were apparently a trio with another minor friend. I asked this friend, Haley, about her, and she confirmed that they were inseparable friends and found it hilarious that I couldn't remember her at all. But I always considered Haley to be a bit of a loner, so that surprised me. In conclusion, I've had 2 girls both claiming we were close friends, and I remember neither of them. Have I slipped realities, or is this just a strange way of hitting on someone? It's worth noting that I'm an introvert, so I don't know how I seem to have made such an impression on these complete strangers, and I'm quite the loner. I'm unlikely to forget people who were friendly towards me. I also want to point out that I'm not a believer in glitches. I mean, I love to read them, but I mainly ponder on how they could be real. Phone screen uncracked itself overnight. Yesterday, my phone wouldn't charge and I accidentally dropped it. The screen had a large crack right across the middle from one side to the other. I could feel it under my fingers as a different texture in the screen, and I could see it easily in any lighting. I woke up today and the crack is healed. I can't find this crack at all. And I've already ordered a new phone because this one has other issues, but I can't feel it with my fingers or even see it in any lighting at all anymore. I'm vaguely hoping someone has a scientific explanation. Maybe the grease on my phone screen from my hands smoothed out the crack? I don't know, man. Can glass just recombine spontaneously under the right conditions? I've never seen this before, and I can't figure it out. Lost and found glitch. I lurk on here and enjoy the glitches, but I learned something here the other day and I just wanted to share how it worked out. My dog has a squeaky toy bone. It's pink. It's her favorite thing in the world and she takes it everywhere and it's rarely out of her sight. We were playing night before last and I threw it in the bedroom where she apparently couldn't find it, so I went in to grab it for her. But it was nowhere. I tore that room apart and my dog was searching through everything, but we never found it. Hours later, and my girl is depressed and she refuses to play with any other toy. That's when I remembered reading on here how people ask the universe or ask the house elves to return a lost object. So I did. I respectfully asked that if they were done playing with it themselves, if they could please return it because I had a very unhappy pup who missed it. A couple of hours later, we were coming back inside from our walk, and I happened to look down at a basket on the floor where I keep random stuff, and guess what was in there? The squeaky pink bone that my dog loves to play with. I just can't figure out how it ended up across the house from where I actually threw it. I did remember to thank them right away, and I praised them for being kind because I really want this to continue working. I also wanted to thank this subreddit because I never would have asked otherwise, and I would still have a sad dog. The subreddit is out here changing lives, man. Got another UFO story for you. I put one in the last video, but I still want some more feedback, man. If you like these UFO stories, I may do a whole video, or I may just sprinkle them in here, because why not? Anyway, here it goes. My friend and I saw a UFO. This happened in February of 2020. I live in the central Arkansas area, just for reference. My buddy's grandparents own some farmland about 15 to 20 minutes outside of our town, and we would regularly spend the night out there on weekends with some of our other friends, making a fire, drinking, you get it. This particular weekend, it was just him and me. It was pretty dark by the time we got there, but it was the standard fare. We had decided to set up a fire on the dirt path that ran from my friend's grandparents' house through their field to the woods. We built the fire closer to the middle of the field. Not long after we get the fire started, we sit down and we get some music going and crack open our first beers. He turns off the music and notices something in the sky behind me. My back was facing the woods, and I turn around and I look. There was a bright light in the sky just above the tree line. I wasn't too weirded out by this, and I guess neither was he. However, I'd never seen a star that bright before. I opened up this Stargazer app on my phone that I had for forever, thinking that we were close to a planet, but before I could even point my phone in that direction, the star moved. At this point, we both froze. The light moved quickly and smoothly to the right without any bobs or weaves and was utterly silent. I noticed that the light was coming from some kind of flying vehicle and was actually much closer than we thought. It was probably 300 to 400 feet away, flying above the woods. This thing was also fast. Too fast to move that quietly without making some sort of noise. It was dark, and I couldn't make out what exactly the vehicle was, and the bright light emitting from its side sort of obscured any kind of look anyway. It moved perfectly parallel with the tree line, just right above it, and it seemed like it had left when it noticed that we had noticed it. We continued watching as this UFO just quickly and quietly moved on in a straight line until it was beyond our sight just a few seconds later. We sort of just looked at each other like, what in the Count Chocula was that? And we began to discuss what we saw, sort of in hushed tones like we were dreaming or something. 20 minutes or so later, we hear a noise coming from the sky, and we see two loud-ass planes flying side by side, going exactly the direction that this UFO had gone just moments ago. At this point, we started to think that it was a military drone of some kind, and we didn't see or hear anything else for the rest of the night. I still think about it every now and then and decided to post this looking for some opinions. So, what do you think it could have been? I was never there before. I had never in my life been to Universal, but when I was planning our dual vacation to Disney and Universal, my kids kept asking me what rides were at Disney because I had been there before, and I told them every single ride and every detail that I could remember. The Mummy, Men in Black, The Simpsons, you get it. Only to realize that not one of those rides were Disney rides. My explanation was, well, maybe Disney used to own them. I know, that's stupid, but, whatever gets me through the day. Well, we go on our trip and go to Men in Black, and we're waiting in line, and I can tell my husband everything that's going to happen right before it does happen. It's like I remembered a script. Same thing is happening on all the other rides as well. However, it doesn't happen on the newer rides like the Harry Potter rides. I called my mom and I asked her again while we were there if we had ever been there before, and she again said no. I'm 38 years old and I would have definitely remembered, but I kept asking, and it feels wrong, but I feel like I'm being lied to. But I also know for a fact that I've never been to Universal, and I've never been on those rides prior. I've never watched any videos of the rides either. Has anyone else ever had this happen? Blue fireflies. I recently came across this sub and felt this to be the perfect place to share an unexplainable experience. Perhaps someone will be able to relate or tell me how this happened. When I was in high school, a small group of friends and I were doing a sleepover in her backyard. We were laying on the trampoline with sleeping bags. One of us points out that there are fireflies, except instead of yellow or green flashing lights, they're blue. And instead of being able to catch the insect, the blue light flashes and the firefly seemingly disappear because we could never catch one in our hands. We notice the blue fireflies are bunched close together and moving together in a single direction. Even though it was 11 p.m. or so, we followed them out of the backyard, down the street, into a park. Only somehow, none of us remembered actually following them until we all realized we were at the park and the blue flashing lights had stopped. We all kind of got tears in our eyes and were shaking because we couldn't believe how we would be so compelled to follow these lights and coming to the realization of what just happened. There was no drinking or drugs involved that night, and it never happened again. But I do think of this experience whenever I see real fireflies. Another minor glitch. This is just a funny coincidence rather than a proper glitch, but years ago, studying late at my university library, I was very bored and also extremely unexcited at the prospect of going back to my apartment, going to bed, and doing more of the same the next day. I remember thinking that I really wished one of my old school friends, who at the time was studying somewhere else several hundred miles away, was there, because I remember having so much fun with them. I packed up my stuff and left to go home, and there, standing outside the library entrance, was that friend. He'd come to this major city that I was in for reasons that I now forget. It might have just been on a whim to visit, or maybe he was passing through, I really don't remember. And he called me at my apartment. My flatmate told him that she thought I was studying at the library, so he went there and waited for me to come out. Right as I was wishing he would show up, he was outside, just a few meters away. We proceeded to have an amazingly fun night. Some guy walking down my street just vanished. I'm a bit creeped out at the moment. I just looked out my front window for a mail truck I thought I heard to see if he put something in my box. I saw a young man, medium build, short black hair with a mustache and goatee combo, kind of looked Mid-Eastern maybe, walking along, about to go past my house at a pretty decent pace, at my neighbor's driveway almost. But I opened the door to check not 15 seconds later, and now he's nowhere to be found. I have a good view in all directions once I step onto the porch. He didn't double back in reverse direction, and he never went past my house either. The only place he could have possibly gone was very quickly into my next door neighbor's house before I opened my front door. I've never seen him before, and he definitely doesn't live next door. But I know I saw him, and I'm not impaired in any way. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? A huge truck in a tiny parking lot just disappeared. So there's this tiny strip mall nearby. I'm not sure if it's technically a strip mall, but it's very small. It's like a row of 3 businesses, a pizzeria, a laundromat, and a Chinese takeout spot, surrounded by a very small parking lot. It's right off of a main and busy road. I'd pulled into a parking spot in order to turn around and go the opposite way that I came from on the busy road. I had 3 of my kids with me, the oldest being around 19 at the time, and he was sitting in the front passenger seat. I was ready to back out of the parking spot, so I looked to the right to check if there were any cars coming, and there was this huge truck, like one of those big Mack delivery trucks. I then looked to my left, hoping no cars were coming into the parking lot from that way, because it would definitely cause this mini traffic jam. I didn't see anyone coming from the left, so I immediately looked back to the right again, and the truck is gone. I looked around, thinking maybe it continued on behind me and I just missed it, but as I was turning my head, I didn't see any truck anywhere in sight. I looked at my oldest and I asked him if he had seen the truck to make sure that I wasn't imagining it or something, and he said that he had seen it and asked what the heck just happened. I don't know, I just sat there for a minute in shock and confusion, really. I realized then that it would have actually been impossible for this truck to be coming around the corner of the building like it appeared to be doing, because the parking lot is so small and so narrow. Even regular pickup trucks and SUVs barely fit. Which I know because I've had plenty of vehicle rentals over the years and have eaten from those 2 food spots more times than I can count, as well as using the laundromat regularly at one point when my washer broke down on me. This was the first time something so obvious just disappeared on me, and there was someone else with me to witness it. This was 3 or 4 years ago, but it still randomly pops into my head pretty often. I think because of how shocking it was to experience. Lights turn on after I notice they're off. Imagine the following scenario. You're walking down a city street at night and come to an intersection. Up ahead looks normal, as does the street to your left, but upon looking to your right, you realize that one of the streetlights further down isn't on. And that's odd. Not only is that one light off, but the space beneath that streetlight is fully dark, as if the two other working lights around it were somehow blocked from adding their own dim glow to the space between. As soon as you realize that fact consciously, that one light is suddenly on, as if some invisible hand hit an off-screen light switch, and what was dark is now fully lit like its surroundings. This scenario has happened to me many times over the course of my life, and it's not just streetlights. I've seen car headlights do this, entire storefronts do this, and one time, a mall's headmast sign, like the big-ass sign next to the freeway. The best way I can describe it is like if a video game is trying to load in effects and somehow forgot to load the light for one particular source until I noticed it, in which case, bam, it's now working. In real time, I'd say this whole effect, end to end, takes basically 1 second, from me noticing the missing light to the light suddenly being on. The only reason I know it was off and that I'm not just imagining things is A, I noticed the darkness / missing luminescence in a particular area that is now somehow bright, and I can fully describe it to you. And B, it's happened so many times throughout my life. Has anyone else ever experienced this? Time missing. A few years ago, a friend and I had drove out to meet up with some other people at a bar about an hour away from home. I didn't drink too much because I was the driver, and we eventually left the city to head home, and I remember checking a text at one point not long after leaving. Next thing I know, we're going off the road in a curve. I was able to correct it and got back on the path with no problem. I checked my phone again, wondering what the F, and I saw that the text I had last looked at was 45 minutes prior. So, for all that while, neither me nor my friend have any recollection of that span of time, and we both came to only while going off-road way later. Not sure what happened that night. Aliens? Glitch in the Matrix? I'm not sure what to think, and it still confuses me and my buddy to this day. Disappearing banana. So, weird things keep happening pretty frequently lately. Nobody believed me for a while, but my husband has been starting to notice things too. Just last night, I was up late doing some work in my office on the opposite side of the house as our bedroom when he texted me from bed telling me to stop jiving by the bedroom door. I was not, in fact, jiving. The kids were all asleep and the dog was with me. I'm having trouble remembering the specific details of each incident recently, so I'm going to try to post them as they happen. This one will be short. My toddler was eating a banana, and as he got near the end, he dropped a little piece as he was pulling the last little bit from the peel. He always refuses to eat that last bite, so, like usual, I told him to give it to the dog. I was about to tell him to pick up the piece he dropped right as he stepped on it. I stopped him and had him lift his foot up so I could get the piece of banana off the bottom of his slipper. But there was no banana there. Nothing on the floor either. My daughter saw all of it happen, which I know because she exclaimed, "What? Where'd the banana go?" So I know I wasn't mistaken or imagining anything. Where the heck did that piece of banana go? A parcel that was never there. What I'm about to share just happened a few minutes before writing this post, and I swear it's true. I was told to pick up a parcel on our apartment mailbox before going home. As I was about to pick up the parcel, our mailbox didn't contain anything other than an envelope for our electricity bill. After getting the bill, I put my hand inside the box to thoroughly check if I missed it, because the parcel might have been small. After confirming that there was nothing left inside the mailbox, I then proceeded to call my girlfriend to tell her that the parcel was not left in the mailbox. I then talked to the security guard on duty to confirm if there was a parcel left under our name, and he told me to just double check. So I did. But when I got back, the parcel was there, right by the door of the mailbox. And it's not small, after all, it's a plastic t-shirt, which would not be missed by my hand while checking the first time. After that, I started getting goosebumps, and I realized that it was very weird for that to happen. 1, nobody might have put it back since I'm just a few feet away from the mailbox. 2, the mailbox is 5 inches tall and 5 inches wide, which by touching the back wall means you've reached everything there is to reach. And 3, the item is fitted in there so that you need to exert a little bit of force to get it out. I don't know what happened. If anyone's experienced the same, please share, because I'm thinking of some supernatural occurrence aside from it being a glitch in the Matrix. I've used cheat codes before. A few years ago, I increased my income by almost 50%. I beat a lawyer in a legal battle, nearly doubled my credit score, and got a lot of other glorious crap done by running cheat codes. I was doing affirmations, creative visualization, studying wealth mindset, and doing lucid dreaming. But then I hit a brick wall. I refinanced my home, cutting the interest rate in half, but now I have to pay an extra $300 per month, and the cost of living went up by 19% in the last few years. So I'm back to living paycheck to paycheck and using a credit card to cover the shortfalls. I've fallen into a mind-numbing depression because I feel like I grind 52 hours a week and commute 10 hours a week for nothing. So, this week, I returned to my old practices. Affirmations, vigilant and deliberate in my thoughts, remembering my dreams, and being deliberate during the hypnagogic stage, which is that stage of actually falling asleep. Today, I'm on the treadmill to boost endorphins and get out a low tide. I'm listening to some lecture on thoughts, and then it comes to me to sell my old trashy car for honestly reasons too long to list here. I look up the Blue Book value and also start searching for parts that I need to fix it enough to sell it. But the website needs specifics about the engine. So, I go outside and I pop the hood. I discover that my oil cap is missing and there's oil all over the engine. It must have been loose and fell out. And that oil could have caught fire, or my engine could have been destroyed if I had driven it anywhere today. But my chain of thought led me to checking the engine. And the train of thought came from getting on the treadmill and listening to that lecture. If I had been on depressed autopilot mode today, I would have destroyed my car. Either I entered an alternate reality, or I have amnesia. My main pair of shoes that I've had for years and wear everywhere suddenly changed appearance. One day, I went to put them on, but I couldn't find them in the locker. I asked the people that I lived with where my shoes are, and they said that they're right there in the locker, but I didn't see them. I showed them the shoes that were in there, and they pointed out the ones that were apparently mine. I didn't believe them, but they all seemed to think that they were the shoes that I wore every single day. I still have no idea what happened, and I know for a fact that it wasn't a prank. I think I might be schizophrenic. My friend's house disappeared. My mom was driving me to my longtime best friend's house. I was older than 16, but don't drive due to a disability. My friend and I had been inseparable for years, so we had made this drive across town many times. The ride was uneventful until we entered her neighborhood. The route to her house from there was very simple. Take the first right, and her house is at the end of the cul-de-sac on the right-hand side. We did that, but this time, her house was not there. We backtracked, did the same thing, and nope, still not there. I called her, very confused, and she told me that she would stay on the phone and stand in her front yard so that we could spot her. We repeated the route again, nothing. We finally went down the next street, just in case we were wrong somehow, but still no dice. And as a note, the street sign never changed until we intentionally went down the second street. It always showed her correct street name. At this point, it feels like the Twilight Zone, and I'm kinda panicking. I'm ready to turn around and go home, but we went down her street one last time. And there she was, waiting in her yard for me. There was no way to loop around to other streets or anything, so I have no idea how we could have missed it, especially when the route was so simple and we had driven it countless times before. My friend and I ended up having a bad falling out a few years later, and although it wasn't anything sinister that caused the break, I still think of this situation, and I get an uneasy feeling when I see her on social media. Lost AirPods, found after 2 years. I lost my AirPods about 2 years ago, just the individual buds, but I still kept the case, hoping that I might find the earbuds again. This was in early 2022, and it's now 2024, but I still hadn't found them, so I was thinking about selling or throwing out the case. Just yesterday, I was laying in bed, but I felt something cold at my foot, so I looked down, and there's the left earbud. Then I'm super confused at this point because it's been 2 years and I never found them. And it wasn't lodged in the bed or anything, and I constantly change my sheets. I look around for the right earbud, and it was also right by my foot. Just to make sure they were mine and not some random AirPods, I've never bought any since I lost them. I put them into my case from 2 years ago, and it was the correct pair belonging to that case. What's weirder is the case and the left AirPod were almost dead, but the right one was mostly charged, even after 2 years. I'm so confused, but everyone around me didn't really think much of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting? Here's a few extra things. I don't have roommates. I never let anyone borrow them, and I would know if they were stolen. They weren't between my mattress, and they were not stuck between my toes for 2 years straight. But hey, they work. Did I find an infinite AirPod glitch? This person includes edits that say, I wish I could attach images, however, I can't in this subreddit. But just to clear up some suspicions, they weren't caught in my sheets or in a fitted cover. The Find My Phone app also said my AirPods have no location when I checked them the day before yesterday. The second I found them before reconnecting the AirPods to my phone. Here's the last edit. I find it a bit tiring to reply to multiple comments, but no, my mother did not steal the AirPods for 2 years and then order some Chinese knockoffs as a cover out of spite. This sounds ridiculous, and that's not the case, as the second the AirPods connected to the internet, my phone would have been notified as I kept pressing the Ring My AirPods function in Find My Phone. There's no holes in my mattress, or comforter, or pillowcases or anything. I don't own any pets, and I've never let anyone borrow them outside the house. How did they ever come back to me? Changed into a body that's no longer alcoholic. Okay, so bear with me. I've always been an alcoholic. From my first drinks, I couldn't stop. And because of, at the time, religious reasons from age 19 to 27, I didn't drink at all, so I never developed a problem. I only drank in high school and figured that I would grow into it. Well, fast forward to 2001, and I'm starting to drink. I'm working in a nightclub/bar, and every night I'm getting hammered while serving. I can't prevent it. Again, I'm thinking that it's because I never went through the college years and learned to handle my booze. By the time I turn 19, I'm in big trouble. I end up in the hospital after overdosing in a despawning attempt and wake up to the pronouncement that I'm an alcoholic and I need to stop. I'm resentful and it's so hard. In fact, I only stopped drinking for a couple of months. Fast forward a couple more years, and again, I end up in the hospital, overdose, and again I'm told that I need to quit drinking. Oh, and did I mention I'm also bipolar and have ADHD? And I'm also a pill hound. These overdoses all follow the same pattern. Get drunk, get depressed, buy multiple high-quantity bottles of Unisom, and take them, and then end up in a coma in the hospital. I relearn to walk, I get over pneumonia from aspiration, and relearn everything that I totally blanked on. The first time was really hard. I woke up and I didn't recognize anything in the sense that I knew things were, but I couldn't tell you where my bank was, for example. I didn't recognize people and places that I was very familiar with. I ran into someone that I had worked with. I had been out of work on disability at the time, and they said hi, but I didn't recognize them. It was weird because both of us were wondering if we had the right person. I would see a place on a local dating show and ask, "Why do I know this place?" Only to be told that we went there almost every weekend. It was really strange. When we were leaving the hospital and my parents were driving me home, I couldn't really recognize my neighborhood or the street that I had spent years driving around. It was like I should know where I was and recognize the places as places I had been to and driven past, but I didn't. Until I went somewhere one time, then I would remember. My internal Thomas guide was wiped. For those that don't know what a Thomas guide is, I learned from like 11 different comments that it's a physical book you kept in your car that was a collection of maps. Yay. I also forgot about the couple of days leading up to the event. At this time, I was still an alcoholic and things weren't getting better. I'm circling the drain, moving out of my apartment into a room for rent, and then moving into a motel with no jobs. Finally, in 2008, I apparently overdosed one more time, but this time, it was a bit different. While I was in my coma, I was kind of able to see outside the ICU walls, and I was able to see the nursing staff going on about their business. However, they all looked like multiple layered versions of themselves, as if each version of themselves in all the nearby dimensions were overlapping. So, one nurse almost looked like the Tasmanian devil, as I could see about 20 different versions of her transposed over each other. You could see them walking around, but there were slight differences in hand and arm placements. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but it was that way for everyone that was working. It was like I was able to see all the dimensions and people at the same time. The furniture and fixed surfaces were all clear, but the people were blurred. When I woke up, I had no memory of trying to despawn myself. The only time I end up in the hospital in this situation is if I overdose. However, when I told my parents that I had no memory, they both said, "We know. They didn't find anything in your system." In other words, that body hadn't overdosed, but I was still in the hospital and no one knew why. Also, they told me that one time there was nothing in my system and no one said another thing about it since. I fully stopped craving alcohol. I stopped craving pills. I went through rehab and sober living, and it was easy. I felt like a fraud because not drinking wasn't a problem for me anymore. However, over the past, almost 20 years, I've had about 20 drinks in total, but it's like I'm reset to the type of person who has a drink but isn't interested in getting drunk. I won't push it though, because you never know. I had a problem with benzos and other types of pills, but now I have a prescription and it's going unused. I had a spending problem, as well as an eating out and basically going out of the house all the time problem. Now I save money. I don't spend it at all. I don't leave the house very often, and I basically eat what I have at home. It's like I'm a totally different person. I went to school, got a degree, and basically just got my crap together. So, I'm wondering if my body, or my soul, or whatever it is that's striving to keep me alive, realized that I needed to be in a body that isn't dealing with addiction issues because, as it was, I kept trying to despawn myself. Each time I did it, the new body I went to was still dealing with problems that this last time fixed. But this time I didn't do anything different. I just woke up and over time realized that the things I had a problem with in the past don't bother me today. I don't push it because even alcoholics who abstain for a long time can have a little bit of time before it catches up with them. But as it stands, it's like I can just take it or leave it. Also, side note, do you think one of the reasons people with ADHD keep losing stuff is because their mental differences cause them to shift dimensions so often that they keep moving to places where their things are in a different location? I don't know. Just a thought that I had while looking for my glasses that are nowhere to be found. I expect them to turn up in a week or two. Sun blinked out for a second. So yeah, I wouldn't even say it was the sun. In fact, it definitely was not the sun. This was more like someone hit a switch on reality for just a second, or a half a second. And for context, I was in my living room with my girlfriend and my dog just in the other room. I was reciting song lyrics to my dog as I was standing basically between rooms, and I get halfway through what I'm saying to my dog, and click. But there wasn't a noise. It was even more quiet than before, but literally for half a second. I pretty much instantly looked over to my girlfriend, and before I can even say anything, she asks me if I just saw that too. The crazy part is, this has actually happened to me about 2 other times that I can remember. One about a year ago, but I guess I summed it up to my eyes just playing tricks on me. And another time as a kid that I can only vaguely remember. I looked at other stories about this same thing happening, and people say mini strokes, or maybe you just blinked. But for me and my girlfriend in the same room to experience this at the same time just makes 0 sense. I highly doubt that we both had mini strokes simultaneously. And I also highly doubt that we both mistook something as instinctual and common as blinking for our reality blinking off for half a second. And oh yeah, this was on a very sunny day, and there was literally only natural light filling up the room. Not a single artificial light was on. Duplicate t-shirt. My husband purchased a Cincinnati Bengals t-shirt from a vendor on the side of the road the year that they went to the Super Bowl. The t-shirt wasn't a common shirt, and it was nothing that you could buy at the stadium. It's a screen print of all the top players in their uniforms. I was randomly doing laundry this weekend, and I found 2 of them. And he definitely did not buy 2. I asked him about it, and he jokingly said, "I bet it's a glitch in the Matrix." And then I started to think about it, and maybe it is. That's not the craziest part, however. I was reorganizing our closet, donating and throwing away old stuff, and I found a duplicate Cincinnati Bengals t-shirt of mine that I handmade. It's definitely a one of one. What's crazy about that part is I had taken the vinyl off the t-shirt too soon, and it created this wavy effect on one of the corners. And both t-shirts had this same wavy effect. What's happening? I feel like I'm going crazy. Cashier knew my street number. I've been lurking on this sub a lot for the last week or so, and it reminded me of a weird experience that I had that I've always referred to as a glitch. This happened about 10 years ago when I was still in high school. My family had just moved to a new house a few weeks prior to this, and my new address was 2787. My friend and I were working on a project for our health sciences class and decided to go to a dollar store near her house to get some poster board and some markers. We brought our stuff to the register, and after the cashier rang up our items, he looked me dead in the eye and said, "Your total is $27.87. I just stared at him silently for a minute in total shock because, one, the stuff that we grabbed was in no way more than $5, and two, of all the random numbers that he could have said, he said my house number that I just moved into. After just staring back at him for a minute, I said, "Sorry, what?" And he said, "Your total is $5 and whatever change." I paid, and we walked out. Once we were back in my friend's car, I started freaking out about how weird that was, and she looked confused, and she said she had no idea what I was talking about. Even to this day, she swears he only ever said the actual total, and I have no explanation as to what happened that day. The vehicle I was following disappeared. A few months ago, I was driving to work. I was following another vehicle in front of me. I remember the exact model. It was a brown Peugeot Partner, and for our American friends, it's a French car. I was following it at a reasonable distance, about 100 meters or so. About 50 meters before a T-junction, the road forms a crest over which you have no visibility. The Partner passed the crest about 2 seconds before me, going about 70 or 80 kilometers per hour, and when it was my turn to go over it, it had disappeared. I stopped at the intersection about 50 meters below the crest, and I couldn't find the car anywhere. There were two houses around me, one on each side of the road, but their driveways were clearly visible from my position, and the vehicle that I was following wasn't there. The intersection where I was formed a T, with one road going to the right and the other going to the left. And both roads went straight for about 500 meters, and being pretty much at the top of the crest now, I had a perfect view of both straight lines. It would have been impossible for the vehicle that I was following to have covered those 500 meters in the 2 seconds that I lost sight of it. The vehicle was also not parked in the driveways of the only two houses around. I did consider the possibility of an accident where the Partner would have driven straight ahead through the T, but right in front of the intersection was a large field of short grass, and there was no trace of any vehicles there either. There were no roads or paths that the car could have turned into. To this day, I still don't understand what happened to that vehicle. What do you guys think? Glitchy notebook. When I was 19, I used to draw a lot with colored pencils in notebooks. Every drawing I've ever made has been unique from each other, and I never made copies of my drawings. I know this for a fact. I meticulously kept track of these notebooks as well, drawing scenes of nature like grassy fields and forests, and other drawings of just animals and whatnot. Well, I had one notebook with a distinctive zebra patterned cover, unlike any of the other notebooks. I remember this notebook vividly, too, because it was the one where I drew a cute smiling dog with big blue eyes and goofy human-like teeth, kind of like a cartoon, but also semi-realistic. Almost like you'd see in those magazine dental ads at the doctor's office waiting room with photoshopped animals, if you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, my mom had accidentally thrown it away along with the trash and had it burning in a barrel, and she had just lit the fire when I noticed the notebook. But it was too late, and I kind of just stood there, sad as it burned. I even saw the pages curl up from the flames, revealing the drawing of the dog as I watched the rest of the notebook turn to ash and eventually disappear. I was really sad because I spent lots of time on those drawings, and it hurt me to see them go like that. But I got over it soon, and I never got upset at my mom about it because she already felt guilty enough for doing it. Fast forward several months, and I'm in my room, cleaning, when I suddenly see the notebook on the floor in my room. Zebra pattern and all. I opened it up, and sure enough, there were all the drawings, and of course, the smiling dog with human teeth and big blue eyes staring right at me. I was, of course, in shock because I knew for a fact that I watched that notebook turn to ash, but here it was, clean and unscathed. I told my mom about it, and she told me it must have been a different notebook and that I was just seeing things. But no. I know what I saw, and it was 100% the same notebook. To this very day, I have no idea how this happened. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? Derek, you read a story in a previous episode about a restaurant that was shut down in about 1 minute. I have a similar experience. I went into this academic library at night. I set up my laptop, but then decided to go to the bathroom before I began work. I was in there no more than 1.5 minutes. I finish and open the door, and the entire library is empty and dark. It's closed. First of all, was there no announcement? I mean, I'm a piano tuner by trade, and I would have certainly heard anything other than a whisper. The whole thing just seemed impossible. Also, there had been a lot of people in the library when I entered the bathroom. The problem at this point was that I was now locked in. I didn't want to turn on any lights and become the subject of a police search, so I found a window on the first floor that was open and crawled out. No alarm went off. This was one of a number of strange, vaguely paranormal experiences that happened within about 1.5 months. And, you know, they all involved locked doors. Speaking of doors, this same person has submitted another story. On the convergence of reality with media. I was working at a customer's house, a very old woman. I had to go home to get some parts, and when I returned, I knocked on the door. I heard a voice from inside say, "The front door is broken. You'll have to go around to the side." But this wasn't that old lady's voice, but instead a younger woman's voice. I opened the door a crack as it wasn't locked, and the old lady was sitting near the door watching a soap opera where that line had just been spoken. This event followed upon numerous other strange events that again all involve doors. Some of these events were scary. After a few months, these events eventually stopped. I figured the universe was just trying to tell me something, but honestly, I have no idea what. I think I glitched while watching one of your episodes. I'm watching this video, doing the dishes, and I know my phone is on low battery, but suddenly, the video stops and my screen goes black, so I just assume it finally died. I have premium, so even if my phone locked for some reason, the video would still continue. I dried my hands off, got my charger, and plugged it in, but my phone was actually still on, and as soon as I pressed play, the part of your story goes, the radio would start cutting in and out. I don't know, it was just spooky. This one comes from Sam Zilla. Hi, I just stumbled onto your glitch stories and I have a few things that have happened to me over the years, and one that involved me and happened to somebody else. Number 1. This happened at least 15 years ago. I'm used to weird things happening. An online friend from Iowa, who had come to spend a week with me in Arkansas, had decided that she wanted to go on a canoeing trip. At the time, my parents lived about 45 minutes away from me. We drove out to their house, we got the canoe loaded on the car, and my dad even came along for the car ride. At this point, my dad's eyesight had gotten bad enough that he didn't drive anymore, but he still had his driver's license. The canoe trip isn't really vital to the story other than it explains why all the stuff in my wallet was on the kitchen table the next day, and it adds to the weirdness of the whole situation. I've been canoeing since 1976, and I've been steering canoes down rivers since 1978. For whatever reason, this float trip was not fun. We couldn't keep a canoe upright with both of us in the canoe. The trip that should have taken about 2 hours tops took us 8 or even 9 hours. The next day, when we were getting ready to go, I couldn't find my bank card. I had left it on the kitchen table with everything else in my wallet to dry out after the canoeing trip. I had seen it that morning sitting in plain sight. It was time to leave and I couldn't find it. We all searched the house and finally gave up, and I called my bank to report it missing and get them to cancel the card and to send me a new one. As soon as I hung up the phone, I turned around and I saw my card sitting on the table where I had seen it that very morning. Number 2. This was a few years ago. We live in a small neighborhood just outside of town. At the time, it was my parents, my sister, and myself. Both of my parents had given up driving. My brother used to live in the place next door, and I had always remembered there were 2 entrances into the neighborhood. I was taking my mother into town, and as I pulled out of the driveway, I noticed that there were multiple sheriff's deputies parked at the usual road that we take. I decided just to go the other way and use the second exit. As I get closer to where it should be going, I was surprised to find that there was a large mound of dirt blocking where the road had always gone. The fact that there was a tree growing in the dirt and it was at least 20 feet tall made it even weirder. My parents have lived in this neighborhood for at least the last 10 years, and they both remember it the same way that I did. Where did that tree come from? passed the same guy 2 times in 20 seconds with coworker as my witness. I like reading these posts, but I never actually thought that I'd be writing one. So, my coworker and I were walking back to our building from one of our flight line aircraft stalls. There's a large, fenced area about 50 yards per side that is the fuel farm where they keep all the jet fuel and trucks to deliver/return it, so you have to walk around this area to get to our building. As we were approaching the corner, maybe 10 yards from the corner, a tall man whom I've never seen before passes us walking the other way. He's very recognizable because of his bald head and gray goatee and rust-colored hoodie. My coworker and I were just chatting away and walk around the corner, and here comes that same guy wearing the same clothes, and he just lazily walks past us again like it was the first time. We stopped and stared at each other and his back as we went around the corner, and we were both like, what the hell? And no, he doesn't have a twin. There's no way that guy could have covered 100+ yards to come around and get in front of us again. My coworker just looked at me, visibly shaken, and she had goosebumps all over her arms, and she said, "How do you explain that?" I told her I couldn't, and I still can't wrap my head around it, to be honest. We both chatted briefly about it the next day, but I can tell that it somehow just makes her uncomfortable to even talk about it, so I'm not going to bring it up again with her for a while. Did I teleport? I've lived in the same place for 20 years now. While I occasionally pull out Google Maps to find my way to a super specific spot that I haven't been to before, I can generally navigate my way around without using maps of any kind. Tonight, I was on my way home after hanging out with some friends. I largely just use landmarks to guide myself home, and the key landmark to this particular route is a gas station in front of a 4-way intersection. Approaching from the west, which is where I approached from, turning left at the intersection is pretty much a straight shot home for me, minus a turn about halfway through. I've done this 1,000 times or more, and this is how I got home from high school every day when I was a teenager. I turned left and settled in for the 15 or so minute drive ahead of me. My usual landmark for the turn that I mentioned earlier is a couple of streetlights that hang over the road. I drove for about 10 minutes, not seeing the streetlights. I thought that was weird, but just assumed that I had missed them. So I pulled out my phone to get an idea of how far I had overshot it. I input my address, and Google Maps told me to take the next right turn into a neighborhood, making a full loop and then getting back on the same road before heading the opposite direction. I did so, and as I drove back the other way on the main highway, I began to notice some oddly familiar road signs, street names that I swore I had already passed, and hey, wait a minute, didn't I already turn off this road? A pit sank into my stomach as the road ahead became suddenly familiar. A 4-way intersection with a gas station in front of it. I was approaching from the west, but that's impossible. The only turn that I'd made was to get off this very road, minus the loop back onto the highway. I looked at the road that I had already turned onto, and suddenly, it felt much more predatory. like it was waiting for me to fall back into its trap. I decided to go straight instead, taking the long way home. Had a fun little glitch last night. Around 11 o'clock last night, I went out for a smoke. Mosquitoes are bad, and I'm underweight, so I'm always cold, so I was wearing my winter jacket. I lit my smoke, and I dropped my lighter into my pocket, as usual. I finished up and went back inside. Around midnight, I decided to pop out for one more just before bed. I threw my jacket back on and reached for my lighter. But guys, it was under the lining. I pulled my whole pocket out and meticulously searched every inch of it, and there was no hole in there. I ended up having to get some scissors, and I had to cut a little hole into the lining to get my lighter back out. This morning, I woke up and I searched my pocket again, and the lighter's where it's supposed to be, and no hole other than the one that I cut, which is in the top corner, so even if I did cut over the original hole, there's no way that I could have dropped my lighter into it last night, since I always put my entire hand into my pocket before letting go. So I'm just left here, confused, with a ruined jacket. Sadness. Frozen horse. This happened a few years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was living with my parents out in the country at the time, driving down back roads. There are a lot of cattle and horse ranches nearby, so I'm used to seeing them on the daily. Coming around this downhill curve, I see this horse mid-gallop, and I think, oh, pretty horse. So I watch. Now, I'm used to these roads, and I know them like the back of my hand, and the road straightened out after the curve, so I kept watching the horse. They're just gorgeous creatures to watch, but this one doesn't move. It's frozen in place. Their hair is literally frozen mid-air, whipping in Beyoncé mode. It stayed like that at least until I passed it, and there's no way that I was sticking around to find out why. One person in the comments offers their input. They say, "This happens when there's a UFO around, freezing time in specific places. That's how their drive works, apparently." They say when people report their cars stopped working when seeing a UFO or they couldn't move, it's not because the aliens made the car or the person not being able to move mechanically, but because they stopped time in the surrounding area. All sounds also go away when you're in the space-time bubble, which is what the phenomenon is called in the Oz factor in ufology. There was some aliens over that horse, is what I'm gathering. The blackberries didn't want to get thrown away. I'm a long-time lurker in this sub, but I've never experienced anything. But it finally happened yesterday, and I'm kind of in shock. I was making lunch for my kids, a variety of fruit, cheese, and English muffin with jam. I pulled out everything that I needed from the fridge: strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, grapes, jam, and cheese sticks. I unwrapped the cheese sticks and set down the wrappers. There was enough blueberries to evenly distribute the rest to my 3 kids. I then put the container in the sink as it was empty. we usually transfer fruit from store-bought containers to Tupperwares. The blueberries were the only ones in Tupperware, and I hadn't done the rest of the fruit yet. Next, I opened the blackberries. I noticed some fuzz growing on multiple berries, and I was pissed as these had just been bought the day before. I literally said out loud, "Well, this is a load of crap," and I grabbed the cheese wrappers and threw them away with the berries. I had to walk to the trash can because the only way to open it is by stepping on the lever in the bottom that opens the top. I plopped them in the trash with the wrappers, and I continued fixing the plates. When I was done, grapes, strawberries, and jam went back into the fridge. A few hours later, I go to the fridge to get myself a bottle of water, and the blackberries were there, sitting at the bottom of the fridge, dead center. I stared for a minute because I was confused. I opened them up, and they were the same fuzzy blackberries from earlier in the day. My first thought was maybe my husband bought 2 packs, though I was sure he didn't. So I checked the trash. I literally dug through the trash. The cheese wrappers were there, but no blackberries. I threw them away again, and then throughout the course of the evening, I checked 3 more times to make sure they were still in the garbage. So now I'm all, what the F? And I'm still kinda shook. Toilet paper appearing. This is about as random as it gets, and I apologize for the TMI, but I'll try to keep it polite. I was about to take a shower and decided to pee while waiting for the water to get warm. I sat down, did so, collected my toilet paper in a good old-fashioned roll and scrunch technique, cleared the field, so to speak, and then I stood up to toss the toilet paper in the toilet, and as I turned around, I see a very neatly folded section of toilet paper just sitting on the left side of the seat, towards the middle, where I still would have been touching it if I sat back down. And it definitely would have stuck to me when I stood up. It looked to be about 4 or 5 squares neatly folded and flat, just sitting there, clean and undisturbed. I was stunned, and this is actually the 3rd or 4th time that this has ever happened to me in my life, but the first time that I just couldn't write it off. The other times didn't make sense either, but I had clothes on at the time and was like, maybe the toilet paper stuck to me for some reason. Or maybe it was on the underside of the lid of the toilet and it fell and I just didn't notice it. Nothing really seemed plausible at the time, but I couldn't count on those things and it freaked me out. So I just made myself shrug it off, though I was a bit paranoid about things sticking to my clothing unbeknownst to me for a little while after that. But in this recent scenario, I was in my birthday suit, and there was nothing for that paper to get clung to or stuck on as I was about to hop in the shower, and the lid was up before I sat down. And I even had taken a peek to see how clean everything was because I was making a mental chore list for the day. This isn't the sexiest glitch, but it's still a WTF for me. Has anyone else ever experienced this? I have 0 clue as to what or why or how. Also, here's your obligatory edit to include that all of my carbon monoxide detectors are functioning normally. Graphics not rendering. I was on my back porch yesterday. We had some thunderstorms going on with rain and wind. I usually sit out there and just watch the world go by when I'm out there, or just BS with the wifey about whatever. The view is amazing, and there's lots of greenery and little critters about. But yesterday, things were different. It was fairly windy, but not at all gale force, just regular wind. I look at a tree because a bird had flown by, and I noticed that the tree wasn't moving. That's odd, considering there's wind. Some part of the tree should be moving in the wind, right? I mean, that's what trees do. I start looking around, and I notice that none of the trees or bushes are moving at all. And things sort of look like 2D images of trees and bushes, layered like what you would see in 2D games. They appeared to have no depth. I called my wife out because she loves storms, and also she noticed the greenery not moving, but she didn't have the depth issue that I was having. I go out this morning and I check, and everything appears to be moving normally. I had never seen anything like that before, and I wasn't intoxicated. Plus, the wife serves as a confirmed witness. Enclosures moved across an empty house. There's a corner store like 1 minute from my house. I went and got myself a Red Bull and was gone for maybe 6 minutes total. The house was empty while I was gone, and this was a weekday, mid-morning, and I work from home. When I got back, 5 of my small isopod enclosures had been moved from their shelf in the living room to my bedroom floor. All 5 were lined up against the side of my bed, and 2 were knocked over. I am 100% sure they were on the shelf when I left. That's where I keep them. Nothing in the house was missing, nothing else was moved, and there was no signs of any break-ins. I have a dog who is theoretically tall enough to reach the shelf if she stands on her hind legs, but, I can't figure out how she could have managed to carry all of those isopod enclosures without tipping or making a mess or breaking them until they were all lined up on my floor, or why she would even want to do that in the first place. And also all within 6 minutes. There was no mess on the shelf or floor in the living room, no indicators that anything had been knocked over or spilled, and the enclosures are made out of glass, and they're too heavy and slick for a dog to even lift with her mouth if she wanted to. Certainly not without breaking something or leaving even a trace of drool on the glass. But nothing. I sat in really just shocked silence for about 15 minutes, heart racing, before putting them back on the shelf and moving on, just for the sake of my sanity. I still have no clue what happened. Truck in the Road Glitch, 1986. I just found this sub, and I thought that y'all would be interested in this story. 1986. I was a DJ on my college radio station, which is U of Maryland, with an early morning time slot. I'd usually leave before dawn and had the roads all to myself. My route was a 2-lane highway, 1 lane going each direction, with a narrow shoulder on either side. One morning, I'm tooling along at about 55 miles an hour, coming over the crest of a hill. Just at that point, and hidden from view until the last second, there was a tractor trailer that had apparently stalled or broken down, leaving a warehouse complex. No driver in the cab, no lights on, and the truck was perpendicular across the entire roadway. I had zero time to hit the brakes. It was right in front of me. I vividly remember thinking, this is it. I'm dead. So I shut my eyes tight and I just yanked the wheel hard to the left. No crash. Eyes still shut, I yanked the wheel back to the right. Still nothing. I opened my eyes and that truck was 60 feet behind me, still perpendicular across the road. Shaking, I finished my drive into the station and did my show. I now am a scientist and still a skeptic. My rational mind says maybe I fell asleep for a split second and just dreamed that part, but it was vivid then and just as vivid now when I recall it all these years later. I don't know. Maybe I got lucky and my blind wheel turn just skirted the front end of the truck. If so, I survived accidentally by literally 2 or 3 inches. Or, just maybe, it was a glitch in the Matrix. Just had a glitch outside of Kohl's. So, as I was shopping around inside of Kohl's, I kept bumping into this older couple when I walked into different areas. I ran into them several times, so I noticed what they were wearing and what they looked like. As I was leaving Kohl's, I was texting, walking towards the parking lot, and when I looked up, I was walking towards a black vehicle in the first space of the closest row to the store in the parking lot. So I realized that I was getting close to the car, so I looked up, and I saw the older gentleman and his wife that I had seen multiple times in the store looking at me. So I smiled and turned to the left to walk towards my car. I got in the car, started pulling out, getting ready to leave the parking lot. I looked to the right to check for traffic, and when I looked to the left towards Kohl's, I saw the same exact man and woman leaving Kohl's. They were walking out. The man had the same white hair and goatee, olive drab t-shirt, and his wife had white hair and was wearing all blue. I did a double take. I looked to the left to where they were just parked sitting in their car, and the first spot that I saw them in was now empty. But there was a black SUV parked in the second spot of the same row that they were walking towards. There was absolutely no way that they got out of their car, went back inside, and then were walking back outside in the few seconds that it took me to get into my car and pull out. Honestly, my heart was racing as I had to pull over to type this. I saw a camera flash, and I was alone in my laundry room. This happened yesterday in the early afternoon, and I was really freaked out. I was loading clothes into the dryer from the washer, and there was a distinct camera flash, almost like an old school super bright white / lightning flash. There was nobody else in the house, and the window to my right had the blinds half open, and nobody was there. The next closest window was to my left in the kitchen, and there was nobody there either. The weather was clear and sunny. The flash lit the entire space I was in the same way that a photo flash would, and for the same length of time that you would expect from that kind of flash. No light bulbs are burnt out, and I cannot, for the life of me, figure out where this flash came from. The Sixth Sense. I've posted in here before about my many glitches over the years, but this one's my favorite, or at least just the weirdest and wildest one to explain away. I got married in August 2000. I was headed to law school and my husband to a master's program, so we had no money. We both love movies, so decided to use some wedding money for a DVD player. Because it was 2000, and honest to goodness, Blockbuster had just started a DVD rental shelf in the middle of their VHS tapes. Anyway, I love movies, and I loved movie rental stores. When I discovered Blockbuster's little shelf of DVD rentals one day on my own, I was so excited. I looked over all the DVDs that were available and saw The Sixth Sense was an option, and I adore that film. I silently decided right then and there that I would buy it as the first DVD that I would own just as soon as we purchased that DVD player, and I would decide to rent it from here in the meantime. Sometime later, maybe that week or even the next week, we went to Sears in the mall to get the DVD player. Again, 2000. It was a whole thing to work with the salesperson to peruse our options and finally decide. We landed on a Sony DVD player, and they handed us the sealed box and we went on home. It was later in the evening, and I was a little bummed on the drive that we could hook up the player to the TV, but would have no DVD to play and try out our new toy. I thought again to myself, but never out loud, that the next day I would go back to Blockbuster and rent The Sixth Sense if I couldn't just buy it straight away. And to be fair, it was a less simple and more expensive at that time just to go purchase a DVD. We got home, we unboxed the obviously factory sealed player and hooked it up. I pushed the open door to test it, and there in the tray sat a silver DVD. I wondered if it was some sort of trial disc or instructions or something similar, so I picked it up. It was The Sixth Sense on DVD. I looked at the packaging to make sure that this wasn't some sort of included promotional material, like how Nintendo or Xbox would include a game with the system. But no, there was no mention of any inclusion of this DVD, and having lived decades since and purchased many DVD players since this first one, I've never had any movie included with any player. The Sony player that we purchased wasn't a floor model or the last one they had, so it hadn't been hooked up in the store for demo purposes or anything similar. I've never told this story. I think it's too weird and wonderful a gift from the universe, and I am forever grateful for it. However, it came to pass. I still love physical media and still have my vast and curated DVD collection with the original packaging for most of them, but not for The Sixth Sense, which is the DVD that I own with the best backstory. Glitch in the Matrix, higher power or mental health. I'm so scared and feel alone. What's happening to me? Hi all, back again. Some of you may remember my story a few days ago in regards to my mom being at two places at once, and unfortunately, I'm back today with another one where I'm seriously concerned about what's happening to me. There were some great comments on my last post, and due to them, I've got a doctor's appointment coming up soon to rule out the medical side. I thought the next best thing would be to come onto here and explain what happened, as I feel so freaked out and I feel like I need to ground myself before I have a breakdown or something. A little bit like last time, this one involves my mom again. I woke up this morning and was up for about 20 minutes, so it couldn't be due to just only getting up and my eyes being tired or lagging behind. I will admit, I've been obsessed with what's been happening lately to me, more than likely, most in part due to suffering severely with OCD, but also because it's getting that scary, and I think that a normal person would be the same. I woke up and felt fine, but I still had this topic about life on my mind and was wondering what the F has been happening to me lately. I got up, sat in my bed for a while, until for some odd reason, I had an idea to speak in my head voice, and I asked for proof. For some reason, with everything happening, I started believing that I might be fake, or that I died, or that I'm in some video game or something due to having a nightmare a few weeks ago about being dead and in hell, or maybe it was about being fake or something along those lines. It's a blur now because it's been a couple weeks. So, I asked whoever I was talking to in my brain to prove I was fake by making my mom teleport again. Lo and behold, of course it happened. But I can't remember how it occurred fully due to how stressed I was after I saw it all unfold. All I remember was watching my mom enter a room, and a few seconds later, she exited out of a completely different room. Keep in mind, she didn't leave the room she originally entered. It happened within a few seconds, meaning there was no way either. I'm pretty sure she was smiling as well, which to me just added to the creepiness factor. In my heart, I believe that people are real. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here on this subreddit, but I mean, what the F do I do after I experienced that? Is it real? Am I sick? I really want to know what's happening to me. I feel so lost with it now. It just went from these cool, weird little glitches a month ago to insane things happening and it being creepy AF where I'm in 3 different minds. I tried to recreate that moment by asking for more proof, like full-on, undeniable proof, like asking my phone to be messaged by a certain specific someone at a specific time and more stuff, but so far, nothing else has occurred. What do I do from here, guys? What do you think could be happening? Am I really fake? Or is something going on? I thought this subreddit would be best fit as I posted here a few days ago, and this feels like a follow-up on what's really happening. There were a lot of positive comments on this story showing support and being thankful that the OP is getting some medical help, and OP provides an edit that says, "Thank you all so much for the thoughtful comments. I mean, from the bottom of my heart. I've been at work all day and I'm going to bed now, so I can't reply, but I will tomorrow when I get a chance. I just wanted to edit this post and to say thank you, and I look forward to replying to everyone tomorrow." I know that some of us here are cat people. This next one's a little sad. It's called It Disappeared. This happened back in 09/2010. I was living in Georgia in a low-income apartment complex with my parents, siblings, my aunt, and her daughter. To describe the apartment complex, it had several units on the property. Behind was a black wired fence. Each unit held 4 apartments, and all of the grass area with trees sprinkled throughout were of public domain where lots of kids would play outside. In each apartment unit, on the back, had a glass door which was mostly hidden by a large dark brown wooden fence in the patio or balcony area whose foundation was concrete. It was an ugly complex, but hey, it was home. We lived on the first floor. For some reason, this particular summer was hot and extra humid and muggy. And what made it worse was that we weren't all allowed to run up the electricity by putting on centralized AC nor heating, so we had to settle for fans in the window. However, out of nowhere, one week we noticed a weird smell and tons of flies. There were so many flies they filled up the fly catchers. We made sure to take out any trash, and no food was ever unintended, and they still came through. We made barriers on any open parts of the window while leaving the fan running, and that seemed to help out. One night, my aunt wanted to have an 80s scary movie marathon. Now, this was a fatback TV that sat on a hard bin. The VCR sat on the floor, and everything leaned back against the white, bare wall. We closed the door to make it dark, and we ate our snacks. As we were watching the movie, an almost translucent white cat with large gray patches walks in out of nowhere in front of the TV, and then it disappears. I mean, it was opaque enough to have the TV's rays reflect off of it, but it still seemed translucent. Me and my aunt jumped, and she pushed me to go investigate to see where the cat went. I was so scared because there's no way that it came from the closed door, and we don't have any cats. And finally, I cautiously tore up the room, but I found nothing. The next day, my siblings and I decided to play outside after being bored while watching The Lion King on VHS for the 100th time. And as we're playing in the back of our home in the grassy area, my brother kicked a ball down the hill. It rolled behind a tree in the corner, and it hit the gate. When I approached the tree, there was that familiar odor from before, but even stronger. Behind the tree was a carcass with maggots and flies squirming on a white cat with gray patches. I grabbed the ball and I ran back to our play area. I think that cat went through our house to a different dimension. Bracelet glitch. Earlier today, I was getting dressed in my bathroom and was wearing one of those beaded bracelets on my right wrist. I went to put hair pomade in my hair, so I grabbed a glob of pomade and rubbed my hands together quickly. I heard a snap, and I felt beads fall off my wrist. I looked down to see a quick glimpse of beads spreading out. It felt like I must have broken the bracelet that I was wearing, and I was really annoyed since it was loud and I heard the clinking of beads hitting the bathroom floor one at a time. And I swear I saw the glimpse of beads going all over the floor too, and then I looked up at myself in the mirror and said, "Oh, damn it." My eyes were off the floor for 1 second. I dropped down to grab all the beads, but suddenly I couldn't see them on the floor. I felt like my wrist was naked, but then when I looked down at it, I saw that the bracelet was still on. I grabbed it, stretched it, I took it off, and then I put it back on. Everything looked normal. Same beads, same everything. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard and what I saw, too. Hopefully, you guys know what I mean when you feel something break. Like, I felt the release come off of my wrist. I don't know. It was very strange. I'm just confused and know that it can't be any other bracelet or beads. I only have the one like that. Nothing else. I've never posted before, and I'm only posting now because I'm genuinely confused. No drugs, no alcohol, no dreaming. I want to hear if anyone else has had this happen to them. Can changed names while in my hand. This happened a few months ago, but I still think about it pretty often. My girlfriend was staying over at my place, and she asked me to grab the Febreze from the bathroom for her. I went to the bathroom and went to where the Febreze was. Next to it was a can of Glade. And I know she specifically asked for the Febreze, so of course I grabbed the Febreze. When I pick it up, I make sure that I grab the right one and that I read the label. The label says, Febreze. I now confidently walk back and hand it to her, but she says I grabbed the wrong one. I look at the label on the can that I gave her in such confusion because I was so sure that I grabbed the Febreze, but I had brought back the Glade instead. I literally remember thinking to make sure I grabbed the right one. I don't know. It makes my head spin so much because I knew that I even took a moment to read the labels of each can before I brought it to her specifically to ensure that this conversation wouldn't happen. The only semi-rational explanation that I can think of is that my brain just made me think that I read Febreze because that's what I was looking for, or that's what I was predicting to see. Maybe Maya, the great illusion, caused me to have visual hallucinations based on what I was thinking. I just wanted to share this weird story because most of the time when I hear people talk about glitches in the Matrix, it's sometimes pretty easily explained away, but this one stumped me on a new level. I'm interested in hearing what you all think about this. The universe gifted me a video game. One day, after waking up, I noticed there was a game in my DS/3DS shelf that looked a little bit out of place. I didn't have my glasses on, so I waited until getting up until I took a look. It was Mario and Luigi Bowser Inside Story for the DS. I was totally flabbergasted. Why? I don't own this game. I'm 100% certain I've never bought it and was never gifted it. I've never seen it before. I looked inside and it had all the papers, the cartridge. I mean, it was the real thing. Additionally, my 3DS games are all organized in a neat row. A small part of the left of the row is dedicated to DS games. On top of those, on the left, are a couple more 3DS games because not all of them fit. Mario and Luigi Bowser Inside Story was on top on the right. It just looked so out of place. I asked everyone that I know, and no one remembers me owning the game, or has any clue of how it got there. To this day, and every day that I look at it, it still seems so out of place. It's like it gives this energy out that's unlike any other game. It just feels off. Now, this probably reads like a creepypasta where the next thing I say is that it's cursed and it has weird glitches, but to be honest, I haven't played it yet. I am planning to do so in the future though. It's been there for about a year now. Fun fact, it appeared a couple days after I gave The Sims 3 away on the flea market. It's like the universe saw that I gave a game away and thought that I should get another in return. Somebody left a comment suggesting that this person buy The Sims 3 again just to see if any of his other games disappears. No update on that yet. Clouds glitching and buffering. This happened today. I'm lying in my bed about 2:30-ish in the afternoon, and I'm looking at the clouds and the sun out of my window. My window is positioned so that I can soak in some UV from my bed. The sun is beaming, and a group of wispy and kind of translucent clouds start to float past. I'm looking at the sun kind of perplexed, and I'm looking at it directly without squinting or wincing. That's all I was focused on in that moment. The clouds suddenly start to buffer, as if they'd paused, rotated 90 degrees, and then returned to normal. I saw it happen twice in rapid succession. I wasn't drunk, I hadn't smoked weed in months, I don't do any drugs, and I was well rested and on a full belly. I just can't stop thinking about this. I've read other testimonials, but only a few detail a similar experience. I guess the aliens blew their camouflage. Move to a different timeline. In 2019, my best friend and her family moved into a house. They originally had a walk-in closet in their bedroom, but they renovated it to close the door into a wall, and now the walk-in closet opens into their bathroom instead. Before the renovation, the door from the closet into the bedroom was a sliding glass mirror. After they walled up that entrance, they took the mirror doors to the garage to store them for another time. On the wall, in their closet, my best friend hung one of those cheap wall mirrors that you get from Walmart. She was bothered by the way it dysmorphed the reflection of her body. And for Christmas that year, their parents got them a gift card for Home Depot. They used it to get a floor standing mirror, one of those with the wooden spindles carved, big stable wooden feet, and everything else. It was one of those giant oval mirrors that's on hinges and tilts, a huge, heavy, real-life mirror with a wooden frame and base and all the works. I only saw it once, and then I was away from my friend for a couple weeks. The next time I saw her closet, the giant wooden mirror was gone, replaced by the mirror sliding glass doors that had been in storage in the garage. I asked her what happened to the giant mirror, and she said, "What mirror?" I said, "You know, the giant wooden one that you got from Home Depot with that gift card." And then, as if from a movie, she pulled the card out of her dresser and said, "This one?" According to her, they hadn't used their gift card yet. She claims that they never hung one of those cheap mirrors on the wall, and that she's always used the sliding glass mirror door the entire time since the renovation. I'm convinced that I saw the cheap mirror that was hung on the new wall, and I'm convinced that they replaced it with a giant wooden oval mirror that they bought with their gift card from Home Depot. Everyone that I tell this to thinks I'm crazy or that I'm just making it up. I think that I may be from a different timeline, but I don't know. And honestly, I'll probably never know. I just have to remind myself not to overthink it. Help. I can't believe what I saw today. It was the strangest thing that I've witnessed in my 22 years of being on this earth. I'm from the UK, and yesterday I got one egg out of the fridge and put it at least 40 centimeters back on the kitchen surface, which is level, and it was steady with no movement. I was finishing making my cup of tea and put the milk back in the fridge on the other side of the kitchen. I turned around as I was going to begin to make a fried egg. I was walking towards it, and with my own eyes, I couldn't believe what I saw. The egg very quickly fell off for no apparent reason and smashed onto the floor. There was no reason for this, as the kitchen surface is level and there was no wind in my kitchen, and it was already sat there just fine for 5 minutes, at least 40 centimeters off the edge. It took me a few minutes to actually take in what I had just witnessed. I can't think of any explanations. I've never believed in ghosts or poltergeists, but until yesterday, that seems like the only possible theory. Has anyone else ever witnessed objects moving on their own before? Glitch at Trafalgar Square, London, England. Hey everyone. This is a glitch that's been on me and my family's minds for about 4 years with no conclusion, but I wanted to ask for help with it today. Me and cousin 1, at age 17 and 18, went to London with our mothers for vacation and to visit family. We visited the majority of all the monuments and tourist spots in London, as it was our first time in England visiting ever. Now, the weird thing is Trafalgar Square and the 4 lion statues, because me, my mother, my auntie, and cousin number 1, and somehow cousin number 2, remember cousin number 2 being there with us and climbing the lions, but cousin number 2 never came to England with us. Cousin number 2 was 16 years old at the time and hadn't visited England until they were 19. But cousin number 2 was 16 years old at the time and hadn't visited England until they were 19. But cousin number 1 and I haven't been since age 17 and 18. So it's not possible that this memory occurred on the second visit, because there was no second visit for me and cousin number 1. My mom's only conclusion is that she thinks what happened is there was a 4 lion statue identical to the last detail, including the statue in the middle of the lions in Universal Studios, Orlando, Florida, in the United States. I'm not sure if that might help you guys figure this out for us, but if it does, awesome. We, as a family, would love to finally figure this out because it's been pretty crazy to all of us. Here's an important detail that I haven't included yet. We have pictures of us on top of the lions, but the pictures were all wiped off of our phones like they never even existed. I remember one of my favorite movie scenes completely differently. This may not be the biggest glitch, but I know it is one. I've been listening to the channel for a good few months now, and I lurk in the comments and have been aware of glitches ever since I developed an interest. Here's some important context. I am a huge nerd. I love comic books, tabletop games, you name it. I remember when Thor Ragnarok came out, I was hyped to see it, especially since I'm a big Hulk fan. I always love superhero movies, whether it's DC or Marvel or any other labels, so I was sure not to miss this new Thor movie. I remember watching it and having a great time. But this is the scene that concerns my story. When Fenris, the giant wolf, was running across the bridge, I remember Bruce jumping out of the spaceship and falling into the ground in front of the wolf, hoping to go Hulk mode. But instead, he just falls like a rag doll, and the moment makes out for a good laugh. I remember the scene fondly as I had to rewind it to watch it again, because it was honestly just a good laugh. All is normal until last week when I went out to eat with my family, and the restaurant we were at had the movie playing on a TV. Of course, I obliged to watch it while I waited for my meal, and when it got to the scene, it felt off. The colors were wrong, the angles were completely different, as was the background. I sat and was confused. I was anticipating the scene to come up, but it was completely different. I'm not the best at describing things at all, but here goes. I remember the background in this scene being fiery in the distance. The sky was dark gray like a storm was incoming. The bridge was hyper-saturated with color, like that Mario Kart level, and it never did a close-up shot of Bruce's face like it did when I watched it. This time, the bridge was desaturated in color. It was clearly daytime, and all of the angles and shots were different. Even the background was different. The only consistency between the two recollections are Bruce falling, the wolf, and the bridge being over water. I can already smell the comments saying, "Oh, you're just remembering it wrong," or "You're thinking of a later scene." I would totally agree had it not been for the sheer confusion that I feel right now. I have no issues that would cause me to remember that scene differently, and I recall the scene better than I remember most movies. That's why I'm still so surprised to see it as different as it is. If there was a different edition of this movie, then please let me know. I don't know if this is a glitch or not, because I have no proof other than my own personal recollection. I just find it strange that for nearly a week, this has been bothering me. Honestly, it shouldn't bother me. If anyone remembers a movie completely differently, I'd love to hear your stories. It just felt so wrong watching the rest of that movie in that restaurant. Wedding band. I lost my husband in 1997. After the military packed up all my belongings that I wanted to take with me, I moved to Louisiana. In between my belongings leaving and me leaving, I lost my wedding band. One of the new pieces of furniture that I bought was a new bed. I had it delivered and set up before the packers delivered my stuff. I went to make my bed for the first time, and sitting there on my brand new mattress was my wedding band. I don't know how it got there, but I was just so happy to have found it. Nightmare. From the time I was a child to now as an adult, I've always felt something following me. There was a point in time where I would make jokes calling myself the wife of Satan, and it was this time I was living with my roommate and his kid. I was on kid duty this night while my roommate was on a date, and I'd put the kid to sleep in his bed. When I had the feeling the kid wasn't going to come out, I felt I was able to finally get some sleep. But I left my door open. I quickly fell asleep and I had an out-of-body dream. I walked into the living room and the kid was asleep on the couch, but I remembered putting him into bed, but I didn't pay too much attention to that because I saw a black cloaked figure with a huge hood and no face. It looked like a Grim Reaper, but not at the same time due to lack of bones. I asked who it was, and it said it was a friend, and I asked what it wanted, and it said we needed to have a chat. It started to walk toward me, and I moved out of the way as it spoke to me. So, we've been told that you were calling yourself the wife of Satan. I responded with a yes, and then the figure said, "Well, we don't find that a joke like you do," and started to look around my room. "See all this stuff you've acquired? Would be a shame if it all disappeared." I was super confused at this point, and I asked it to explain, and it said, "Sure, we want you to carry the Antichrist." I was very shocked to hear this, and then I said, what? And then the figure told me, "Let me show you what will happen if you deny us." It showed me an image of my dog, homeless and suffering. And then I woke up and freaked out. Then I went back to sleep with a "welcome back." I saw the figure again, but this time I wasn't in my living room. I was in my bed. "Now, let me show you what happens if you do what we ask," he said. I saw myself pregnant and I had a kid next to me, but I owned the whole subdivision that I lived in. I woke up again and shook my head, and then I passed back out. "You need to stop doing that. I'll be here until I get this all out of you," it finally said to me. Then it said, "You have 3 days to make a decision. I'll be back in 3 days' time, and you must have an answer by then." I woke up when he left, and then I went out to the living room to find the kid sleeping on the couch. I'm so confused. I think I missed a few hours. I was driving to my best friend's house to finish a movie that we stopped mid-watch. That was yesterday at around 6 p.m. Now it's 3 a.m. where I live, and I can't remember anything after 6 when I was driving to his house. Everyone's asleep, no one is answering, and I'm so confused. What could have happened in those lost hours that would have made me forget them? Maybe it's a psychosis episode? This has never happened to me before. I'm also wearing my PJs, and I don't remember putting them on. I did wear a different outfit when I was on my way to his house. The story has several updates. I went back to bed after this post because I was exhausted. I woke up and went straight to my family doctor. My car looks okay, by the way, for whoever asked that, so I don't think it was a car accident. He did some routine checkups, blood pressure, asked some questions. You get it. And he told me to go to the nurse's office to have my blood drawn. Now, I'm back at home, waiting for the results to come back, but otherwise, he said I looked fine, and that after the results come, we'll talk about any further examinations. I tried reaching my friend that I was on my way to go see, but he still isn't answering. Our conversation on WhatsApp ended with me saying, "I'll be there in 10 minutes," with a smiley face emoji. I'm driving to his house right now to check up on him. Thank you guys for worrying. I'll update more. Here's the next update. I've been to his house. He's at work, and that's why he hasn't been answering. He briefly said that I wasn't there and that he didn't look into it because he thought I just fell asleep. And that's about it. Update 3. I got my blood test results. Nothing seemed off other than very, very low glucose levels. Now I'm even more concerned because I have absolutely no idea what still happened. My friend is supposed to be home from work, but isn't answering at all, other than our brief conversation when I came by his house and he answered his phone. It wasn't a dream. I have our WhatsApp conversation as a receipt, and I'm really scared that it might happen again. I can't help but wonder what happened in the hours that I can't recall. Here's the most recent update. He called me. It's almost 4 a.m., and he said that he's sorry for not being available today and that he worries about me getting the wrong idea about yesterday. He said that he's tired and that he'd love to meet up tomorrow and try to figure out what had happened together. I don't know why he would say that I'm getting the wrong idea. I never told him that I suspected anything, and I'm worried that he might have found the post. I'm thinking of deleting it. I don't know if I'm all paranoid because of the comments so far, or if I have something to be genuinely concerned about. I'm gonna try to sleep for a little bit because I have an early doctor's appointment. We'll provide more updates when available. This might be a glitch or something very wrong. I'm gonna try to keep in touch with the OP to see how this gets resolved. Infinite water glitch. So, I work from home, and I'm the only one using this Keurig Supreme coffee machine during the day to make tea or coffee with ground coffee. This is a freestanding machine with no water pipe connection. Usually, the water tank is full at the start of the day, and I use about 75 to 100% of it each day. One day, the machine was half full at the start of the day, and I didn't bother adding any water. I went along drinking, and maybe halfway through the day, I realized that the water level hasn't changed. I mentioned it to my wife, too. I continue to make cups of coffee or tea throughout the rest of the day, and the water level still never changes. The second my wife comes home and makes a cup of coffee, it started to act normal again. This is one of those things that I'm sure nobody will believe unless they've experienced something similarly weird themselves. Here's an edit. No, my wife was not home during the entire time this was happening, and I was the only one with access to the machine. Not my mom. During high school, both of my parents worked, and I would be home alone after school until around 7 p.m. Normally, I would come home and mess around on the computer in my basement until my parents came home. Right above this area are the kitchen and laundry room, which are connected to the garage. Every so often, after school, I heard footsteps above me in the kitchen. I blamed it on the house settling and never really took it seriously. But one day, after school, something happened that I couldn't explain away with pipes. I was on the computer, like usual, and I heard the door to the garage from the laundry room open. The alarm makes a beeping sound when someone opens the exterior door. Then, there were footsteps from the laundry room into the kitchen, and the sound of a woman chatting loudly as she was talking on her phone. Thinking my mom came home early, I went upstairs to see her. When I opened the basement door, I was greeted with a pitch black house. I called out, "Mom?" Silence. I said, "Hello?" Still no response. Scared now, I turned on a few lights and took a good look around. All the doors were locked, there were no cars in the garage, and nothing was missing. At this point, I was freaking out a little and went back to the safety of the basement. Once my mom did come home, I asked her if that was her that came home earlier, and of course, she said no. I lost 1 hour of my life. I don't know what happened. I can't find any answers. Is it a glitch in the Matrix? In reality? Or was it a dream? I don't really know. But here's what happened. First of all, this is the first time I'm making this story public. You'll soon see why. I hope I didn't make a mistake by sharing this, but I'm looking for answers. My name is Diego. I'm a 29-year-old guy from Argentina, and this happened about 2 years ago. One early morning, around 2:30 a.m., I was on my PC, passing the time. I decided to go to bed to watch an episode of my favorite show on my phone and eat a bag of potato chips while watching. That's the sequence. I lay down, opened the internet on my phone, searched for the page where the show was. I found the episode where I left off, and I opened my bag of chips. I finished the episode and the chips at about 3:30 a.m. Then I decided to close all the open apps on my phone, turn it off, and leave the empty bag of chips on my nightstand to throw it away the next morning. I get into bed, and after a few minutes, I fall asleep. Then, I wake up because I hear a noise. It was my cell phone. The episode that I had already seen was playing again. It was only 15 minutes into the 1 hour duration. Huh, how strange, I thought. I exit the show and see the time. It's now 4:30 a.m. I said, "What?" I sit up in bed, and the bag of chips was next to me, almost full. At first I thought, am I dreaming? How is it possible that this episode was playing if I closed all the apps on my phone after I finished watching the episode? Did I turn it on while I was asleep? Did I go online, search for the page, and find the episode again? But even still, how does that explain the full bag of chips after I had just finished them earlier? I remember watching the whole episode and eating the chips. I don't know, it was weird. The next night, when I fell asleep, I did have a dream that I was in a place that I didn't know. There was a voice that sounded above me, which told me not to tell anyone what happened the night before. But what did happen? How did I turn my phone on, which I definitely turned off before I went to sleep? What happened between 3:30 a.m. and when I fell asleep at 4 a.m.? And then did I dream that the next night for sure? I don't know. To this day, 2 years later, I still try to analyze it, but I can't find any answers.